These lectures are part of the Great Courses series. They are produced by the Teaching Company. The Great Courses cover a broad array of university-level disciplines. The lectures in each course are either 30 or 45 minutes long. By listening for less than an hour a day, you can finish even the longest course in just weeks. Browse our catalog or website and imagine how much you could learn if you spent just 30 minutes a day for the next year in the best college classrooms in the world. The lecturers are university professors carefully selected by the Teaching Company and its customers for intellectual distinction and teaching excellence. These lectures are titled Masterpieces of the Imaginative Mind, Literature's Most Fantastic Works, Part 1. The lecturer is Professor Eric S. Rabkin. Dr. Rabkin is the Arthur F. Thurno Professor of English Language and Literature at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. He received his Bachelor of Arts degree at Cornell University and went on to earn his Ph.D. at the University of Iowa. Dr. Rabkin has more than 160 publications, including more than 30 books, among which are The Fantastic in Literature, Stories, an Anthology and an Introduction, and Mars, a Tour of the Human Imagination. Dr. Rabkin has lectured widely to both general and academic audiences on a variety of literature topics, including fantasy, science fiction, fairy tales, humor, and literary theory. Dr. Rabkin has received many honors and awards for his teaching excellence, including the University of Michigan Distinguished Faculty Award, the LS&A Excellence in Education Award, and the Golden Apple Award, given annually by students to the Outstanding Teacher of the Year at the University of Michigan. Dr. Rabkin prepared the course guide that comes with these lectures. The course guide includes a detailed outline of each lecture, a glossary, timeline, biographical notes, and a bibliography. To get the most out of this course, you may find it useful to follow along with the outlines or review them before or after each lecture. Lecture 1. The Brothers Grimm and Fairy Tale Psychology.
Hello, my name is Eric Rabkin, and I'm delighted to welcome you to this course on the fantastic. Fantasy often has a bad reputation. Something is a mere fantasy. Why, we can't do that. It's just a fantasy. Or in Freudian psychology, his problem is that he has that fantasy. But in fact, the fantastic drives us forward. We dream of what we may accomplish. We dream of a possible new world, and we shape our lives and the world around us accordingly. Who doesn't like a Cinderella story? If not the version that you learned as a child, then perhaps Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman. And when we want to express our fears, for example, of genetically modified foods, we call them Frankenfoods. Cinderella and Frankenstein's monster are characters that have walked off the pages of their books, and they share our lives. This course will explore the fantastic in literature and culture. Although we will naturally touch on ancient works like the Odyssey with its gods and its endless encounters with strange and marvelous beings, we will focus on works from the beginning of the 19th century onward for 3 reasons. First, this is the beginning of a mass reading public. In a sense, in other words, our era. Second, this is the beginning of the segmentation of the publishing industry by markets, which makes it possible to look at different varieties of work and see to whom they're expected to appeal. Third, from this point on, we can use solid knowledge of each author's life and culture in understanding the texts. Although the theoretical frameworks that we will develop to discuss the fantastic often apply universally, we will discuss primarily works from Western culture because our familiarity with that culture allows us to probe its works most deeply. These lectures are distributed into two parts. The first part focuses on the broad range of fantastic literary genres, from fairy tales to magic realism. This isn't just a broad range historically, but a broad range generically. In fact, detective stories are, according to W.H. Auden, those works that indulge the fantasy that hidden guilt may be revealed. Many different genres are, to one extent or another, fantastic, and the fantastic develops through time. We'll develop a theoretical framework for understanding the significance of the fantastic in general, and look at specific works from a whole range of those fantastic genres. The second part of the course will focus on science fiction. Why? Because in our world, shaped as it is inevitably by the constant development of science and technology, forced as we are to live in a world whose material conditions make our lives different and hence our perceptions different, the only literature that genuinely engages those forces that change us is the literature of science and technology. That is to say, science fiction. For us, science fiction is the most important of the fantastic genres. But first, we need to understand the fantastic in general. And there is no better place to begin a study of the masterpieces of the imaginative mind than with the works of two scholarly brothers, Jakob and Wilhelm Grimm. These fellows set out to demonstrate not something about fairy tales, which is what they are most known for now, but rather the significance of German culture. And they did this half a century before there was a unified German state. What they wanted to do was demonstrate the antiquity and significance of German culture, that is, German language culture, although the German speakers were distributed among many different political domains. To do this, they sought to demonstrate the ancient roots of their culture. Although Jakob was a bachelor and Wilhelm married, Jakob very active and Wilhelm relatively frail, Jakob always traveling around the world and Wilhelm staying home, the brothers lived and worked together their entire lives, and only Wilhelm had children. They were, in fact, before they set out to collect fairy tales, folk tales, pioneering philologists. Philology is the study of language development, and in particular, they developed the very first law of phonological change. Phonology is that branch of philosophy of philology that concerns itself with the sounds of language. Now, we all know, if we know several Romance languages, that there are similarities. We know that it's trois in French for three and tre in Italian. And if we know several Germanic languages, we know it's three in English and it's drei in German. What the Grimm brothers discovered was that a certain class of sound changes regularly when it goes from the ancient languages to Germanic languages, but does not change when it goes to the Romance languages. That class of sound is called a voiceless plosive. A voiceless sound is a sound that does not engage your voice box. When you say that sound, you feel no vibration in your larynx. When you say that sound, you do feel a vibration in your larynx. Your voice box. S is voiceless, is voiced. Voiceless stops are sounds produced by stopping the air and then releasing them. P, t, k. What the Grimm brothers discovered is that voiceless stops in Latin, for example, remain voiceless stops in Romance languages, but become voiceless fricatives, that is, sounds produced by friction in Germanic languages. So the Latin pater becomes the French père, the Spanish padre, but the English father and the German Vater. Voiceless stops become voiceless fricatives in Germanic languages, but remain voiceless stops in Romance languages. there are three such sounds. P, t, k. Those sounds change. So we get pater, through, and, for example, cornu becomes horn in English, but remains corn, or a sound like corn. Casa, house, becomes house. We have those regular changes. Why? No one knows. But what it proves is that we can make a direct line from German right back to the ancient classical languages. In the same way, the Grimm brothers said, we have stories we were all raised on, stories that were transmitted orally, and these stories passed from grandmother to grandchild. These stories must have been the ones that are the most powerful in our culture. They must go all the way back. Now, there had been collections of fairy tales, folk tales, household stories before the Grimm brothers. Charles Perrault did a famous collection at the end of the 17th century, but his stories were really reworkings of stories that were well known, intended by their literary elegance to appeal to courtly readers. The Grimm brothers ostensibly wanted the true oral tale, and they sent their students, they were university professors, and they themselves out into the field, theoretically at least, to collect true oral tales. In fact, that is not quite what they did, as we will discuss in the next lecture. But they were supposedly getting true oral tales. When they gathered them together, they called them Kinder- und Hausmärchen, children's and household tales. They didn't mean this to be children's literature. They meant this to be the literature that gets told to children in the household context. In an agrarian society, when you can no longer work the fields, what is your use? Well, the grandmother, who may feel bitter because time has passed her by, can at least tend to the children who are not yet strong enough to go out and work the fields. So she tells them stories, and these are those stories. The Grimm's insight that folk tales or fairy tales are in some sense prehistoric has now been universally accepted. Their tales swept the European world and were almost instantly translated into many languages. Fairy tales, as the pioneering culture critic Walter Benjamin has said, are the first tutor of mankind. Benjamin identified fairy tales by their conventional ending, and they lived happily ever after. But I think most people today would identify fairy tales more likely by their conventional beginning, once upon a time. As soon as we hear that, we know we're in the land of fairy tale. We make a fantastic change and we expect talking animals and golden-haired princesses. If you read all of the Grimm's tales, you'll see that they begin in different ways, but they do tend mostly to have a single beginning, although they have wildly different endings. The beginning is, in den alten Zeiten, wo das Wünschen noch geholfen hat. In the olden times, when it was of use to wish for something. Now, we can understand what that means in a perfectly good, absolutely archetypal and well-known fairy tale like Rapunzel. It begins, there once lived a man and his wife who had long wished for a child, but in vain. So here we have the situation. We have the wishes. Will it be worth wishing after something? Indeed, what they have is a beautiful garden nearby, which the old wife can see from her window, and she develops a passion for the rampion that is growing in that garden. But the garden belongs to an old witch who has forbidden anyone to enter it. Still, she must have it, and her husband, who loves her dearly, one night climbs over the garden wall and comes back with the rampion. The woman is delighted. She feels wonderful and sends him again the next night. The next night, the witch finds the old man and demands with angry eyes to know what has gone wrong. The eye imagery is crucial throughout Rapunzel. Eye imagery is crucial throughout the world of fairy tales. I see what you mean. I have a perspective on this problem. What a brilliant idea that is, or am I being obscure? Can you see this through the cloudy presentation? Don't look at the world through rose-colored glasses. The association of sight imagery with knowledge is universal. And knowledge, even at the linguistic level, is related to conception. Conception of the mind, conception of the body. The witch looked at the old man with angry eyes, and he said, "Please be merciful rather than just," and explains why he has gone into the garden to satisfy his wife's urge for the rampion. "If it is all as you say," the witch replies, "you may have as much rampion as you like, but I shall have the child that comes from it." What child? No one has said a word about child except for the opening line that said, "For a long time the husband and wife had yearned for a child." The world of fairy tales takes much for granted. The witch understands that these are pregnancy cravings. The word for rampion, which is English, in German is Rapunzel. Rapunzel represents the vegetative power, the fertility that the mother has, but the witch does not. But the witch, like an anti-god, has her garden, and she must keep people out as God keeps Adam and Eve and their descendants out of the Garden of Eden. Ultimately, the witch takes Rapunzel and at about the age of puberty puts her in a tower which has no doors or windows down below, but only one window at the very top. It is clearly a phallic symbol. She lives there, Rapunzel does, and the witch comes to see her daily, climbing up Rapunzel's ever-lengthening golden hair. She calls out, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your golden hair." We know what let down your hair means. It means get loose. It may even mean take down your hairdo and get ready to go to bed. One day a prince comes by and hears this, sees the witch scamper up, and after the witch leaves, he calls, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your golden hair," and he scampers up. Soon thereafter, when the witch comes again, Rapunzel says, "Why is it that you come up so slowly and the prince comes up so rapidly?" "Prince? What prince?" The next time the prince comes, the witch has lowered the hair tied to a nail. She's cut it off Rapunzel's head, a classic way of abusing fertile-aged women for having conspired with the enemy. As the prince gets to the top of the window, she pushes him, and he falls down onto the brambles down below, the thorns of which put out his eyes. Then the witch abandons Rapunzel in a waste and desert place, meaning a place of no fertility. Years pass, and the blind prince is wandering through the world. Rapunzel sees him. She throws herself on his neck. She cries piteously. The liquid, the tears from her eyes, water, a sign of fertility in all cultures. Go away for the weekend. Come back and add water to your plants. Go unpack and look at how your plants have suddenly gotten happy. Of course water is a sign of fertility. The tears, the water from her eyes, fall into the prince's eyes. His sight is restored. And the last scene we see is the two of them walking off so that he can go back to his kingdom, where he will become the king, with Rapunzel as his queen and the twin boy and girl they have born as the prince and princess. Twin boy and girl? Where did they come from? They came from that time up in the tower. In other words, what we have here is a story of female competition for the power of fertility. In fact, because of the use of the term Rapunzel, we know that this story actually goes all the way back to vegetation gods, to the time before writing, when indeed the great gods were female gods, before they had been supplanted by male gods. There are three key times for a woman in Grimm's tales. There is the asexual time of girlhood, there is the sexually active time of adulthood, and there is the postmenopausal time of old age. The witch is in old age. The mother in Rapunzel is fertile. Rapunzel grows through these ages. These continuing motifs, these pieces of story that occur in story after story, lend a kind of continuing power to fairy tales. We know that the Grimm's version is already Christianized. The thorns that put out the prince's eyes are like the crown of thorns that Jesus wears. But the underlying structure is clear. and we know that there's a competition among females. There is something called a motif index, created by Stith Thompson, a pioneering folklore professor at Indiana University, that traces the recurrence of these motifs from culture to culture. Cinderella gives us a terrific example of that. Cinderella is the story of a girl who is under the domination of her stepmother and her ugly stepsisters. She wants to go to the ball so that she can meet her prince, but the stepmother says, well, you have to do housework, and takes a bunch of lentils and throws them into the cinders of the fireplace. Cinderella, Aschenputtel in German. If she can retrieve those, then she can go to the ball. In fact, birds come down and pick out those lentils for her, and she can put them back in a bag and gets to go to the ball, with the famous episode of the glass slipper and so on. To show you the staying power of this series of motifs, we need to ask, for example, where did that glass slipper come from? In Charles Perrault's version of Cinderella, Cendrillon, we have soulier de verre. Now, verre is in fact a comparatively rare word in French, V-A-I-R, and it is exactly the same word in English, but in English even rarer, V-A-I-R. It means squirrel fur, right? She was wearing souliers de verre, slippers of squirrel fur. However, the word in French, V-E-R-R-E, verre, means a cup or a glass. It doesn't mean the material glass, which is cristal, but it means a glass, and is a glass of water, verre. And so English readers pronouncing the French story out loud saw Cinderella as wearing souliers de verre, glass slippers. Well, clearly you can't wear glass slippers. They don't have the flexibility to make it possible to dance in them at all. That particular detail is delightful, and we've kept it all this time. But we've only been able to keep it because it fits into the large story. How is it that Cinderella has these ugly stepsisters to deal with? I'm not sure, but the Greek version of the story, and I don't read Greek, but I've read the French translation of it, is called Cendrillon et les Sœurs Cannibales, Cinderella and the Cannibal Sisters. Her mom's dead because she's been eaten by these girls. She also has a fairy godmother. Where does that come from? I think it's reasonable to suppose that she is the spirit of the mother that is dead. Fairy tales teach us morals. We like to say that. Cinderella teaches us the moral that diligence is rewarded. One of my favorite tales is The Three Spinsters. In The Three Spinsters, we have a girl who will not do any housework. She is the opposite of Cinderella, and she is lying with her head on a window looking out into the street as her mother behind her is yelling at her to get busy. The queen, walking by, hears the yelling and goes upstairs and asks the woman why she's berating her daughter. Not wanting to admit that her daughter is lazy, the woman says, my daughter will just work and work and work all the time. She cannot be stopped. She's always spinning. She's always producing things. And the queen says, well, if that's as it is, let me take her with me. I may want her as a wife for my son. So the girl goes off to the castle. And there she is with her head on the window again, because the queen has left her with half a room full of flax to be spun into gold. Into linen. And she's not up for it. But three ugly women go by, the three spinsters of the title. One of them has a big hanging lip. One of them has a splatted thumb. And one of them has a big splay foot. They say they'll do the spinning, but if there is a wedding, they must be invited as if they were the relatives. The girl readily agrees, and in fact, night after night, they spin for her ever larger amounts of flax, and she is given in marriage to the prince. The wedding occurs, and in come these three uglies. The prince says, who are they? The princess says, these are my cousins. How did they get to look that way? Well, the one with the big lip was always trying to wet the thread. The one with the big thumb is always trying to spin out the thread. The one with the splay foot is always trying to work the treadle. Well, if that is as you say, the prince says, you will never spin again. The moral of the story? It's better to be a beautiful, lazy liar than diligent. In other words, Fairy tales do teach us morals, but not necessarily the morals we think that they should tell. Fairy tales work with a fundamental, familial psychology. The fairy godmothers are marked, and mothers in general, by their desire to feed you. Witches are the anti-mothers, and they would eat you. In a true oral folk tale, no one ever says, I love you, they just give you food. No one ever says, I hate you, they just give you poison. Fairy tales collectively represent a world in which females exist, as I said, in these three states: asexuality, sexuality, and post-sexuality. The ideal state is the familial state before sexuality, as with the twins at the end of Rapunzel. Many fairy tales deal with common issues, like, for example, the anxiety that one might feel having to contemplate moving to a new stage of life with a greater sense of responsibility. We can see that by looking at a series of folk tales that deal with essentially that same structure. Little Red Riding Hood, Little Red Cap as the Grimm brothers call it, is a story about a girl, asexual, but at the point of menses. She's known by her red cap, right? That her mother in the village, a fertile female, sends with bread and cakes that Red keeps under her apron, thinking about the impending sexuality, to feed her old grandmother in the woods. Do not tarry along the way, the mother says, but Red, of course, does, because she's stopped by a wolf. We even today use the word wolf to refer to a sexual predator. The wolf says, why are you running along so fast? Look at all the wonderful flowers around you. Flowers, as anyone in an agricultural society would know, are the sex organs of plants. And Red stops. She looks at the flowers and she starts gathering them, and we are told that she does not stop until her arms are so full that she can't hold any more. Then, only when she has no longer the physical capacity to gather flowers, does she get back on the path and go to her grandmother's hut, where, as we all know, she finds herself confronting a very odd-looking grandmother. In fact, it's the wolf who has eaten the grandmother. Now, the huntsman comes along, and he has a rifle, and he could kill the wolf, but for some reason he thinks, what if there's someone alive in there? And so he takes a pair of scissors and cuts open the wolf's belly. We have a kind of reverse birth. Out comes Red, out comes Granny. Red takes some rocks, puts them into the cavity of the wolf's belly, sews them up, and then the wolf, trying to escape, leaps onto the roof of the house, but falls down through the chimney into the cooking pot and is boiled to death. Red, in other words, kills the wolf. In Charles Perrault's version, however, the wolf comes in and just finds the wolf. The huntsman comes in and just finds the wolf. Red dies. And the explicit moral that Perrault puts at the end of the tale is, and so little girls should always obey their mothers. In other words, the child thinking of going out on her own, thinking of becoming more adult, thinking of being the feeder, thinking of having sexuality, fails to follow her mother's instructions and pays for it with her life. This is a compensation symbolically for those fears. And it says, just obey your mother. You'll be safe if you just obey your mother. What kind of a child needs that lesson? Maybe a 6-year-old. But in Little Red Cap, it says, I will never go into the forest again as long as my mother forbids it. Here, Red has escaped. As long as my mother forbids it. So, okay, this is maybe an 8-year-old. She knows it's dangerous, but mom is her guide. In the version that's illustrated by Arthur Rackham, the child says, I will not go into the woods again until I am ready. So the new order is expected in some safe future. This is perhaps for a 10-year-old. Rapunzel is, in a sense, the same story. Right? It's the little girl who has had to pay and wait until eventually she can have her own sexuality. But there, the problem isn't caused by the child's foolishness. It's caused by the mother's carelessness. The new order of that child's sexuality and adult responsibility matures as the old order dies. We do not have a narration of the time between the prince coming to the tower and the prince finding Rapunzel again. In Sleeping Beauty, the girl falls backward when she pricks her finger on a spindle at the age of 15. And in Snow White, we have a 17-year-old who is made to fall into sleep by the poison of her envious stepmother. In other words, we have here six different stories, all giving the same psychological, symbolic problem, working it through, but with slightly different endings to help us deal with problems. Hansel and Gretel is a terrific story for understanding these psychological compensations. Hansel and Gretel is a story in which a stepmother has said, we don't have enough food, let's abandon the children in the forest. And the woodcutter, gardener father agrees. Hansel has heard that this is the plan, and so as they go off into the woods, he leaves a trail of, not breadcrumbs, which we always remember, he leaves a trail of flints. And then they turn around and come right back. The next day, they're abandoned again. But this time, Hansel has left a trail of breadcrumbs, and the birds pick up the breadcrumbs. They wander in the forest lost, and they see a wonderful house of gingerbread and other goodies. They find themselves with a witch. The witch says that she wants to feed them, but in fact, she claps Hansel into a cage and means to fatten him up so that she can eat him. She is the anti-mother. Gretel is set to housework. Every day, though, she gives Hansel an old chicken bone, and when the almost blind witch comes by to feel whether or not Hansel is getting fatter, he holds out the chicken bone. Eventually, the witch says, well, even if you're not getting any fatter, it's time to eat you, and she tells Gretel to fire up the oven. Gretel feigns inability. The witch does it instead. Gretel pushes the witch in. The witch is killed in the oven. Immediately, Gretel releases Hansel, and they go back. They find their way home almost instantly, sleep overnight in the forest, get on a swan's back to be carried across the river, and the last scene we see is them with their father, the stepmother in their absence conveniently having died. Consider the backstory. Like Cinderella's fairy godmother, I would like to suggest that this is a story about illicit desire. Children often want to supplant their parents. Stereotypically, girls want to supplant their mothers to marry their fathers. Boys supplant their fathers to marry their mothers. We don't have to go into sexuality and think of real killing. The fact is, children often want to be more important in the eyes of their parents than the other parent's position makes that possible for them. Consider a Gretel who wished her mother were dead. That is unreasonable. It can't even be thought of. But okay. Then there's a stepmother who comes along. Well, you could want a stepmother dead, especially one who would abandon you in the forest. But the stepmother gives pleasure to the father. You can't really want him dead. So you go into the forest and you meet a true anti-mother, the witch. She deserves to die. When you kill her, her double, the stepmother, is already conveniently dead. And so on her return, Gretel is at peace with her father and has saved her brother. In short, the story allows a symbolic compensation for having had the thought to kill one's mother. Grandmothers may be quite bitter about their waning powers. They may want to hurt, in some sense, their grandchildren. They can tell them horrifying stories. But they know that their stories are shaped in such a way that the child will win in the end. Take a child and throw it in the air, catch it, and listen to it scream in delight. The heightened terror is what allows for the heightened sense of security. By offering symbolic experience that satisfies both the teller, the grandmother, and the told, the children, we see that fairy tales deal with persistent human experience and have done so from before the beginning of recorded literature and continue to do so down to the present.
Lecture 2. Prop, Structure, and Cultural Identity.
Vladimir Propp was a member of a group of very important critics called the Russian formalists. And he studied a book called the Afanasyev collection of Russian folk tales. The term folk tale is, for Russians, the same as the term fairy tale for many speakers of English. In 1927, he published a book called The Morphology of the Folktale, based on this study, and reported one of the most astonishing discoveries in all of cultural history. He discovered the universality of the structure of true oral folk tales, or as we would say, if they were truly orally composed, fairy tales. These were precisely the kinds of stories the Grimm brothers had purported to publish. Propp's discovery included 4 theorems. That's his term for what he discovered. First, he says, the functions of characters serve as stable, constant elements in a tale, independent of how and by whom they are fulfilled. This is really an astonishing statement. According to his introduction, he read these tales in order. There are about 400 in the Afanasyev collection. And by the time he had finished reading the first 10, he already had every one of these functions found. The rest of the reading merely confirmed that these common elements, these things that characters do, happen again and again and again. The second theorem is that the number of functions that is known to the fairy tale is limited. That is to say, you can't just keep making them up. In fact, there are 32. A large number, but not larger, for instance, than the number of prepositions that we know how to use quite easily as native speakers of English. The third theorem is that the sequence of functions is always identical. The fourth theorem is really the inference one can make from the first 3, that all fairy tales are of one type in regard to their structure. Let me see if I can make this clearer. Propp says we have this set number of maximum functions. One of them, absentation, is obligatory. In fact, several of them are obligatory. You must have them. Absentation is the child leaving the parent, or the parent dying, or the child wandering off. In some way, the viewpoint character becomes absent from the authority figure who should have been protecting the viewpoint character. Absentation is an obligatory function, and there are many. There are other functions that are optional. You can have them or not have them. But if you have them, think of them as numbered from absentation right through to the ultimate consolation. If you have them and think of them as numbered, whichever functions occur, whether they are obligatory or optional, will occur in their order. Now, there are some small exceptions to this. For instance, the leaving of home, departure, and return are optional. But if there is a departure, there must be a return. Right? In addition, some functions, according to Propp, can triplicate. So there is the function, for example, of testing the protagonist. But in some tales, instead of the protagonist having 1 test, the protagonist has 3 tests. It turns out that Propp was wrong in one tiny detail. It is not universally true that those functions triplicate. Had Propp said that these functions multiply, he would have been universally correct. It turns out that in Western culture, tales, functions that can multiply, triplicate. In Southern Asian and North American cultures, native North American cultures, tales, functions that can multiply, quadruplicate. And in East Asian cultures, they duplicate. But within those cultures, the number, the multiplier, is constant. And in all other regards, Propp turns out to be right. For true oral tales, there is a single known function. There is, in other words, in the basis of fairy tales, something that tells us about the basic narrative structure that all human beings share, regardless of how far apart their cultures may be. Propp laid the foundation for the study of the founding tales of diverse cultures. Albert Lord, an American professor, in a famous book called The Singer of Tales, demonstrated how one could have oral composition of works like The Odyssey and Beowulf. He showed, taking a hint from this notion of functions from Propp, that you could have a complicated narrative in which one knew only the basic nuggets, as it were, of the story in order. But then one could have sort of standardized verbal formulae like the wine-dark sea or wily Odysseus. Oral tales were collected in the Balkans. Lord went and listened to people apparently sing epics, things that would take nights around the campfire to recount. All of the people sitting around believed that the singer was giving the same tale verbatim that they had heard on other occasions previously. But Lord was able to actually tape record these, transcribe them, and discovered that while the nuggets were the same and the formulae were the same, within the structure that the rhythm of the singing created, the singer was able to make variations from telling to telling of the same tale. They struck the hearers as being the same, but they were not identical. They were merely the same in nuggets, like Propp's functions, and formulae, certain verbal structures. Using Lord's insight into scribal manipulation, that is, how it is that the written down versions have changed what the oral composition was, and Propp's discovery of universal structure, we can see that the most successful of Grimm's fairy tales follow the oral tradition. We could compare one that does not with one that does to make this clear. If we read a highly modified, that is scribally changed tale, like The Table, the Stick, and the Ass, we'll see why it is that while we all know the name Cinderella or the Frog Prince or Rapunzel, we don't think so quickly of The Table, the Stick, and the Ass. This tale is one in which a father has a goat, and he sends each of his sons, it's triplicated, one after another, to bring the goat out to pasture. In each case, the goat lies and says that she has not been properly fed, and the father becomes angry, and eventually he drives his sons away. When the sons are away, each of them has an adventure, a journey and return. And in each adventure, each son is tested, and each one passes the test and acquires a magical table that can lay out food, a magical stick that can beat people and protect you, and a magical ass that can spit out gold coins. They feel quite good, and as is always the case in fairy tales, it's the youngest son who saves the day. He comes back with the most important of these and frees his brothers who have been kept in a village nearby because the people were angry at their magical activities. He brings his brothers back home to the father, and they explain what really happened with the goat. The father becomes angry at having been fooled by the goat and drives the goat out. The goat then has adventures. 3. The goat has been shaved by the father as a sign of her disgrace. She is attacked by different animals. And by the third attack, that of bees, she is driven off forever. And that's the end of the story. So, is it a story about a goat? Is it a story about fathers and sons? In fact, you can think of this as 3 separate stories. There's the story of the goat who makes believe she won't eat. There's the story of the sons who come ultimately to be able to have power and return and take over their home. And then there's the story of the goat who is being punished by the other animals. By interconnecting these, by submerging one within the other, what the Grimm brothers did with the tales that they collected was produce a story that they may have liked literarily, but it violates the fundamental Propian structure. We can see the work of the scribal hand destroying the elegant simplicity of the Propian structure. Now, by comparison, we have The Frog Prince. Now, The Frog Prince also turns out to be a learned story. The Frog Prince, by the way, is not the story that most of us tend to remember about kissing a frog and having him turn into a prince. It begins with the princess, who goes out into the woods to play with her golden ball, and she is so beautiful that the very sun stops and looks down at her in admiration. The sun being the oldest symbol of a monotheistic God, the golden ball being a symbol of God, and as well as, of course, royalty, and she throws it up in the air, and she's playing catch with it, but she misses it and falls down into a well of water so deep that she cannot even see it. A frog nearby says, "I will get you back your ball. If you will be my playfellow, let me eat at your plate and sleep in your bed." She agrees. He goes down into the water and comes back out with the ball. We remember, of course, that water is a sign of fertility. Frogs, because they can move from one realm to another, suggest the possibility of one kind of life transforming into another. But she really doesn't want the frog, so she takes the ball and she runs away. The frog hops after her. This is a retelling, in an interesting way, of the story of Atalanta, the story about a girl, a princess, who would not be willing to marry, despite her father, the king, telling her that she must, unless a man could come along who could beat her in a foot race. Hippomenes is the beneficiary of the mercy of a goddess who tells him where he can find the golden apples of the Hebrides. He takes those golden apples, and as he runs through the forest, he drops first one, then another, triplicate. And Atalanta keeps stopping to pick up one after the other. So Hippomenes beats her back to the castle, and though she does not want to marry, the king says she must. All right, she must. But it turns out marriage agrees with her, and she's glad that she had to submit to authority. In the case of the Frog Prince, the frog hops back and comes into the castle after the princess. The king says, "What is this?" The princess explains what the frog is doing there, that she had made this promise, but the frog is ugly. The king says, No, you must fulfill your promise." So he hops up on the table and eats out of her plate. He's trying to be her playmate as well. And then after the meal, he hops after her to her bedroom. She takes one look at the frog, and in the Grimm's version, she picks him up and flings him against the wall, where he smashes and falls down, instantly transformed into a handsome prince. Seeing the prince in her bedroom, this all looks a little different to the princess, and they live happily ever after. Now, the story here follows an exact Propian structure. It begins with the absentation of the princess from the prince, from the king. It has a test. It has a magical gift. It gives us both departure and return, and so on. Even though we can see, because of its connection with the ancient Roman Ovid and his description of the story of Atalanta, that this is a scribal change of the oral tale, it makes no difference. The tale persists, and its meaning stays with us. So, as long as we keep this structure, we know we can hang tremendously powerful meanings on them. Authority, who can tell you what to do, is clearly important in fairy tales. In Rapunzel, for example, the witch has authority, but she can be flouted because the heroine has fertility, and the witch does not. In The Gallant Tailor, we have a youth, a young man, who's a liar, like the girl in The Three Spinsters. He kills 7 7 flies with 1 shot, and is so puffed up with his own bravery that he embroiders a saying on his own belt that says 7 with 1 blow. He's taken to be a great killer, and he lies his way into a position in which ultimately he becomes a king. Why is he allowed to do that? Because he has youth. There's the story of Rumpelstiltskin. A miller's daughter claims to be able, she's lying, but she wants to get on the good side of the prince, to be able to spin straw into gold. She can't. But along comes a spirit of the woods, Rumpelstiltskin, who says, well, I'll do it for you if you like. But like the witch in Rapunzel says, but when you have a child, the child must be mine. He does spin the straw into gold. She does marry. She does have a child, but then she's unwilling to repay her part of the bargain. However, when she says, I would rather have something living than all of the things that are valuable that are not living, he relents and says, all right, you can keep the child if you can guess my name. Of course, he has a very unusual name. But one of the princesses, the queen-to-be, the princess's servants, follows him into the woods and hears him giving his own little speech about what his name may be. Actually, on the first 2 times that he comes back to the princess, she gets it wrong, but there's triplication, and on the 3rd time, she has now been told what his name really is. She says his name, and he is so angry that he stamps his foot into the ground and drives himself into the ground, where he dies. Why is it fair for Rumpelstiltskin to die for having done exactly what he said he would do, and even giving the princess a second chance? It's not fair. The morals of fairy tales aren't that the world is fair. The morals of the fairy tales are that if you're youthful, strong, beautiful, and all the things that that stands for, meaning beloved of your parents, that you will succeed, and others will not. Authority can be flouted if you have the power to do so. If not, as the princess in The Frog Prince did not until she became married to a prince and able to move up herself, you had best listen. When Cinderella has no doubt about her fairy godmother helping her, we understand that. It's a godmother. But in works of imagination intended for adults, for example in Hamlet, the situation is not nearly so clear. Remember, the opening scene of Hamlet shows Hamlet on the battlements of the castle confronting the ghost of his father, who tells him how uneasily he rests because he's been murdered. And most of the rest of the play is Hamlet trying to figure out how, in what way he can, if indeed he should, avenge the death of his father. The fairy godmother comes to help the child. The ghostly godfather comes to tell the child what he must do. In the adult work, the imagination is equally strongly involved. But understanding what to do with it is no longer so simple, because the world of adults is not so simple as we at least would like to have children be able to believe their world may be. The Grimm brothers consciously built their stories on this universal structure. Their aim was to establish a German culture. The German culture ultimately led to a German state. What do these tales tell us? They tell us that beautiful people deserve better fates than ugly people, all things being equal. They also tell us that the world is a sexist domain. Consider the difference between the story of Hansel and Gretel and the story of Cinderella. In the story of Hansel and Gretel, most people don't recall that there are really 2 trips that the children make into the woods after Hansel has heard that their stepmother wants to abandon them because there's not enough food to eat. On the first trip, Hansel leaves a trail of flints, and they follow those flints back. On the second trip, they leave a trail of breadcrumbs. However, the birds eat the breadcrumbs. It is because the birds eat the breadcrumbs that the children are left in the woods, where they encounter the female witch, who has an attractive house made of food, but the food is only a lure because she wants to make the children into food herself. Why is it that the flints worked and the breadcrumbs did not? We get the answer by looking at Cinderella. In Cinderella, after the stepmother throws the lentils into the ashes, the birds come down and pick the lentils out for Cinderella. They don't eat them, though they could eat them as easily as they could eat breadcrumbs. Cinderella is female, and food is the domain of females, universally in Grimm's fairy tales. Flints are used to strike fire in a rifle. That is the domain of males. In Little Red Cap, or Little Red Riding Hood as it's more usually known in English, the huntsman comes and aims his gun at the wolf, but thinks someone may be alive in there. When he picks up scissors to cut open the wolf's belly, he's using a female implement, and when Red and her grandmother come out, we have an ironic kind of birth, where they then become the fertile, powerful figures and undo that birth when Red sows the stones into the wolf's belly. We have male domain and female domain. And if males do what males should do, they will succeed. If females do what females should do, they will succeed. But if they try to work in each other's domains, they will fail. The Frog Prince is not a frog. Our memory that the kiss turns the frog into a prince is false. Not only is there no kiss, but rather an act of violence, but the frog, we need to understand, had already been a human being. The frog is not turned into a prince. He is turned back into a prince. The sign of his fundamental humanity is that he speaks. And in fact, in the world of fairy tales, we have equally well a set of distinctions, just like that between male and female, that lets us know what should count as human and what should not. So that sometimes we will have talking animals in the same tale in which other animals do not speak. There's one tale in which a mute horse is slaughtered by his rider to feed a society of ants, the king of whom begs him for help. We know that those who are of us deserve our help. Those who are not can be used. The world of Grimm's fairy tales is, in fact, somewhat brutal. As we look at these tales, we have to understand that they can be used to shape many morals. Males, in general, are better than females. The way in which Cinderella achieves her consolation is not only by moving up socially, but by submitting to the authority of a man. We know that the higher social orders are better than the lower social orders. We even know that life in the city is better than life in the country. With all of this being integrated into tales that hang on a fundamental structure that all human beings share, the question arises, what can you do with this? The Grimm brothers, of course, decided to make Germany, as it were. In their own lifetime, besides publishing 3 volumes of stories that together came to somewhat over 200, they also published a single version of their tales, a small select group, their favorites. And in that group, they had a tale called The Jew Among the Thistles. This particular tale is one that got dropped out in the late 19th century when people published 1-volume editions of Grimm's fairy tales. and then was brought back in again during the Nazi period, and has since been expunged again from one-volume editions of Grimm, although you can find it easily in the complete works. The story of the Jew among the thistles goes like this. There was, we are told, an upright, hard-working, kind-hearted servant who gives a dwarf the only money that he has. The dwarf rewards him by giving this kind-hearted, upright servant a magic fiddle that can set anyone who hears it dancing. The Jew, not even a Jew, but in the Grimm's telling, the Jew, happens upon the servant and tries to cheat him. The servant throws him into a briar patch and starts fiddling. The Jew has no choice but to dance, and he dances and dances until his beard is torn, his clothing and flesh are streaming with tatters, and he calls out in a phrase that the Grimm brothers seem to think was quite fun to listen to, Oy vey, which of course is German. The servant leaves the Jew, goes into town, but the Jew comes after him and complains to the justice that he has been tormented by that lad. There is a trial, and the lad is convicted. As he is standing on the gallows, he begins to fiddle again, and the Jew begins to dance. And everyone sees that, in fact, the Jew did something wrong, and for that, the lad is left off the gallows, and the Jew is put in his place and killed. Now, we've seen often in Grimm's fairy tales that our idea of justice may not be everybody's idea of justice, that an attempt to cheat that fails ultimately leads to a happy idea that the attempted cheater should be killed, seems entirely wrong, while the actual robbery that the upright servant performs by taking away the Jew's money with him goes unpunished. However, the Grimm brothers didn't really collect oral folk tales. The Grimm brothers were professors, and we all know how professors rely on the help of friendly graduate students. They sent their graduate students out to the farms to try to collect tales, and their graduate students wrote them down as best they could. There were no tape recorders in those days. In fact, shorthand hadn't yet been invented. The Grimm brothers themselves went to the neighborhood they lived in, and they talked to a number of housewives, middle-class housewives, who told them the stories they sort of remembered. And Jacob was in charge of this collection activity. He then took versions of the stories and gave them to Wilhelm, who went through the repetitions that we would naturally expect and tried to come up with single versions of the tales, which he then made to sound good and published them. Now, he didn't just use these not actually orally collected tales. He also used other existing sources of tales, like Charles Perrault's late 17th century version of fairy tales. And we have found in the Grimm Brothers library a volume of Italian folk tales, within which there is a story not of the Jew among the thistles, but the friar among the thistles. The Grimm brothers took a story they already knew, and instead of having it be a story that attacked the authority, the perverted authority, in the teller's view, of the church, used it to attack Jews. The Grimm brothers took fundamental realities of human imagination and used them to create stories that last through all of human history, in such a way that collectively they teach sexism, they teach class stratification, and in fact taught anti-Semitism. But they did this in such a way as to bind together a nation. The power of the imagination is limitless.
Lecture 3. Hoffman and the Theory of the Fantastic.
Ernst Theodor Wilhelm Hoffmann, ETA Hoffmann, was a romantic polymath. He had a restless desire to create. In fact, he produced significant work as an author of fiction, a government legal counselor, a music critic, a caricaturist, and a composer. He changed his own middle name, Wilhelm, to Amadeus to honor Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, hence ETA Hoffmann. But the Tales of Hoffmann are not by Hoffmann. The Tales of Hoffmann is an opera by Jacques Offenbach based on three of Hoffmann's stories, The Sandman, Counselor Crespel, and The Lost Reflection. Tchaikovsky's ballet The Nutcracker uses Alexander Dumas' adaptation of Hoffmann's The Nutcracker and the Mouse King. In other words, Hoffmann not only produced in many, many areas, he was influential in many, many areas, most of them, that is, the artistic ones, full of imagination. He is what we would call a romantic polymath. The terms romance and romantic have 6 related meanings that bear on the study of the arts. They are the Romance languages, romantic content, romantic attitudes and themes, the Romantic period in art, the Romantic poets, and the Romantic structure in art. Let me explain each of these in turn, because, as we will see, imaginative works are always, in some sense, romantic. First, the Romance languages are those descended from Latin, the language of Rome, hence French, Spanish, Italian, Romansh, Romany, Portuguese, and so on. But Northern Europeans viewed Rome as exotic, mysterious, flamboyant. So the Romance languages are not merely a set of languages, but languages that convey a certain affinity to whatever exoticism, mystery, and flamboyance may mean. The second, romantic content, tells us something about that. Romantic content is erotically charged, or in some other way heightened over the merely natural. This use of the term romantic, like the term fantastic, is often opposed to the term realistic. It was a romantic idea, it was a realistic idea. There are also romantic attitudes and themes. These stress the importance of the ego and strong emotion. The Romantic period in art, at least for English speakers, conventionally is said to begin with the publication of Wordsworth and Coleridge's quite personal volume called Lyrical Ballads in 1798. What Coleridge and Wordsworth said they were about was recording the real language of the people. Anyone who reads their poems knows that people don't really speak that way, but they speak much more that way than was the language of the preceding period, the balanced cadences of the neoclassic period. The canonical Romantic poets in English are, of course, Wordsworth and Coleridge, and also Shelley, Keats, and Byron. In the Germanic cultures, the key Romantic writers are Goethe and Hoffmann. Then there is the Romantic structure in art, particularly in literature. Romantic structure indicates a work in which the ideals that are posited, sometimes only by implication, at the very beginning, are fulfilled by the end. Now, let me try to exemplify this. Going all the way back, for example, to the classic tale Daphnis and Chloe by Longus. In the first chapter, an infant boy is found abandoned on an island, and he has with him a little golden scepter. In the second chapter, A little infant girl is found, abandoned on the other side of the island, and around her waist is a little golden chain. They will be found by shepherds, they will be raised, but we already know, because of the golden tokens with which they're found and the parallelism of their discovery, that Daphnis and Chloe are going to turn out to be of royal birth. They will come together, and ultimately they will marry. Of course, along the way, their true identities have to be discovered. When they fall in love, the course of romance may not be smooth. In fact, pirates kidnap Chloe, and Daphnis has to go and retrieve her. But in the last chapter of the book, the two of them together go off into the cave of Hymen, the god of marriage. In other words, they come together. From the very beginning, we can see that the ideal for these characters is that they will be joined in some high estate. And the end is simply the ratification that this original understanding of the ideal was true. When I use the word ideal in this sense, I don't necessarily mean ideally good. I mean ideal in the same way that Plato uses the word ideal, that is, something perfect. So we have, for example, in American literature, a work like The Jungle, in which at the beginning we see that the character, the poor downtrodden immigrant, is likely to have his condition go from bad to worse. And indeed, as we go through the book, his condition goes from bad to worse, to worse, to worse, to worse. At the end of that book, suddenly the author, Upton Sinclair, has the main character enlightened, and he says, yes, workers of the world unite. Chicago, that's where it's set, will be ours. And in theory, it's a happy ending. In fact, most readers feel that the ending is simply tacked on, that the real story is the story of the degradation of Yorgos, the main character, by the packing industry, in the meat packing industry in which he works. We can have ideals that are bad. We can have ideals that are good. The point is that they are, in some sense, ideal. Realistic works of literature do not necessarily fulfill opening ideals. We don't know at the beginning of The Sun Also Rises by Hemingway how the story will end. But we know at the beginning of Daphnis and Chloe that they will come together. Most works, in fact, are romantic. Despite the critical preference for realism since the late 19th century, in fact, most of the works in the world are imaginative and often romantic because people are satisfied by having their predictions confirmed. So we have 6 uses for the term romantic. Romantic languages, romantic content, romantic attitudes and themes, that ego, the romantic period in art, when that ego is justified, validated, and expressed in the language of the people, particularly by the romantic poets, fulfilling romantic structures in art. Indeed, most of the imaginative works that we would discuss will in fact be seen to be in one way or another romantic. Hoffman was a romantic polymath. Art is a central subject in Hoffman's own stories. The title character of Counselor Crespel is odd, self-indulgent, yet it turns out fantastically successful as his own architect. Notice that Counselor Crespel is, as Hoffman was, a legal counselor. He is able to work as an architect with a plan, just as Hoffman was a caricaturist. In this story, Counselor Crespel builds his house according to a plan in his own head. The angles are crazy. The layout is odd. And yet, when he's done, the home is beautiful. He indulges himself in music. The backstory of Counselor Crespel is that he had an extraordinary love, a singer named Angela, but she died. And all he has left is his beautiful daughter, Antonia. Antonia, however, is frail, and it becomes clear that if Crespel were to allow his daughter to sing at the fullness of her vigor, she would risk killing herself. Antonia falls in love with a man known as B, with a dash after it, and Counselor Crespel knows that she, Antonia, is tempted always to make beautiful music with B. Not only metaphorically, but literally, B plays the piano. One evening when B is in the house, Counselor Crespel leaves the room, but he hears them singing. An appalling fear was combined with a rapture he, Crespel, had never heard and had never before experienced. At the moment of hearing his daughter singing, instead of stopping her, perhaps he listens, perhaps he swoons. The next thing the narrative tells us is that he awakens from an unconscious state, goes into the parlor, and finds his daughter has died. Counselor Crespel indulges his own passion, his romance for music, to retrieve the romance for Angela that exists only in the body of Antonia, with fatal consequences for his daughter. Art is powerful in the fantasies of E.T.A. Hoffmann. One of Hoffmann's most extraordinary stories is called The Doubles, Die Doppelgänger in German. This story is full of characters who are, in fact, doubles of each other. In literary terms, a doppelganger is one of a set of characters who together map out a single psychological space. In Hoffmann's tale, The Doubles, we have two young men who are doubles for each other, although they don't know it. One of the young men is in love with a woman named Natalie, but he does not know that she exists. He is a painter and has been painting her from his imagination. The other young man actually knows Natalie, and he is in love with her. They compete for Natalie's love. It turns out that they are themselves the children of two men, a prince, Fürst, and a count, Graf, who themselves were doubles in running the princedom. They were married to women who themselves were doubles, and all of these were friends of each other. They had, these two couples, two sons. The sons were switched at birth and raised by one of their counselors. He kept them safe because of political upheaval, and later they come to fall in love with Natalie, his daughter. The story has even more doubles in it. There are, for example, the innkeepers of the Silver Lamb and the Golden Ram inns, which are on opposite sides of the same street. What is amazing about this story is that the way in which it is told, we ourselves, as readers, find that we cannot follow the story. That is, we are confused as to which character is which, not because we can't write it down and make a map of them, but because their physical characteristics, their desires, are so interchangeable in some ways that it's almost as if we see one when we think we're seeing the other. At one point, one of the characters is shot and wounded and develops a wound that now makes him physically identical to the character he had previously been a double for, but physically different. When the painter sees the real Natalie, he realizes that this has been the woman of his dreams all along. And so they're both vying for the same woman. In grammatical terms, technical terms, the word ambiguity refers to a semantic structure which is susceptible to more than one interpretation, equally valid. So, for example, flying planes can be dangerous. That sentence has two meanings. Piloting aircraft can be dangerous. Watch out, there can be planes coming by. Flying planes are dangerous. If the two different meanings are from the same realm, then ambiguity simply creates indecision. But if the two different meanings come from fundamentally different realms, that is, if they are in worlds that have basically different ground rules, then ambiguity creates the fantastic. I walked down the street and turned into a drugstore. In one realm, I simply made a left. In the other realm, poof, I became an aspirin dispenser. Those two realms, the ground rules of one world are like ours, the ground rules of the other. Magic applies. When ambiguity makes us shift instantly from one set of ground rules to another, we have the fantastic. More generally, the fantastic is the affect, that is, the psychological response, created by the quick, complete reversal of the fundamental assumptions held by a reader at a given moment as the reader proceeds. Or more technically, the fantastic is the affect generated by the diametric, diachronic reversal of the ground rules of the narrative world. Diametric means all the way across, as in the diameter of a circle. Diachronic means through time. That's as opposed to synchronic, all at one time. I'll repeat. The fantastic is the affect generated by the diametric, diachronic reversal of the ground rules of the narrative world. In a fairy tale, that reversal happens with the opening conventional formula. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful golden-haired princess. We know we're in a fantastic world. In fact, one in which animals can talk. And if we encounter them talking, we don't have that as a shock. There's no new reversal. But if I were to say, once upon a time, there was a beautiful golden-haired princess, and she fell deeply in love with an accountant named Harry Mendelbaum, that would be more fantastic yet. Because in the world that begins once upon a time, there are no accountants. There are only wealthy kings and poor beggars. The ground rules have made a diametric, diachronic reversal. Note that the fantastic arises not out of something that does not exist. There really are accountants in the world. It arises in the process of reading. Grimm's fairy tales are fantastic, but they are not true fantasies. But a work like The Doubles by Hoffman, in fact, is a true fantasy because its use of ambiguity, our inability to be able to know which character is which at any given moment, makes us feel this constant off-centering that characterizes the fantastic. In Ritter Gluck, we see that this reversal occurs at all four levels of a narrative that can conserve, that is, hang on to, diachronic, happening through time, information. Those four levels that conserve diachronic information are style, thematic development, character development, and plot. There's a place at the beginning of Ritter Gluck where our viewpoint character is sitting outside in a plaza in Berlin. It's the autumn. He is watching the people walk by, and he sees Dandies, which represents, I guess, something about how people dress. Solid citizens with their wives and adored children. I'm not sure you can tell how adored they are by the way they are dressed. All dressed in their Sunday best. Clergymen, maybe or maybe not identifiable by dress. Jewesses, certainly not identifiable by dress. Junior barristers, their junior status, how understood? Prostitutes, who are supposedly blending in with everyone else. Professors, milliners, dancers, officers, etc. That is, the very catalog of passers-by itself keeps asking us to redefine how we know what these people are. The ground rules at the level of style are sort of changing. I walked down the street and turned into a drugstore. In fact, Ritter Gluck listens, in Ritter Gluck, the viewpoint character listens as a band starts to play, and he suddenly hears an octave interval and screams out, "Ah, an execrable octave." The man next to him understands and says, "Ah, you find that terrible as well." It turns out this man claims to be a great composer named Ritter Gluck. Now, this particular story was published years after Gluck really died, as Hoffmann's readers would have known. As you read the story, you realize that nobody else ever sees Ritter Gluck but the viewpoint character. The viewpoint character goes back to Gluck's, or whoever it is, his house, and enters his back room through dark and parting curtains. It's almost as if it were a regression. He is told that Ritter Gluck had a vision in which he went off to a celestial realm and heard the euphon, this ideal sound, and then came back to earth and tried to compose music accordingly, and that was a violation, and so he has been condemned to stay on earth forever. He wants to play his own music, and he takes the books of the music off his shelf and asks the viewpoint character to turn the pages. Miraculously, the pages are blank, but Ritter Gluck is able to play the music perfectly. Since the viewpoint character knows Gluck's work, he turns the pages at the appropriate point. It is only at the end, when they have finished a composition, that the ghost, or whoever he is, says to the viewpoint character, "I am Ritter Gluck." The way the story is told, we don't know whether that character who speaks is an inspired madman who just turns out to be a terrific pianist and has memorized the works of Gluck, or is a ghost, or is a projection of the insanity of our own viewpoint character who is driven crazy by the mere sound of an octave interval. The fact that the story does not resolve itself, that through its structural ambiguities it goes on with us never knowing what the fundamental ground rules ultimately shall be, helps us understand why this work, unlike fairy tales, is not merely fantastic, but a true fantasy. Hoffmann said that his own favorite among his tales was The Golden Pot, and he subtitled it a modern fairy tale. What makes it modern, of course, is that it goes well beyond regular fairy tales. It gives us, for instance, a character who drops ink on the very pages that he is supposedly copying, and hence changes their meanings. He falls in love with a creature who may be one of three green snakes, or may be a denizen of Atlantis. He works for an archivist who probably is a librarian, but may be a wizard from Atlantis sent to Earth. He is thwarted by an old woman who sells apples, good old apples from the Garden of Eden, or may be a witch, or may be the old enemy from Atlantis of the archivist who may not in fact be a librarian, etc., etc. The way the story is narrated, we see through that viewpoint character, through that young man who's the copyist, and we can't tell sometimes what we're seeing or not. And so we feel the very fantasy that Hoffmann is explaining happens. And at the end, that viewpoint character is said to be in the inkwell. And we can't tell whether he has simply decided to live out his life wanting that girl, that snake, that figure from myth, and psychologically he will spend his time writing it out, or he is really trapped as a homunculus inside a crystal inkwell, or he has now gone back to Atlantis with her and exists in our world only in the story that Hoffman has written. The story is a true fantasy. One of Hoffman's most important fantasies, one that gives us great important insight into the general field, is one called The Sandman. The Sandman is the story of a boy whose father dabbled in alchemy. One day, one of his father's fellow dabblers comes along and is vile at dinner. He touches the boy's food, making it unclean from the boy's viewpoint. The boy hides in a cupboard in the father's workroom, where after dinner the father and the visitor repair to do alchemical experiments, and as it happens, there's an explosion. With that explosion, the father is killed. Years later, the boy meets an eyeglass salesman, and that eyeglass salesman causes him to swoon into some magic vision of wanting the eyes. I need the eyes, the eyeglass salesman says in the boy's dream, or now the young man's dream. All of this is set within the story of the relationship of the viewpoint character to a woman named Clara. Clarity, clear vision. And he, the viewpoint character, is complaining of the difficulty of his relations with the eyeglass salesman in a letter he sends to his friend Lothar. But in fact, he sends it to Clara by mistake. Clara explains that this was perhaps an error, that he really wanted her to see it, what we would now call a Freudian slip. But of course, Freud had not begun writing then. Freud was not alive then. Freud, however, takes this story in which the man becomes ever more invested in his fantasy and uses it as the main example for his own most important work on fantasy. In the story, the man falls in love with a robot named Olympia, but no one else understands Olympia to be real, only this fellow. Eventually, however, having projected life into it, he is driven crazy and whirls around on the top of a bell tower and plunges to his death. Freud sees this story as exemplifying the following. First, that art, the creation of Olympia, the writing of poems to Olympia by the viewpoint character, art is created by trauma. In other words, we have something go wrong with us and we need to compensate. Art arises from the unconscious. We don't know we're doing it. Art is compensatory and art is repetitive. Art is repetitive. These 4 points, traumatic, unconscious, compensatory, repetitive, form the basis of Freud's theory, which he puts forth in a 1919 essay called The Uncanny. Hoffman believed in depth psychology. That is, he believed in the notion that we have an underlying unconscious or subconscious mind that is more powerful than the mind of which we are conscious. But he didn't particularly believe in Freudian theory. The Sandman does support a tripartite notion of the psyche, a superego, the father figure in the Sandman, say, who wants us to behave certain ways, the id, or the libido, more specifically, that is the id, the underlying energies to act and consume and have desire, or specifically libidinous energies, sexual activity and desire, which need to come together and be conjoined, coordinated for there to be a healthy ego. This tripartite view of the psyche, superego, ego, libido, fits perfectly with the Sandman. But in the doubles, we have the ego in a quadripartite map, the map that Freud's erstwhile student, Carl Gustav Jung, had, where the ego can have a double who is a better version of the self, and a dark double who perverts the possibilities of the self. If the ego is male, then the female toward which he strives is the anima, like Natalie in the doubles, and there is a dark woman who can be the perversion of those ideals, which you can never be. A male can't be a female. as is the witch who keeps him away from Natalie. If the ego is female, then the striving is for a male animus and a dark man. In fact, the union of these pieces in the tripartite manner or the quadripartite manner of Freud or Jung is what gives psychological strength. Art is what allows that in Hoffmann. Art is a matter of inspiration. We are taken over by it, as in Ritter Gluck, as in Counselor Crespel. When you write a poem, you can survive it. But if need be, as in the doubles, you must renounce. And neither character winds up with Natalie. They're better off. Art could help us from fantasy, but not overcome the dangers of sex. For Hoffmann, and for many of the world's great imaginative artists, the achievement of art depends upon both embracing and disciplining the fantastic.
Lecture 4. Poe, Genres and Degrees of the Fantastic.
Edgar Allan Poe, an American who was one of the most imaginative writers in the history of the world, has also been among the most controversial critically. He sought explicitly to have each of his stories culminate in an overpowering emotional effect for the reader. In works like The Oval Portrait, The Black Cat, and William Wilson, he taps into some of humanity's deepest fantasies: fear of dying, fear of loneliness, fear of oneself. By examining these works, as well as other supposed horror stories such as The Telltale Heart and The Cask of Amontillado, we see how a writer can use the fantastic less or more in representing similar materials. Poe's formal variations on a theme allow us to sketch a continuum of the fantastic that provides a framework for relating all fantastic literature. In addition, what Poe called tales of ratiocination, which we would place under detective fiction or science fiction, provide a starting point for showing how the fantastic is crucial in the whole process of genre development. The writing of Edgar Allan Poe has too often been dismissed for reasons that do not hold up under scrutiny. Biographical complaints include the notions that he was an alcoholic and a pervert. The idea that he was an alcoholic is supported by the fact that he was found lying unconscious in an alley by a bar in his relatively young adulthood, in his 40s, and ultimately, a few days later, died. In fact, modern evidence that Richard Thompson at Purdue University has uncovered suggests that it is quite possible that Poe was allergic to alcohol rather than an alcoholic. We have no evidence that he actually drank a lot. But even if he were an alcoholic, claiming that his writing is nothing but the outpourings, as it were, of an alcoholic is clearly foolish, because if drinking alcohol made one a great and lasting writer, the world would be full of them. The idea that he was a pervert is based on the fact that he married his first cousin, who was only 13 at the time, and that he never married again after her early death. It's important to know that this first cousin, Virginia Clem, was of legal age when he married her, that marrying first cousins was not only legal, but somewhat common at the time. His marriage was public. It was blessed by her mother. It was legal, it was devoted, and it ended only with her death in 1847. They married in 1836, but in 1842, that is 6 years into the marriage but 5 before her death, she was diagnosed with tuberculosis. And so for half of his marriage, he lived in fear, in the knowledge that his bride would come to an early demise. This does not sound to me like a pervert. It sounds to me like a deeply saddened man. People also complain that Poe's writing is simply too slick. The Raven, for example, is a poem that is very, very well known. It begins, "Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. 'Tis some visitor," I muttered, "tapping at my chamber door. Only this and nothing more." The poem is so compelling in its rhythm. The language flows so liquidly that one can honestly believe that all Poe is trying to do is show off. In fact, this fellow nearly napping has been trying to get surcease of his sorrow from books because his beloved Lenore has died. In the whole of this lengthy poem, the stanzas end in the first half always with the word nameless forevermore, and then nothing more, nothing more. When the raven who lands on the bust of Pallas Athena, the goddess of wisdom, finally speaks, he hears it as saying nevermore, and then every stanza ends with nevermore. To read The Raven as a poem about showing off one's verbal skill is to ignore that this poem, written in 1845, more than halfway through Virginia's illness, is itself an effort in which Poe, like Hoffman's characters, writes poetry in order to try to accommodate symbolically the fears that he has. In this way, using art to accommodate symbolically our own fears, we see that Poe's poem does for him, the author, much that fairy tales have done for people for generations. Nonetheless, it's easy to make fun of Poe's poetry because it reads so easily. Annabel Lee begins like this, and I apologize to Poe for giving it this sing-songy reading. "It was many and many a year ago in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child," and now I'd like to switch to a more reasonable reading because the compulsion of the rhythm does not have to be born foolishly. "I was a child, and she was a child in this kingdom by the sea. But we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabel Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabel Lee, so that her high-born kinsman came and bore her away from me, to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea." The very gods conspire to keep this love from being consummated. And so finally, this beautiful sounding poem ends, "And so all the night tide I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in the sepulchre there by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea." If we can step back from the captivating beauty of the language, we realize that Annabel Lee is a poem about necrophilia. It's a poem about not wanting to let go of the lost, young love. Poe writes gorgeous, captivating poems. These complaints that he was, in fact, just an alcoholic or merely trying to write slick stuff is, I think, wrong. But it is supported by an essay he wrote, now called The Short Story, but originally published as a review of Nathaniel Hawthorne's Twice Told Tales. In this, he claims that what people should do, what authors should do, is construct their stories so as to create a single preconceived effect. Single preconceived effect. He wants people to see his work as mechanically produced, clear-sightedly. Aristotle defines art as the organized habit of production. A work that some would say supports this complaint against the mechanical construction is Poe's short story, The Cask of Amontillado. In The Cask of Amontillado, we begin by having a character say, this is the very first line, "The 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne as best I could, but when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. You," we don't know who this is, it's the reader, but whom are we to be? "You who so well know the nature of my soul will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to a threat. At length I would be avenged. But," he says, "if you let the victim know, then they can defend against it. And vengeance is no vengeance if the victim does not know." And so what this character does is tempt his cousin Fortunato for this unnamed insult down into a wine cellar to try a famous cask of Amontillado, a kind of wine. When he has him in the wine cellar, he begins to bind him and then bricks up the wall. The last words we hear from Fortunato are a plea to be released, and he calls the narrator by his name, Montresor, or, in French, Mon Trésor. Fortunato means fortune. Mon Trésor, my treasure, is a French term of endearment used often by parents of children. What we have here is some young man who resents the authority of some older man and walls him up, puts him back in the tomb, puts him back in the womb, promising him wine and intoxication, but in fact giving him death. Now this looks like, for the love of God, Montresor, and the last line, Pace and Requiescat, rest in peace. Requiescat in pace, rest in peace. It sounds like it's just supposed to give us that thrill of the horrible, but not when we understand that the names make references, not when we understand that this is a mingling of French, Montresor, Spanish, Amontillado, and Italian, Fortunato culture. This is a story in the Gothic tradition about that romantic world of the Romance languages and curses and family feuds and a sense of wanting to have more power than authority will let you have. This is a very rich story, if we read it carefully. Most of Poe's works, including this one with a fear of premature burial, can be read through an identification with the victim as dealing with common fears. In this case, however, we can also read through an identification with the narrator and see this as a fear that many of us may feel about our own potential for violence. That potential is explored in William Wilson, a story much like Hoffman's The Doubles, in which one character named William Wilson happens to be a reprobate, a gambler, a cheat, and he is at college where there is another young man named, as it happens, William Wilson. And he cheats William Wilson. As the story is narrated, it turns out that no one actually ever is reported as talking to this William Wilson, and yet, at the end, when the cheating William Wilson is so furious at having been disparaged by his college mates because he is such a cheat, he kills the good William Wilson, feeling that that William Wilson is the one who had turned him in, and then realizes he has killed himself. The whole idea of doubles, which Hoffman gives us, which Poe gives us, goes back to a fantasy many of us have as youngsters. Somewhere else in the world, there is another me. And when I raise my hand, he has to raise his. And when you first get that idea about the second self, it's really kind of tempting, until you realize that it may be he who raises his hand and you who have no free will. And that sense of loss of control makes the entire question of doubling problematic. In The Telltale Heart, the loss of control is something that the narrator feels, but we have no reason to believe exists. He sees the old man, and the old man gives him an evil eye, and he comes to resent the old man, and so he eventually, cleverly, he says, letting us know how insane his own mind is, decides that he should kill him. And he does, by throwing the man off the bed and turning the mattress over him and smothering him. Not a convenient way to kill somebody. Now, this killing that he performs is successful, and he buries the body under the floorboards. Eventually, the police come by because the old man is not heard of, and the killer sits there and tries to have an interview with the police. But he hears the telltale heart thumping, the dead heart thumping. Eventually, he can't stand it anymore, and he exclaims to the police, "Yes, yes, just get me away from this telltale heart." They rip open the floorboards, and he is found and brought to justice. The thing is, as you read this story, you recognize that it's entirely possible to fully naturalize it. That is, we could suppose that the narrator of the Telltale Heart is simply hallucinating this sound. He is simply insane. His complaint against the knowledge of the old man, his evil eye, being seen into, he doesn't want to be known, that complaint may simply be manufactured by the young man. There may be no evil or ill intent at all on the part of the old man, yet he dies. And in his guilt for that, the narrator hears the heart and turns himself over to the police for the justice that he knows is his due. In a sense, then, the Telltale Heart isn't a horror story at all. It's a perfectly realistic story told from the viewpoint of a madman. Now, the Black Cat is also a story about somebody who sees some other evil attacking him. In fact, he sees the Black Cat as a malign spirit in his house, and he kills a black cat that he has, that his wife had given him as a present. He is angry that he has killed the cat, but he's done it nonetheless. He's hanged it from a tree and let it be strangled to death. Then he goes off drinking, comes home, falls asleep in a stupor. He is awakened to, he comes home and finds that the house has burned down. The crowd gathered outside the house looks at the remains of the house and says things like, "Amazing, how strange." Only then does the narrator look at the wall plastered above the bed and see that the image of a black cat hanging from a rope is presented in bas-relief. But he says, well, probably what happened is that the neighbors came by, they saw the fire, they realized they thought that I was asleep, they cut the cat down in order to have something convenient to throw in through the window to wake me up, and thus, having justified this to myself, I went on. Well, that's a pretty hard justification. He gets a second cat, and that cat has a white blaze on him. And that white blaze, over the course of time, changes until it looks like an image of the gallows. He comes to truly hate that cat. Now, that white blaze may be changing its shape as a projection on the part of the narrator, the way the telltale heart thumps, but there is nothing odd, there is nothing projected about the bas-relief, because we hear the crowd speaking about it. He's going downstairs into the basement of his house. His wife is coming with him, but the cat is between his feet, and it begins to trip him up. The wife is asking him to be calm. He wants to kill the second cat. As he raises an axe to do so, his wife tries to restrain him, and so he turns and, in fury, buries the axe in his wife's head. He then walls her up in the basement, and when eventually the police come by, he doesn't speak himself. What happens is they hear a sound. They open the wet bricks, and there is her corpse standing, and on her head the screeching black cat. Now, this story shows us that we can take the very same tale, an unexplained insult, an antipathy, a fear of relationship, And we can present it naturally, or we can present it somewhat more fantastically, as the Black Cat is more fantastic than the Telltale Heart. In fact, Poe gives us a whole set of stories with a range of deranged narrators, and these fall along what you could call a continuum of the fantastic, from the most realistic to the most fantastic. Hoffman shows us that works can be more or less fantastic by giving us relatively unambiguous works like Counselor Crespel. Yes, it's fantastic, but we know that the daughter truly died. Or ambiguous works like Ritter Gluck, where at the end we don't know whether that character was Ritter Gluck or a ghost or an hallucination. That's permanently decentered. The affect of the changing ground rules never goes away. At the realistic end of the continuum of the fantastic, we have works that are always to some extent fantastic. Because in fiction, everything counts. And in real life, that's not true. And at the fantastic end, when we use the fantastic exhaustively and get true fantasy, we still have to some extent realism. Because if all we get is the breaking of the rules, up 7, 11 through Gray, that is, I've just uttered a sentence where the grammar breaks down so thoroughly, the rules change so quickly, that meaning is lost. We must have some meaning. We must have some fantasy. So from the realistic end to the fantastic end, any given genre can begin at whatever is its level of the fantastic. Fairy tales come right in the middle. And then become more fantastic by using that affect at the level of style, character development, plot, and thematic development. Hoffman understood that. That's why the subtitle of The Golden Pot is A Modern Fairy Tale. Poe also created what he called tales of ratiocination. That is to say, tales in which we look for reason. We are engaged in these by our reason. Truth will be the single effect of tales of ratiocination, according to Poe in his essay, The Short Story. We would divide those tales into two camps, I think, these days. One, say, is science fiction. The Pit and the Pendulum, which is often thought of as a horror story, is in fact also easily understood as a science fiction story. The narrator is caught in the grip of the Inquisition. He's thrown into a dark pit. In that dark pit, he is about to be cut by a lowering pendulum that has a swinging scimitar sharpened at the end. However, he maneuvers so that the mice come by and eat the surcingle, the monk's rope belt that ties him to a crib like a cradle and lets him be released just before he's to be cut. He walks around blindly inside this pit, feeling the walls as they become hotter and hotter, and as this circular pit goes more and more to oval. As in many of Poe's stories, we find a female figure in a symbolic form that looks to be fearful and deadly. But this is science fiction. The calculation is made, yes, the pendulum must be descending because its period, it must be going faster because it's getting lower. And he understands that the period stays the same. Yes, I know how far around it is because I've counted steps and can multiply. The Purloined Letter is a detective story. It's one of the first great detective stories in which the prefect of police explains that it is impossible to retrieve the letter that was stolen by this person who has it from the mistress of the king. And if that letter does not come back, the king will be subject to blackmail, or at least his mistress will. There are matters of state here. Dupin, the detective, says, how do you know that it's missing? And then the prefect of police explains all of the activities that have been performed in order to find this letter. They have waylaid the supposed thief. They have put knitting needles through the spindles of his furniture. They have gone through his effects at home when he's been out. It can't be found. Dupin says, if I retrieve the letter, what will you give me? And the prefect of police says he'll give him an enormous sum of money. The next thing we see is Dupin calling the prefect back and saying, you might as well fill out your check. I have the letter here. The prefect is aghast, speaks not a word. He looks, there's the letter, and he runs off with it gladly. Dupin then explains to his sidekick what he did. And he explains that people don't look where they expect things to be. They look where they expect them to be hidden. Knowing that it was in none of the places where it might be hidden, Dupin inferred that the letter must be in plain sight. He visited the rooms of the supposed thief and saw that there was a letter case that held letters separately, one after the other, to be dealt with. And so he made a letter that looked the same on the outside as the letter that the mistress had written. But on the inside, it said, "I now have the letter." And he then, when he visited a second time, substituted one for the other, leaving. That meant that the thief now knew that he did not have the letter and could not use it for blackmail, but could be blackmailed in turn. And so Dupin saves the day. This lengthy explanation about having the imagination to do the unexpected, which is to look where something is expected, this new kind of reversal, creates the modern detective story. But the story itself is about half leading up to the moment when the prefect runs out speechless, and half explaining what was done. Over the course of time, as detective stories develop, that crux shifts toward the end. And we can see the fantastic being used to make the genre of the great tale of the great detective ever more enjoyable for people as tastes change. Together, though, the science fictions like The Pit and the Pendulum and the detective fictions like The Purloined Letter are tales of ratiocination. They are, in effect, fundamentally realistic stories applauding the use of the imagination. Not all of Poe's stories applaud the use of the imagination. The Oval Portrait, for example, is a story in which the main character has an unexplained wound, like the unexplained insult of the main character in The Cask of Amontillado. Pedro, his servant, needs to shelter him against the night, and so they break into a tower, into a castle, and Pedro leads him up to the bedroom at the very top of the tower. The first half of the story talks about this invasion of some other person's space, in which the main character lies down and looks around and sees portraits all around the room. And on the night table there is a book, which he opens and discovers in it descriptions of each of the portraits, the subject of the portrait, the occasion of its being made, and so on. The second half of the story is the reading of this book. It is about an artist who paints his beloved, and at the very last moment, when he puts the last touch of paint on the painting, "This is indeed life itself," the artist is reported to have said, and he turns suddenly to regard his beloved. She was dead. It's a horror story, I suppose. It speaks about love being lost to art. This story, it seems to me, is actually much like Annabel Lee. It's about someone who tries through art to capture love, but the love eludes him. I don't believe Poe understood quite how deeply he was responding to his own artistry. I'll remind you of how Annabel Lee begins. "It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. And this maiden, she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me." The Oval Portrait begins that book within the story thus. It's written as prose, but I'm going to break it up. "She was a maiden of rarest beauty, and not more lovely than full of glee. And evil was the hour when she saw and loved, and wedded the painter, he, passionate, studious, austere, and having already a bride in his art. She was a maiden of rarest beauty, and not more lovely than full of glee." Poe has written the poem and the story with the same rhythm to deal with the same issue of lost love. The poem that perhaps is most frequently used to show that Poe is an amazing craftsman, but really only a craftsman, is The Bells. Hear the sledges with the bells, silver bells, what a world of merriment their melody foretells, how they tinkle, tinkle, tinkle in the icy air of night, while the stars that oversprinkle all the heavens seem to twinkle with a crystalline delight, keeping time, time, time in a sort of runic rhyme to the tintinnabulation that so musically wells from the bells, 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 from the jingling and the tingling of the bells. And then follow 3 more stanzas of similarly musical language. Now, what I would like to point out to you is that these 4 stanzas follow a deformed version of Hesiod's, the ancient Greeks' notion of the ages of civilization. Not gold, silver, bronze, iron, but silver, gold, bronze, iron. And each stanza deals with that and a kind of sound and death. We have melody, a single line of music, giving a runic rhyme, it jingles. In the second stanza, we have golden bells, harmony. These are called wedding bells. Immediately in the third stanza, we have alarum bells, brazen bells as fire breaks out. And the last stanza is iron bells, a monody that is not harmony too, but again, a single line, this a requiem for death. What we have in the bells is the same story we had in the Black Cat. First, we had someone who loved animals as a boy. Then his wife gives him a cat. Then, in what should be marital harmony, the house bursts into flame, and then he is alone dealing with death. What we have in the Black Cat is what's called a hypotactic story. Hypotaxis, you connect all the pieces underneath so that we see how one goes with the other. The bells is a paratactic story, one part jammed right against the other. There's no explanation of how we get from one stanza to the next, and yet the bells and the Black Cat, the story being acknowledged as one of the great stories of American literature, follow the same psychological trajectory. Poe's achievement in genre after genre is to induce us to feel fear and yet to know that we are in a fantastic world created by a precise and skillful artist, a world we need not flee, but can admire.
Lecture 5. Lewis Carroll, Puzzles, Language, and Audience.
Lewis Carroll was an adequate mathematician, an extraordinary photographer, and the author of what many consider to be the greatest children's book of all time, Alice in Wonderland. Yet only adult analysis of Alice reveals its powerful, dark underground side, a side that some have argued comes from the author's own supposed psychoses. Alice is a work that strikes us very differently depending upon the time in life when we read it. Comparing it, for example, to his Sylvian Bruno, meant only for children, or to his books of mathematical puzzles, we can see that taken together, Alice and Through the Looking Glass constitute a classic composite fantasy that delights children by its sympathetic indulgence in their desires for novelty, play, and power, and captures adults by motivating us to rethink the roles of language, convention, and art in our lives. Charles Lutwidge Dodson wrote the Alice books under the name Lewis Carroll. Lutwidge Lewis, Charles Carroll. He was, like Hoffman, a polymath, and like Poe, often thought to be a pervert. However, he needs to be understood in his own context. Quite expectedly, as a mathematics don in residence at Oxford University, Carroll was an Anglican clergyman and a bachelor. Unexpectedly, he was the second greatest English photographer of the Victorian period, after a woman photographer, Margaret Julia Cameron. In fact, he had a strong entrepreneurial urge, and among his other achievements was a photography business. He kept an agent in London who sold his photographs composed in many genres. Indeed, some of the most important and famous portraits of the well-known Victorians are Carroll's own. For the families of little children, he often posed them in costume, and sometimes, since at this time photography was thought of as modeling itself on painting, he photographed them nude. He never did this without the permission of their parents, and did so only with the mothers present. However, when once a mother showed a picture of which she was proud to her friend, and the friend expressed shock that the mother had allowed her child to be seen naked, the mother complained to Lewis Carroll. This sensitive man was so aghast that his artistic urges had impinged on the happiness of people he loved the most, typically little children, that he destroyed all of his plates and all of the originals that he had. To this day, the nude child photographs that we have from this second greatest of all Victorian photographers come to us only because they have been treasured and preserved by the families of those who were lucky enough to have them. Of course, one could argue that the extremity of Carroll's reaction comes from an unacknowledged recognition that he was perhaps too interested in children. In our context, that would probably be the right inference. But as I say, in those days, every single Oxford Don who lived in-house was both a clergyman and a bachelor, and to lead an asexual life was not, in some sense, an oddity, but a desired norm. Carroll adored children. When he traveled, he kept a trunk full of amusements with which he could play with strangers he might meet on the train. He made up logic puzzles to try to delight them. For example, one that he actually had published in one of his books of mathematical puzzles is the 24-pig puzzle, which I offer to you to think about while I'm talking, in case you find that what I say is not sufficiently compelling. Carroll's puzzle goes like this. Imagine a square corral. Within this corral, at its four corners, we find four smaller corrals, one in each corner. We have 24 pigs, and we need to distribute them into those sub-corrals in any combination, 1, 2, 3, and the remainder in the fourth, any combination one likes of the 24 pigs. The problem, however, or I should say the puzzle, is to distribute them in such a way that as one goes clockwise from one sub-corral to the next, one always gets nearer 10. The difficulty is that one needs to be able to continue to do this indefinitely, moving around the corral without ever stopping. That's a puzzle. To amuse the daughter, the youngest daughter of his dean, Lewis Carroll wrote Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. The girl was named Alice Pleasance Little, and she was, by all accounts, a delightful child and grew up to be a delightful woman who remained a friend of Carroll's until his dying day. He hand-wrote this tale, and he illustrated it himself. After she expressed delight in it, he gave it to his friend George MacDonald, who showed it to his son Greville, who read it and replied, "Why, this is so wonderful, 50,000 copies of it should be made." Lewis Carroll, the entrepreneur, went into action, lengthened the story, engaged John Tenniel to create illustrations, and produced what became one of the most famous books in all of history. The Alice books form what could be called a composite novel. Alice in Wonderland, published in 1865, is a sunny summer novel written originally to stand alone. The opening chapter shows how art and the fantastic can offer an escape from boredom for children. Here are the first words. Alice was beginning to get very tired of sitting by her sister on the bank of a river, and of having nothing to do. Once or twice she had peeped into the book her sister was reading, but it had no pictures or conversation in it. And what is the use of a book, thought Alice, without pictures or conversations? It's wonderful to see that at this moment, Alice is not only trying to find something to occupy her mind, an imaginative little girl, but she's also talking about the world of books as a possible escape. In effect, what happens in the famous opening scene is that a white rabbit runs by and she concocts her escape by following him down the rabbit hole. It's often said that Alice in Wonderland has two worlds, the above world and the underworld. The above world being realistic, the underworld being fantastic. But that's not so. As soon as Alice, motivated by her boredom, sees the white rabbit who says, I'm late, she has already created the fantastic in that above-ground world. The realm that is realistic in Alice in Wonderland is the realm of adults. It is perhaps the realm of her sister sitting by the bank reading the book without pictures and conversations. The world of the fantastic is the world of Alice's imagination, which begins in the Victorian England and continues right down into all of the adventures underground. The world we explore is Alice's psyche. Now, this beautiful sunny afternoon with Alice's boredom comes introduced to us after some prefatory verses. Lewis Carroll did not write much poetry, but that which he wrote was superb. This is how the book actually begins. These are its prefatory verses. All in the golden afternoon, full leisurely we glide, for both our oars with little skill, by little arms are plied, while little hands make vain pretense our wanderings to guide. Lewis Carroll is in a boat with the three little sisters, and they are having a very casual meander on the river. Ah, cruel three, in such an hour, beneath such dreamy weather, to beg a tale of breath too weak to stir the tiniest feather. This is an afternoon of midsummer, all in the golden afternoon, a moment of time out of time. It's the time of fairy tale, it's the time of myth, it's the time of summer vacation when August lasts forever and school of the next year seems impossibly far away. But notice, as an adult, ah, cruel three. We know who those are. Those are the fates of ancient mythology. These fates control the length of our lives. In such an hour, we're talking about time beneath such dreamy weather, a breath too weak to stir the tiniest feather. The children play with the speaker of the poem, demanding a tale of wonders, and he complies, but tires. And faintly strove that weary one, the speaker, to put the subject by. The rest next time. It is next time, the happy voices cry. Already in the prefatory verses, we see the wordplay that makes us look at language itself and how it communicates. It is the next time, because it's a moment after someone has said, the rest next time. It ends, these verses, Alice, a childish story take, and with a gentle hand, lay it where childhood's dreams are twined in memory's mystic band, like pilgrims' withered wreath of flowers plucked in a far-off land. In the Middle Ages, people would take pilgrimage to sites, holy sites, where they could become restored, where they could regain their health. And in order to mark the fact that they had been in a strange locale, they would take flowers that grew locally there, but not in their homes, and would weave them into a garland which they put on their heads. By the time they returned home, the flowers would be withered. Flowers, which, as we mentioned in discussing Little Red Cap, are the sexual organs of plants. Flowers, which represent procreation, these would wither by the time one came away from those holy places. The pilgrimage, in fact, cannot ultimately prevent us from dying. But that crown of pilgrims that the pilgrims wore is like the crown of Jesus. And this clergyman poet is letting us know that he hopes that the story, though he will die, will live on, because he has made a pilgrimage to the land of children in order to create something to delight them. That far-off land may be death, and if hope works for us, it will be resurrection. Alice in Wonderland is a book very much about death. This is complemented by Through the Looking Glass. Although Alice in Wonderland was written to be freestanding, Through the Looking Glass was written clearly understanding that it would be read after Alice in Wonderland. In 1872, it was published. 7 years later, Alice Little herself was now a teenager. This is a dark story. It's set in the winter. It begins indoors. It begins in front of a fireplace, and above that fireplace is a mirror. Alice looks into that famous mirror and sees that everything is reversed and merges by going into that reversed world. The prefatory verses here are equally nostalgic about Alice growing up. Child of the pure, unclouded brow and dreaming eyes of wonder, though time be fleet and I and thou are half a life asunder. We know that word. What God hath put together, let no man put asunder. This means death. Thy loving smile shall surely hail the love gift of a fairy tale. And in many ways, Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass are fairy tales. The word fairy tale occurs in the next stanza as well. And then, as the verses end and the book itself is about to begin, we say, Come hearken then, ere voice of dread, with bitter tidings laden, shall summon to unwelcome bed a melancholy maiden. We are but older children, dear, who fret to find our bedtime near. Lewis Carroll is letting us know that what we see here stands for larger, deeper, more fatal human concerns. In that opening chapter, though, Alice tries to get out of that world by going into a world of reversals. And it's interesting to see how Lewis Carroll, a very good mathematician, but a brilliant writer, who gets so much right, gets the mirrors wrong. Lewis Carroll depends for his imagistic effects on our belief that mirrors reverse things. And indeed, that is the common belief. But in fact, mirrors do not reverse. You can prove this to yourself very easily. Stand in front of a mirror and hold out your right hand. And what you'll see is your right hand being held out. Well, we reverse right and left. After all, it takes a while to learn as a child to shake hands by extending your right hand over across your body to someone else's right hand. Little children stick their right hand straight forward and reach for someone else's left. We learn that when we face someone, their right is opposite our left, hence the notion of reversal. If, when you look in the mirror, you were to stick one arm up in the air and the other arm down, what you'd see is that the person in the mirror has the up arm up and the down arm down. Up and down don't change in a mirror. Right and left do. The difference between up and down and right and left is this. We all have semicircular canals in our ears that understand where we are in relation to the center of gravity of the earth. It doesn't matter if we're turned upside down, sideways, inside out. We know which way is up and down. It's dependent upon the earth as its frame of reference. Right and left are dependent upon us as a frame of reference. The fantasy that comes from reversal in Alice in Wonderland comes from reversals that are deep within us. We see the world a certain way. The change of that is what creates the fantastic. And Lewis Carroll is in perfect control of that. The latter half of this composite novel has as its presiding metaphor the playing out of a chess game. The former half has the use of playing cards as characters, but no particular game. Because the rules of chess themselves are an overlay on the plot, on the fantastic changes that occur as Alice goes from chapter to chapter, the information density is actually stronger in Through the Looking Glass. Considered alone, in that regard, I would suggest that Through the Looking Glass is the greater work. But it should not be considered alone, because one doesn't get the full feel and power of that work without reading it as the second half of that composite novel. The move from the sunny summer to the dark winter reinforces the approach of death, which is what the books really have as a subtext throughout. Read by a child, of course, the Alice books are quite delightful. They offer jokes, puzzles, and power fantasies. Many of the jokes depend upon nonsense and wordplay. For example, we have The Walrus and the Carpenter. The time has come, the walrus said, to speak of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax and whether pigs have wings. Why the sea is boiling hot and whether pigs have wings. Jabberwocky, 'twas brillig in the slithy toves, did gyre and gimble in the wabe. Oh, mimsy with the borogoves and the momraths outgrave. What is that? What does that mean? I think that when we play with these, we see that there's a delight in language. And children love language. In fact, adults love language, hence the importance of poetry through all of human history. But we see this kind of wonder being played out in language that for adults will have a second meaning. The Walrus and the Carpenter are telling their lovely little story full of nonsense to amuse a group of oysters who are following them along the strand. The oysters look like little children behind them, and as they go, they eat one after another. And at the end they say, well, what do you think of our song, little oysters? And but no one answered, because there were none left. Jabberwocky is a poem about a boy who goes into the woods and meets the Jabberwocky, but manages to dispatch him with his vorpal blade. Tennille's illustration for the Jabberwocky itself was so horrifying that they decided that they could not use it at the intended place in the book because it would scare children too much. Language is powerful. We understand our world through language. There is a wood in Through the Looking Glass that Alice walks through. She emerges from the wood with her arm around a fawn. This is a wood in which things have no names. As they walk out beautifully together, as in the lion shall lie down with the lamb, they look at each other. And Alice says, now I realize you're a fawn. And the fawn realizes Alice is a little girl and takes off with a bound. Language enforces our realities. We can see Lewis Carroll recognizing this in a way that creates true fantasy. In the very first chapter, after Alice has fallen down the rabbit hole, she seeks to get into the garden she can see through a keyhole. But she's too big, so she eats something and she shrinks. But now she's too small to reach the key of the keyhole, which is back on the table. So she eats something else, and she becomes too big. And she can't get to fit through the door. She can't get the size right, but she sees something else to eat, and she does. And she ate a little bit and said anxiously to herself, which way, holding her hand on top of her head to feel which way it was growing, which of course is nonsense because you can't feel how you're growing if you're only touching yourself. And she was quite surprised to find that she remained the same size. To be sure, this is generally what happens when one eats cake. But Alice had got so much into the way of expecting nothing but out of the way things to happen that it seemed quite dull and stupid for life to go on in the common way. So she set to work and very soon finished off the cake. Now, what we see here in this little delightful passage is a number of things that help us understand the functioning of the fantastic in general. Here we have this reversal into the way, out of the way, and so on, in the style itself. Second of all, we have reversal in character development. She thinks that she has control over the world because she's understood its rules, that this is in fact her world, but what it turns out to be is a world that responds to her own inner insecurities as well and thwarts her again and again. Thematically, we see that this story, which looks to be about how the imagination can get us wherever we want, in fact is something different. It's about how the imagination may or may not get us where we want. And the plot, of course, which shows us at this point that we have a forward run, suddenly hits, if not a brick wall, the locked door into the garden. In other words, I'll remind you, the fantastic is that affect which we get from the diametric, diachronic reversal of the ground rules of the narrative world. We have that here in style, character development, thematic development, and plot. In fact, we have that reversal, the fantastic, at all four of the levels of narrative that conserve diachronic information. And we have it exhaustively. Alice in Wonderland is all the way over on the continuum of the fantastic. It's a true fantasy. All of these things, of course, deal with death, as we said. When adults look at these puzzles, we realize that not being able to get into the garden means not being able to return to Eden, not being able to find resurrection. And throughout, we have other puzzles. Why is a raven like a writing desk is in the book. In fact, the answer doesn't appear in the book. People wrote into Lewis Carroll and asked, what is the answer? And he later wrote a little article in which he said that he himself had come up with several and hundreds others had been written to him, but he's decided that the best of them all is, why is a raven like a writing desk? Because Poe wrote on both. But remember, Poe's raven is about loss and death. Nevermore will Lenore come to the speaker. Alice is insignificant as a Victorian child, and she understands that. But as the protagonist of a fairy tale, or a fairy tale pushed all the way to true fantasy, she is in fact someone who is going to be successful. She ends each book happily. She goes running off into the Victorian world at the end of the first half, and she sits happily at the end of the second half, that is through the looking glass. What exactly are puzzles? Puzzles, I think we need to understand, bear a relationship to our lives that are different from either situations or problems. Most of us think of human mortality as a situation. That's just the name of the game. We are going to die. In fact, we're known as mortals. We're defined by the fact that we must die. But some people, for instance, scientists who believe they may be able to stop the aging process, see aging not as a problem, not as a situation, but as a problem. A problem is a situation that you would like to change, but you don't know if you can. A puzzle, on the other hand, is a problem for which you are promised and believe there to be a solution. When you buy a jigsaw puzzle and it says 12,000 parts, you don't think, oh my God, I don't even know if they fit together. You begin with the assumption that ultimately the puzzle can be solved. In the world of Lewis Carroll's art, we have puzzles. Some of them Alice solves, some of them we solve, like why is a raven like a writing desk. In seeking the garden, she is thwarted, but ultimately she arrives. In the second part, and through the looking glass, she comes into a garden of live flowers. And those flowers seemed to her quite lovely. "Oh, Tiger Lily," said Alice, addressing herself to one that was waving gracefully about in the wind, "I wish you could talk." "We can talk," said Tiger Lily, "when there's anybody worth talking to." Alice was so astonished that she couldn't speak for a minute. It quite seemed to take her breath away. The ground rules said flowers can't talk. We had imported those from our world. Suddenly they talked, and girls who could talk suddenly cannot. We've seen this before when the prefect was unable to utter a word after Dupin in the purloined letter said, "Well, here is the letter you want." This reversal of ground rules creates the fantastic. Alice acknowledges her status as a character, but in so doing, she still wants to be happy. And she is, as I said, at the end of each volume. But when an adult reads this book, we see some sobering realities. The opening chapter offers the first of these with a subtle death joke. As Alice is falling down the rabbit hole, but quite gracefully, she says, "Why, after such a fall as this? No, I would think nothing of it if I fell off the roof of the house." And the narrator immediately says, parenthetically, "which is quite likely true," meaning she would die if she fell off the roof of the house. There are death jokes throughout the Alice books, and they are foreshadowed by the prefatory verses. Alice, at her trial, has a letter held in evidence against her. "They told me you had been to her and mentioned me to him. She gave me a good character, but said I could not swim. He sent them word I had not gone. We know it to be true. If she should push the matter on, what would become of you?" And so on. We understand language, even when we don't understand language. The poem makes sense because we follow the pronouns, but we know nothing of what it actually means. The status of language is an important issue for Lewis Carroll, the writer. In his poem An Aged Man, which is about someone who finds an old fellow and asks him what he's doing there and so on, and just bats him around, asking him for answers that he never really gets, what we really find is a critique of Wordsworth's Resolution and Independence, a famous poem sometimes known as The Leech Gatherer, where the poetic voice listens to the old man who has this rough living he makes by gathering leeches, by letting them attach to his own body, and at one point loses track of what the old man is saying because he himself is just thinking, "Oh, I can make much of this story." Did Wordsworth intend that poem to be a critique of the speaker or not? Lewis Carroll seems to suggest that he should have. And yet, criticism itself comes in for criticism when Humpty Dumpty says, in explaining what Jabberwocky means, "Why, I make words mean whatever I want, and if I make them work doubly hard, I pay them double on Fridays." The fundamental problems that this book offers are of two kinds. First of all, what are the limits of language and logic for understanding our world? And how can we accommodate ourselves to the limitations of our lives? The first we get a hint of by looking at the answer to the 24 pig puzzle. The answer is this: the pigs are distributed thusly: 0, 6, 8, 10. Wait, how can that work? Why, 6 is nearer 10 than 0, 8 is nearer 10 than 6, 10 is nearer 10 than 8, nothing is nearer 10 than 10, 6 is nearer 10 than 0, etc. What Lewis Carroll does is switch codes of representation and make words mean more than one thing, which in fact they do. That's how we manage to get beyond the limits of language and logic. But the closing verses tell us that we will die, a boat beneath the sunny sky lingering onward dreamily. It ends ever drifting down the stream, lingering in the golden gleam. Life, what is it but a dream? But if you read the first letter of each of the lines in the final verse of Through the Looking Glass, you'll see they spell the name Alice Pleasance Little. We will die, but we can make our mark and live on in others. Once upon a time, children were thought of as just adults in training, but Lewis Carroll understood them as having playful minds that needed to be addressed in special ways. When he tried to address them didactically, as in Sylvie and Bruno, he wound up with a story that in its small form was a delight, but when he expanded it as a clergyman, it was dishwater dull and sold not a bit. But Alice sets the standard for highly effective children's literature. It ranks third only behind Shakespeare and the King James Bible in the number of words and phrases it has contributed to our culture, and it has enriched all of our minds forever.
Lecture 6. H.G. Wells, We Are All Talking Animals.
In the first decade of the 20th century, before the extended triumph of realism in the marketplace of literary criticism, H.G. Wells was considered by many to be the preeminent novelist working in English. His debate with Henry James illuminates the history of how we view the fantastic. In works like The Strange Orchid, Wells touches lightly on the psychosexual drives that social structures of class and gender often repress. In works like The Invisible Man, Wells shows how science offers a fantasy of revenge against such repression. And in works like The Island of Dr. Moreau, the scientist, unrestrained by society, fulfills ancient fairy tale fantasies while simultaneously adulterating all that is natural. In what Wells called his scientific romances, the fantastic highlights the eternal tension between society's need for stability and the disruptive desires of individuals. Herbert George Wells wrote superb fiction and nonfiction. At the turn of the 20th century, he and James were considered the two foremost living writers of English prose. James publicly asserted in a debate that they carried on in print that the novel must explore individual psychology, as, for example, in his famous work, The Portrait of a Lady. In that novel, the protagonist walks into a room and sees the man she thinks of as someone who is her lover, sitting while an other woman stands. In the flash of a moment, she understands that there must have been a prior relationship between these two, or even a continuing one, for him to be so relaxed, seated in the presence of a standing woman. That little detail, that little nuance, that inference from the smallest little interaction between individuals brings the entire emotional structure of the novel crashing down on the protagonist. It's that psychological exploration, that realism of response, that James argued the novel was for. But Wells asserted that the novel needs to explore the great social forces that shape all of us, regardless of our individual differences. For example, in The Food of the Gods, one of his late great scientific romances, a group of scientists managed to artificially produce a food that greatly increases the size and the intelligence of people. They are becoming like supermen, and they want to share this with everyone. In fact, what happens is the little people, meaning all ordinary folk like us, begin to resent the fact that these big folk think that the world is better and that they can tell us how we should behave, and they go to war against them. The big folk, wanting to bring the little folk along, begin to lob shells full of this food into the cities where the little folk live. And the little folk sue the big folk in the international courts of law under the Geneva Conventions, claiming that the food of the gods is poison, and poison gas is prohibited under the Geneva Convention. In other words, what Wells is trying to show us is that even the most obvious technological improvement, when we see how it works its way through social structures, may turn out to be good or bad, positive or disruptive, depending upon the ways in which people understand these inventions to function in their own world. The pursuit of pattern is something that Wells did for his entire writing career. In order to earn his way through college, at one point for 2 years he was the lab assistant to T.H. Huxley, Darwin's great disciple and popularizer. And Wells was probably the very first writer who truly understood evolution and the theory of patterns of forces shaping the world. He wrote single-handedly The Outline of History, being a plain history of life and mankind, published in 4 hardback volumes in 1920, in the days when a hardback volume cost about a day's worth of labor for an average working man. That series sold 250,000 copies in its first American printing alone. The Outline of History was an attempt to see how all of human history, particularly that driven by geography, technology, climate, and so on, was an evolution as opposed to the traditional way of looking at history as the stories of the deeds of great men and rulers and conflicts and wars. In his fiction, Wells analyzes the modern world, but in his early great scientific romances, he does this built on a foundation of fairy tales. For example, in the Plattner story, he has a man discover some green powder in his laboratory. It blows up, and suddenly he finds himself at the top of a ramp looking down into a world covered by a green miasma in which folks are wandering back and forth in some stately interchange. He walks down into the miasma, he joins them, and as he goes toward them, he passes through them. It turns out that he wanders trying to find out what's going on, unsuccessfully, for about 9 days. That's a pregnant number that Wells has chosen. When he returns, he walks up the ramp and is discovered by his headmaster. He's a chemistry teacher at a high school, lying on his floor, and he explains that he didn't know what was going on there, but he felt that there were these watchers, perhaps even the souls of his parents, who were keeping concern over him as he wandered. No time has passed at the school, and so his story is completely disbelieved until, on physical examination, it's discovered that his internal organs have been reversed. What to make of the Plattner story? Is it in fact a visceral reversal of our lives to come to believe that we can be back in the presence of our departed loved ones? Is this a critique of religion? The Strange Orchid is a fascinating story about a man who lives a completely pedestrian Victorian life. He owns a home, and he has installed in his home his distant female cousin as an act of charity to serve as his housekeeper. He has independent means and spends his time reading, and in particular in the greenhouse he has in his garden, growing orchids. He gathers orchids from around the world, but never, of course, goes around the world himself. He orders them from orchid collectors. He has come upon one orchid which brings with it the extraordinary story that it was found on the body of an orchid gatherer in the Amazon. The bulb was collected, put in a glass jar, and is now sold. He takes the bulb and he plants it in his greenhouse. To make this story even shorter, he goes out one day to look at this wonderful flowering, developing orchid and is overcome by the scent of this lush purple blossom. It has filled the entire greenhouse, and he swoons, that's the word, swoons, and falls down on the ground. The next thing he knows, his eyes are opened, there is a cold wind blowing on him. His cousin, his asexual housekeeper, has come down, seen what was going on, gone into the greenhouse, and discovered that the orchid had its tendrils no longer flying around in the air, these aerial tendrils, but they had descended onto his cheek, face, and hands, and there was a little trickle of blood coming off his cheek. So she broke the glass of the greenhouse. The Victorian northern English air came in, and the orchid shriveled to a black putrescence, a lot like the putrescence at the end of Poe's The Facts in the Case of Monsieur Valdemar. What we have here is clearly at a repressed level a sexual competition between the vampire orchid and the Victorian housekeeper. They were both vying for the economic support of the Victorian gentleman. What do you think he thinks of this? In fact, what he thinks is this, in the last lines of the story. The next morning, the orchid still lay there, black now and putrescent. The door banged intermittently of the greenhouse in the morning breeze, and all the array of Wedderburn's orchids was shriveled and prostrate. But Wedderburn himself was bright and garrulous upstairs in the glory of his strange adventure. This is an adventure, of course, that he did not take himself, but was only infected by. The story, in other words, suggests the protagonist represents Victorian middle class. The living situation suggests repressed sexuality. The setting itself, with the attachment of the greenhouse to keep these exotics alive, suggests a modern need for romance. And the description suggests a kind of erotic vegetation myth, much like that of Rapunzel. The plot suggests a critique of Victorian fantasies, and yet at the same time a ratification of them, because we need to be more than just living on our investments. The Invisible Man has created an image that goes throughout all of modern literature. We all know about this man who can just go around the world completely unseen. In Wells's story, Griffin, his name after all, is that of a mythical beast. Griffin, the title character, is a chemist. He fools with things and finds a way to make himself invisible. What happens, of course, is that his invisibility works only if he's unclothed, and so he needs to go naked in the world. Going naked in the world, he is cold, like the orchid in the previous story. And what can you do with invisibility besides indulge your own prurience? Well, it turns out that you can steal and you can murder. At least that's what Griffin thinks of to do. He is, in effect, someone who wants to turn against society. He doesn't, for instance, think he can use his invisibility in the service of the intelligence corps to keep His Majesty's, or in this period, Her Majesty's government safe. He is a man of great personal bitterness. The novel reflects and critiques Victorian attitudes. Again, we have repressed sexuality. Again, we have reference to other things that are not explicit. For instance, in order to extend his dominion over an English county, he wants to enlist the help of an ordinary Englishman, and he finds a dissolute who can be convinced to serve him by being punched by an invisible hand until he is sure that indeed he's in the hands of an angry God. The man's name is Thomas Marvel. Like Doubting Thomas, he won't have faith in Griffin until he can feel him, but unlike Jesus, who says to Thomas, "Put your hands inside my wound," this deity, or would-be deity, punches the Thomas, and his name is Marvel, because he needs to see marvels in order to function. Griffin desires to be a god. His aim is imperialistic, just like England's. But at the end, in fact, he fails. Of course he could murder anyone, but he'd have to live naked and alone. The people realize that they are being marauded, and eventually, when it's recognized that he is in a public place, a pub, they surround him. They can't see him, but they can feel him as he tries to break out of their circle. When they surround him, they punch him, and eventually they beat him to death. As he dies, he becomes visible again in a marvelous description, first of his bones, then of his inner organs and circulatory system, and finally of his skin. And it is at that moment that the crowd around him goes, "Oh, horrible, horrible." And we're told that 3 little children who tried to push through the crowd were turned away by their parents to keep from seeing. Because Griffin is an albino. Griffin, we have learned already from one of the characters earlier in the novel, was always shunned by his fellows at university because he was physically different. It's not simply that he has aboriginal viciousness and bitterness the way some of Poe's characters do. He has been rejected by society, and then, having been rejected, he attacks society in turn. And yet, society does have to defend itself against the aberrant individual who would claim so much power as to be able to change it. The ending lets us know that there is a critique here, and this critique is one that is intended to balance quite carefully the relationship between the individual and society. We can understand that quite well, I think, by comparing the use of invisibility in The Invisible Man with the use of invisibility in the Plattner story. You see, in The Invisible Man, Griffin would not have been caught by the villagers, would not need to worry about the cold, if Wells had simply decided that in Griffin's case, invisibility goes along with insubstantiality. If, as in the Plattner story, Griffin could walk through people, they never could have killed him. And clearly Wells was capable of creating an invisibility that allowed insubstantiality because he did it in the Plattner story. In other words, we can infer that Griffin's invisibility is a conscious rhetorical device created specifically to show us that even when we think we are invisible to society, and even when we think that we can behave regardless of the desires of society, we must in fact recognize that we can only thrive by making some accommodation with society. But that is not to say that society needs to dominate the individual, because the fundamental problem, conflict in this novel, arises because first society was not able to see past the visible to the brilliant man within. Parables like this, taking fairy tale ideas, I'll be invisible, putting them in a scientific context, have made Wells one of the great writers of all times. Another of his works that gives us an image that comes down throughout modern literature and our culture is that from The Island of Dr. Moreau, the making of beasts into people. Now, we all know that because we've heard of the story of The Island of Dr. Moreau, but when the story was first published, of course, people had not yet heard of the story, and as we read the story, we find that there are no beast people initially. In fact, the first of the beast people we see, someone named Mling, is not described as a beast person at all, but rather metaphorically. His eyes have a certain kind of animal fire. He turns with an animal swiftness, the narrator says. Only later do we find out that Mling had begun as an animal and that Moreau had manipulated him surgically and chemically to make him into something that passes for a rather coarse, but nonetheless real human being. This is a novel about a series of monstrous experiments. These experiments critique science because we see that science can be misused. It brings great unhappiness on the animals who are changed by it. There is something natural about an animal, even a predatory animal, and to stop them from being their natural selves is to impose on them. But this is also a critique of European colonialism, because Moreau has taken over an island and he has populated it with these beast people of his own creation, and he seeks to rule over them as if they were a god. Now, in fact, this is what the English did. I'm going to read to you from the birthday speech, that is the Queen's birthday, in 1838, given by the governor of Australia to a collection of aboriginals, black men. We wish to make you happy, but you cannot be happy unless you imitate good white men. Build huts, wear clothes, work and be useful. Above all, you cannot be happy unless you love God who made heaven and earth and man and all things. Love white men. Love other tribes of black men. Do not quarrel together. Tell other tribes to love white men and to build good huts and wear clothes. Learn to speak English. If any man injure you, tell the protector, and he will do you justice. Quite famously, in the island of Dr. Moreau, Moreau has created what he calls the law, and the beast people are told to chant this, and they do it as if it were a religious litany that they must go through again and again. Not to go on all fours, that is the law. Are we not men? Not to suck up drink, that is the law. Are we not men? Not to eat flesh nor fish, that is the law. Are we not men? Not to chase other men, that is the law. Are we not men? This is an amalgamation of the Queen's birthday speech and the rhetoric of religion. The answers to all of these questions are no. You are not men, and even if you were, men eat meat and fish and fight with each other and suck up water if that's the only way they can get a drink. This is a critique of colonialism, as well as a critique of misuse of science. But it's also more subtle, because the story is told by Prendick, a man who strategically leaves things out. And it's told of a Dr. Moreau, a man who strategically leaves things out. The story begins with an introduction by Prendick's nephew. On February the 1st, 1887, the Lady Vane was lost by collision with a derelict when about the latitude 1 degree south and longitude 107 degrees west. On January the 5th, 1888, that is 11 months and 4 days later, my uncle Edward Prendick, a private gentleman who certainly went aboard the Lady Vane in Callao and who had been considered drowned, was picked up at latitude, etc., etc., etc. The language is the language of science. There's no emotion here, and yet his uncle is a private gentleman. Like Wedderburn in The Strange Orchid, he lives on someone else's labor. He owns, and that's all he need do. He goes to the island of Dr. Moreau, and on the island of Dr. Moreau, he comes under the sway of the doctor. Language on this island is crucial. Moreau and Prendick both use it as a colonial tool. The way that Prendick gets to the island is disembarking with Mling, as Mling is bringing cages of new animals in, it turns out, to be experimented upon. However, there's no way to get off the island, and Prendick becomes an unwilling at first and then quite willing guest of Moreau. He asks Moreau about his prior experiments, and he says, well, he was trying to create in the image of man. Well, of course, God created man in his image. Moreau is the God. Did you always create men? Well, once I had a snake and I tried but failed with that. And we realized that this is a fallen world, not a paradise at all. And then there was another time when I tried to model it not on a man, but, yes. And then he breaks his concentration and changes the subject. In other words, Moreau, unwilling to say it, had tried to create a woman for himself, but had decided that it didn't quite work out. They're unwilling to speak of themselves. And we need to read more closely. In the very first chapter of Prendick's narration, the manuscript that his nephew has put before us, he talks about how he was originally picked up by this vessel that's making a special trip to Moreau's Island after the vessel on which he was had been destroyed in collision. As you heard, he and 2 sailors were shipwrecked on a particular lifeboat. They were under the sun. It became pitiless. The water ended, that is the fresh water they had with them, on the 4th day, and we were already thinking strange things and saying them with our eyes, but it was, I think, the 6th before Helmer gave voice to the thing we all had in mind. I remember our voices dry and thin, so that we bent towards one another and spared our words. I stood out against it with all my might, was rather for scuttling the boat and perishing together among the sharks that followed us. But when Helmer said that, if his proposal was accepted, we should have a drink, the sailor came round to him. Now, we're not told what this thing that he won't say is, but we know what it is. It's cannibalism. They're going to kill one of them by lot and drink his blood to survive. But our narrator says, without ever saying what it is, that he won't participate. Now the lot falls to the sailor, but the sailor decides that he won't accept being slaughtered for the sake of the other two, or so Prendick says. And he and Helmer grapple with each other, and then we're told they fell upon the gunwale and rolled overboard together. They sank like stones. And that's the last we hear of them, but fortunately enough, Prendick manages to get to the island, or get picked up by another boat. Or does he? Maybe, in fact, he's the last survivor of cannibalism. Why should we believe him? We know, for example, that he actually lies. We know that he lies because he himself tells us that after Moreau is killed, that he goes to the beast people and says, Moreau is still watching us from above. He can still inflict pain upon you from above. You still must follow the law. He turns Moreau into a god so that he can use God as a religious institution that will, in fact, control the beast people for his own safety. And that's why the law says, do not eat flesh or fish, are we not men? Because Moreau realizes that these beasts, leopards, for example, and bears and hyenas, who could easily kill him, would if they were not convinced to behave differently. These characters say more about themselves than they intend. Language here is the mark of being human. And that is indeed as it should be. Because, as it says, an animal may be ferocious and cunning enough, but it takes a real man to tell a lie. And that's what Prendick and Moreau do all the time. We need to come to understand them better. Here, I think, is one of the great lies and beautiful pieces of writing in the book. Moreau is dead. Montgomery has scuttled the boats so that Prendick cannot leave the island. A sudden convulsion of rage shook me. I was almost moved to batter his foolish head in as he lay there helpless at my feet. He's been wounded, Montgomery has. Then suddenly his hand moved so feebly, so pitifully, that my wrath vanished. He groaned and opened his eyes for a minute. I knelt beside him and raised his head. He opened his eyes again, staring silently at the dawn, and then they met mine. The lids fell. Sorry, he said presently with an effort. He seemed trying to think. The last, he said, the last of this silly universe. What a mess. I listened. His head fell helplessly to one side. Now, you notice, of course, Prendick had been holding this head. Prendick probably is from the Latin prendere, to hold. If his head fell helplessly to one side, it's because Prendick let it go, but he doesn't say that. I thought some drink might revive him, but there was neither drink nor vessel in which to bring drink at hand. Notice the word hand coming up yet again. He seemed suddenly heavier. My heart went cold. I bent down to his face, put my hand through the rent in his blouse. He was dead. I don't know about you, but when I'm in a strange place and there's a faucet running and I want to drink and there's no vessel at hand, I use my hand to drink. There was something at hand to help Montgomery, but Prendick wouldn't do it. I think, in fact, Prendick killed Montgomery and just doesn't want to say it. What we see in the Beast People is the confusion of what is truly beastly and what is truly human. Is a dumb creature, in fact, stupider than we, or only silent and expressing his nature? Prendick first sees Mling as a man, but then he comes to realize that Mling is a primate that has been modified into a man. This accords perfectly with Freud's idea of what creates the fantastic in the uncanny. We see the familiar, in an unfamiliar place. We take a metaphor and we make it literal. He cast his eye about the room. Prendick's misunderstanding shows a culpable European centrism. When the novel ends, Prendick has been changed. He can no longer stand the company of humans, just as Gulliver could not after having been with the utopian Winhams at the end of Gulliver's Travels. Earlier, we see a march of people from the house of pain to the house of the beast people. And the line says this: Moreau, Montgomery, myself, and Maling went across the island. Moreau, the god, Montgomery, the protector of the hill, his viceroy, myself, Prendick, and Maling. Suddenly we know that Maling is a manling. He is the transitional character between the animal and the human. Maling is associated always with the beach, the place where the boats were burned, the place where they disembarked. The beach is always in literature, when it's a crucial setting, the zone of conflict between elementally contending forces. In the island of Dr. Moreau, those forces are civilization and true empathetic civilization. The question Wells here and often leaves us with is this: shall we go toward the colonial or toward the respectful? Toward the egotistical or toward the social? Toward the isolated or toward the integrated? It is no surprise that it is he who is the first writer to popularize the use of the word ecology. No progress can be made without the imagination of humans, but all humans must recognize that they too are subject to great forces beyond them, that indeed we are all talking animals.
Lecture 7. Franz Kafka, Dashed Fantasies.
Franz Kafka, a frail Jew writing in German in Christian Czech-speaking Prague, was triply alienated by a failure to achieve an intimate adult relationship, by being the deprecated other, and by associating himself with a foreign culture. Yet in many ways, this precisely mirrors the widespread modern condition we have come to call Kafkaesque, struggling vainly against every sort of indifference to find a connection with a person, belief, or social institution that will support us. In parables such as A Common Confusion, An Old Manuscript, and Before the Law, Kafka makes these failures poignantly clear. Nonetheless, in masterpieces like The Metamorphosis and The Judgment, we see that his knowledge of existential failure led to artistic success. Still, reading The Truth About Sancho Panza and A Hunger Artist, we can understand why Kafka, fortunately unsuccessfully, ordered his unpublished manuscripts destroyed. Franz Kafka, as I say, led a triply alienated life. He was a frail German-speaking Jew born in Christian Prague. Although German was often the language of Prague's intellectuals, they were all aware of being different from the Czech-speaking majority. For the Christian intellectuals, this difference often felt like a mark of superiority. But for the non-Christian intellectuals, this difference often felt like a mark of Cain, privileged though shunned. Judaism originally mattered little to Kafka, except as a mark for others to use against him. In his later 20s, he was moved by Yiddish theater, became close friends with one of the actors, and began his serious study of Judaism. In other words, he came to his heritage through art. But that heritage, like his art, gave Kafka neither social justice nor personal happiness. The term Kafkaesque has entered modern languages to indicate the implacable futility felt so commonly today, the inhumanity of institutions in our industrialized world. The global currency of the term acknowledges that Kafka's writing epitomizes this alienated condition. Kafka's shortest works, typically called parables, represent his felt life transformed through the fantastic. A Common Confusion is one of the greatest but most enigmatic short stories of the 20th century. It begins, a common experience resulting in a common confusion. Its structural truths, I think, emerge from subtle ambiguities of language, which we can see from the title itself and the very first sentence. In English, the word really has two meanings. Can mean something drawn from a sample. I have a book here in my hands. Or it can mean one. I have a wife who is without peer. Common has itself a couple of meanings. It can mean something we see all over the place, as common as dirt. Or it can mean something which is déclassé. He had a very common manner about him. Confusion has two meanings as well. The prime meaning is some sort of befuddlement, but etymologically it means to melt, fusion, together, confusion. When things melt together, you can't distinguish one from the other. So a common confusion actually is composed of words which are each ambiguous. That is, technically speaking, we can't decide which of the meanings they have. In fact, in the original German, the title is Eine alltägliche Verwirrung. Eine has exactly the same two meanings in German that a has in English. Alltägliche, which is translated as common, actually has three meanings in German. It means every day, it means common in the sense of every place, and it also means trite. And Verwirrung means befuddlement, but just as it comes to mean that, just as confusion comes to mean that in English by meaning to melt together, Verwirrung means thoroughly mixed together. So in German, the title actually has 12 possible meanings, 2 times 3 times 2. The title itself is a common confusion, something shared between us. The story begins, a common experience resulting in a common confusion. The word experience is in German Vorfall. That's not the only German word for experience, but that's the one that Kafka uses, and it does mean an occurrence. It means that which befell us, but it also can mean that which fell in front of us, that is, an impediment, something that kept us from moving forward. And in rare instances, Vorfall has another meaning in German. It is what we call in English an escapement. An escapement is a pivoted set of teeth that engage the teeth on a gear to prevent the gear from simply rotating. When you wind the spring of a clock, if you released the spring, the clock would simply unwind, and we could not tell time. The Vorfall rocks back and forth to engage the teeth and release them, engage them and release them, marking off the time, in the case of this story, the time of our lives. Kafka uses ambiguous language, technically ambiguous language, in order to let us see that the most common things stand for the most mythically, idealistically important things. This story says, in its second sentence, A has to transact important business with B in H. And he goes to H. He makes it there in 10 minutes. Because he has to finish the business the next day, he travels again. This time he says, feeling that all the surrounding circumstances, surrounding, going around one, circumstances, standing around one, again, multiplying the possible meanings, all the surrounding circumstances seemed to be the same, and yet it took 10 hours to get to H. In fact, when he arrives there, the housekeeper tells him that he must have passed B on the road on the way because B got tired of waiting for him. Then A decides to return home to see B, and he says, without thinking of it at all, without paying any particular attention to the fact, he returns home, quote, practically in an instant. What Kafka doesn't say explicitly, but what I think is quite clear here, is that when we think of time, when we think how hard it will be to get where we want to go, the time lengthens. And in this fantastic tale, the world's time lengthens around him. He leaves in the morning and doesn't get to H until evening. But when you don't think of it at all, time flashes in an instant for all practical purposes, practically in an instant. Time, in other words, which seems to be one of the great externalities, in fact, is one of the great internalities. When A gets home, he finds that B has been waiting for him upstairs in his own room. He goes up the stairs hoping to reach B and finish his business, but we are told that he twists a sinew, he stumbles, and almost fainting with pain, incapable even of uttering a cry, only able to moan faintly in the darkness, he hears B, impossible to tell whether at a great distance or quite near him, stamping down the stairs in a violent rage and vanishing for good. And that's the end of the parable. A fails in his errand. And yet, that last phrase, for good, has two meanings. For good can mean that he leaves forever and will no longer be in our lives. But there is in Christianity the so-called doctrine of the fortunate fall. Why did God create us? So that we would be tempted in the garden, and we could be disobedient, and we could incur original sin. And the answer to that is, in the doctrine of the fortunate fall, by becoming sinners, we now have the power, though we don't all seize it, to overcome our sins and to rise to be saints, even higher than the angels. In other words, God let us fall for our good. B comes down and goes past A for good. Is this story of a common confusion about, perhaps, the confusion that we misunderstand the spiritual world with? Kafka sees a world in which spirit is often very, very badly served. An old manuscript is another of his parables. This is a story in which the emperor withdraws when barbarians come down into the city. The barbarians even they sleep with their own horses in the street. In order to keep the barbarians from depredating them, one of the shopkeepers brings out an ox, leaving it to the barbarians to slaughter. In fact, they eat it live, burying their teeth into the ox alongside their carnivorous horses. The ox bellows pitifully, and the shopkeepers hide under their counters. If you take a look at a Roman Catholic church, or certainly cathedral, in Europe, you will see often a design that shows the 12 months of the year, and figured among them you will see 4 symbols: an angel, a lion, an ox, and an eagle. These 4 familiars stand in order for the Gospels according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The ox is the symbol of the Gospel according to St. Luke, and it is, in fact, in Christian iconography, the symbol of great patience. The ox suffers because the tradesmen don't know how to deal with the emperor. But the narrator says he thought he saw the emperor for a moment at a window, but he withdrew from it to go look at the interior courtyard. God has kept the garden for himself. We are on our own. We live in a Kafkaesque world. There is no old manuscript in the story called the Old Manuscript. The story is the old manuscript. It's the human condition. We believe someone will protect us. It's up to us. We are inadequate to the task. It's a grim, grim world. In Before the Law, a man presents himself to get justice, but the gatekeeper will not allow him to enter unless certain things happen first. The man accomplishes each of these things, but when he finally reappears, he's told it's too late now to go before the law, and this door will never be opened again because it was meant only for you. The law is constructed to keep us from getting justice. Consistently in Kafka, what we have is the use of references to social institutions, be they law, be they language, be they religion, to show us that we think that we should be satisfied, supported, and made happy by them, but in fact, we are not. In many of his masterpieces, Kafka, like Hoffman, tries to use the fact of creating written art to imply the possibility of there being some salvation, although, in fact, Kafka's art is about the inevitability of loss. In his perhaps most famous work, The Metamorphosis, Kafka begins with Gregor Samsa awakening with this line. As Gregor Samsa awoke one morning from uneasy dreams, he found himself transformed in his bed into a gigantic insect. This is a fairy tale set in a gritty modern world. Why does he become an insect? He becomes an insect because, if we read between the lines, he wants to withdraw from human responsibility. We come to understand that he has been what's called a commercial traveler, that is, a salesman, scurrying here and there in order to create an income that can support his family. He wants to support his sister's music lessons. He wants to contribute to the rent. He's been told that the family needs the money. Freud talks about infantile fantasies. Infantile meaning that they arise at the time when one is an infant. Infant meaning without speech. Freud's notion is that each of us comes to learn as an infant that when we bellow, the world will respond to us. We cry out, and someone cleans our bottom. If that's not what we want, we cry more, and they feed us. Eventually, we get what we would like, and we stop bellowing. This experience, which is our earliest interaction with the world, Freud suggests, leads to two psychological fantasies. One of these is called the illusion of central position. As for all I can tell, the world entirely is around me. The other is called the omnipotence of thought. If I want it, so it shall be. Although these both grow out of infantile experience, they are in fact separate. Children, reading fairy tales, often see the omnipotence of thought carried out. Because the protagonist wants to succeed, the protagonist succeeds. For adults, we haven't quite given up these fantasies, but we view them pervertedly. If I were to say to you, tomorrow is supposed to be beautiful, and I haven't had a chance to chat with you in ages. Let's have a picnic. And you were to agree, that would be lovely. If the next day I called you and said, I'm sorry, I woke up this morning and guess what? It's raining. You might say, wouldn't you know it? But if I called you and said, guess what? It is a beautiful day as predicted, you wouldn't say, wouldn't you know it? You'd say, oh, good, thank goodness. In other words, as adults, we still believe that the world responds to us, except we believe it does the opposite of what we want. We don't have omnipotent thoughts, but we still may feel the illusion of central position. Of course, we may not. We may believe that the weather is bad or good for some other reason entirely. Why? The weather is beautiful because it's Easter Sunday, and God always makes it beautiful on Easter Sunday. These illusions, in fact, are taken up by all fairy tales and modified in adult fairy tales. So, Gregor wanting, unconsciously, I'm sure, like Gretel who wanted to displace her mother in Hansel and Gretel, Gregor not wanting to be a commercial traveler anymore, thinking of himself as some kind of mere insect in the absolutely unending and trivial world of retail economy, wishes that he could get out of it. And he does. You notice, he doesn't wake up horrified. He just wakes up. The transformation is unwarranted, but it supports this fantasy. He needs to escape his condition as a traveling salesman. Even his name suggests this need. Gregor comes from Gregory. It's just like the English Gregory. And it may mean watchman, that is, watchman, the person who watches the flock. Gregor comes from the Latin grex, meaning flock, and it leads to words like egregious, something that's outside of the flock. Gregor is a watchman. He should be taking care of the family. Samsa, though, that's a strange word. Now, you need to know that beginning with the Grimm brothers, the Germans had a strong interest in pursuing research in antique religions and cultures, and this included studying Indian religion. Nirvana is that famous crossing over out of the unending cycle of birth and death and rebirth to a place of peace and quiet. Every English speaker knows the word nirvana. The alternative to nirvana, that cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, is samsara. Gregor Samsa is caught in this cycle and wants to get out, although he does not admit it to himself. His psychology brings about this metamorphosis, and his metamorphosis brings about metamorphoses for every other member of his family. His sister, who had just been practicing her violin, goes out and becomes a milliner's clerk. His mother begins to become a seamstress, making other people's undergarments. And the father, in a demonstration of how the Samsa family relates to the economy, gets a job as a bank guard, in uniform, guarding other people's money, but bringing home some money for himself. In other words, these people have all been changed in response to Gregor's change, and only then do we discover that the father actually had the money all along. He didn't need to have Gregor support the family. There is a crucial moment when Gregor, as an insect who's fed only by his sister, who brings food into his room, begins to come out of the room because he hears music. The father gets angry and goes and tries to push him back and heaves an apple at him, which catches in his back like original sin and festers there. If you read the details carefully, you discover that his transformation occurred on Christmas Day. And he finally dies on what we realize is Easter. As Gregor dies, his sister rises. The viewpoint of the story changes, and Gregor's sister Greta, G and G, Gregor has gone down, Greta has gone up. Greta is taken out to the park for a picnic with her parents, and the last line says that in the spring she stood up in the burgeoning springtime and stretched her young legs. Gregor becomes a self-sacrificing character to bring happiness to the world, not by empowering someone, but simply by getting out of the way, and they then can become better on their own. Good for them. No good for Gregor. To make money, in fact, the family has brought in 3 boarders. And these 3 boarders, maybe they are wise men, demand the use of the kitchen. They see Gregor and they decide they can't stay anymore, and they storm out. When Gregor finally dies, a charwoman, we are told, is the only one who will deal with the body. Later, when the family comes back from services, they ask about the body, and she says, "Oh, don't worry, I've taken care of that." There's no explanation of how she took care of it. However, just before the family comes back, we're told that the butcher boy goes up the stairs as the three boarders go down the stairs. He passes them, and on his head he's carrying a tray full of fresh sausages to deliver clearly to people who live in the apartment building. Obviously, what the charwoman has done is given this body to the butcher's delivery boy to take the body back so that the body of Gregor, like the body of Christ, will be made into sausage. That's what the modern economic world does, and fed to the masses. Now, this perverse kind of Christ imagery is not meant to suggest that Christianity is good or bad. It's meant to suggest that we are pitifully on our own, and the institutions that would support us, in fact, consume us. This runs through much of Kafka's work. In The Judgment, another one of his great works, we have a character who claims to be having correspondence with a friend of his in St. Petersburg. This character, as far as we can see, mostly takes care of his frail old father, so frail that he has to pick him up in his own arms and put him into bed and carrying him away to the chamber pot and so on. But strangely, the father begins to criticize and then insult the son. You have a friend in St. Petersburg? I have a friend in St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg, the city of St. Peter. Peter, the rock on whom I will build my church. Rome, Vatican. What old man has a friend in St. Petersburg? This old man in The Judgment becomes a godlike figure. He stands up and he virtually touches his head against the ceiling of the room, and he condemns his son to death. The son goes out of the house, he walks across a bridge, and he jumps over into the stream of traffic. Again, what we see is that the old gods do not support us. The belief that we can find some connection to them through institutions fails us, and the failure is not one of the old parabolic out in the desert with a burning bush kinds of failures, but a failure brought about by being engaged implacably in modern industrial technological society. A traveling salesman, a stream of traffic. These are images of why we are all fundamentally alienated, why we live in a Kafkaesque world. Is there no way out of this? Well, in another one of his shorter parables, called The Truth About Sancho Panza, Kafka gives us an interesting possibility. Sancho Panza, you'll remember, is the fat, in fact, Sancho Panza in Spanish dialect means wide belly. Sancho Panza is the fat, happy, lower-class character who tags along with Don Quixote. As Don Quixote, a great fantasist himself, he sees giants where we know they're only windmills, sets out to right the wrongs, and although the wrongs he sees are often imagined in their details, the world of Don Quixote indeed has many wrongs that need righting. Sancho Panza follows him through Don Quixote, one of the great novels of Western culture. The truth about Sancho Panza begins thus. Without making any boast of it, Sancho Panza succeeded in the course of years by feeding him a great number of romances of chivalry and adventure in the evening and the night hours, in so diverting from himself his demon, whom he later called Don Quixote, that this demon set out, etc., etc. And Sancho Panza follows his own demon, that is to say, his own spirit, which he has created by diverting his own spirit with romance, with excitement, with imagination. Then, a free man, no longer having his demon within him, Sancho Panza philosophically followed Don Quixote on his crusades, perhaps out of a sense of responsibility, and had of them a great and edifying entertainment to the end of his days. That has a much happier sound than most of Kafka's writing. But we need to think more deeply. The only reason Sancho Panza finds the contemplation of Don Quixote great and edifying is because Sancho Panza demands nothing back from the world but to be able to watch someone else having an adventure. Sancho Panza is disengaged. Art can only save us if we don't care to be in the world. Once upon a time, there was actually, in reality, something called a hunger artist. These were people who made livings by being in sideshows, for example, by being on public display and simply not eating. Sometimes they were allowed to drink, sometimes they weren't, but people would watch to see how long they could survive without eating. Kafka has a story called A Hunger Artist, and in Kafka's story, the man at first thinks, I'm a great artist. Then, as he persists in not eating and not dying, but becoming thinner and thinner and thinner, the public interest in him wanes. Eventually, the exhibitor removes him and puts in his place a panther who stalks angrily back and forth. That the public enjoys, but the hunger artist withers away and dies without anyone even noticing that he's gone. Kafka died of tuberculosis, which he suffered from for most of his relatively short life. Most of his stories he never tried to publish. He submitted The Hunger Artist for publication in 1923. Then he died, and then it was published in 1924. Kafka's tuberculosis had made him, like Gregor Samsa, too difficult to feed, and probably then, like the hunger artist, he died of starvation. It is no wonder that Kafka asked that his unpublished manuscripts be burned at his death, because art did not offer consolation and did not for him represent triumph. And yet, the power of these parables is so great that it is no wonder that his friend and executor Max Brott fortunately defied him. Was this Kafka's ultimate ambiguous failure, the publication of these manuscripts he did not want published? Or was it the triumph of his imagination?
Lecture 8. Woolf, Fantastic Feminism and Periods of Art.
Although Virginia Woolf's Orlando has been slighted as lightweight in comparison to works like To the Lighthouse that critics use to rank her among the founding giants of modernism, this brave fantasy, Orlando, is a subversive, satiric masterpiece. Emily Dickinson's poems, often unacknowledged fantasies like I Heard a Fly Buzz When I Died, reflect the socially imposed crippling of volition in women. Charlotte Perkins Gilman's classic story, The Yellow Wallpaper, explores the origins of some madness in gender-based repression. Woolf, who died a suicide, addressed these conditions in famous essays like A Room of One's Own and in Orlando, in which the title character shifts sex and lives her young adulthood over 4 centuries. In its focus on the role of writing to free a woman or a person mentally, and in its progressive modulation of style, Orlando also demonstrates how literary periods themselves reflect humanity's fantastically shifting understanding of nature. Virginia Stephen Woolf is famous as a founder of literary modernism and as a powerful voice for feminism. Virginia Woolf was one of the Bloomsbury group of London-based intellectuals who lived in the Bloomsbury area. They included Vanessa Stephen Bell, Virginia's sister, a famous artist, Clive Bell, Vanessa's husband, a famous critic, John Maynard Keynes, one of the most influential economists of the 20th century, E.M. Forster, a towering novelist and significant critic, Roger Fry, the art critic who assembled the first post-impressionist exhibition in 1910, and Lytton Strachey, a biographer of the eminent Victorians, for example, and Leonard Woolf, Virginia's husband, with whom she established the Hogarth Press, which in turn, among its other pioneering publications, issued what is now called the Standard Edition of the works of Sigmund Freud, edited by James Strachey, Lytton's brother, and thus brought modern psychoanalytic theory to the English-speaking world, including its avant-garde artists and writers, a whole group of whom were in fact the Bloomsbury folk, of whom Virginia was a leading member. Woolf's serious, superb, psychologically subtle, realistic novels include To the Lighthouse and Mrs. Dalloway. Both works explore from the woman's viewpoint what it means to be, in a sense, privileged by being in the middle class, and yet constrained by not having the freedom that the middle class allows, clearly, to its men. Woolf's powerful feminist essay, A Room of One's Own, argues for the necessity of security and independence for anyone's self-realization. Many great women writers have struggled with the challenge of social repression of themselves and of their imaginations, a condition that can split the self. Emily Dickinson, an American living in Massachusetts, a spinster's life near Amherst, exploited the cadences of hymns to explore the conditions of her life in fantastic poems like Because I Could Not Stop for Death and I Heard a Fly Buzz When I Died. Let's take a look at the first. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves and immortality. That word immortality is, I think, quite telling. We are mortals. We must die. For us to become immortals, this poem suggests, we must die. We slowly drove. He knew no haste, and I had put away my labor and my leisure too, for his civility. We passed the school where children strove at recess in the ring. We passed the fields of gazing grain. We passed the setting sun. These are images of growth and time passing, but in the carriage with death, the speaker passes passing. Or rather, he, the sun, passed us. The dews grew quivering and chill, and only gossamer my gown, my tippet only tulle. We paused before a house that seemed a swelling of the ground. The roof was scarcely visible, the cornice but a mound. Is this the hill of Calvary on which Jesus died? Or was this simply anyone's grave? Since then, 'tis centuries, and yet each feels shorter than the day I first surmised the horses' heads were toward eternity. This is a fantasy. It's being narrated centuries after the death of the viewpoint character, a woman we know from her gown and her tippet, who's being taken away by death alone, only thus to achieve immortality. Woolf understood that for a woman to have true power, she needed economic power. She needed security. When this didn't happen, we see, as in a work like The Yellow Wallpaper, that a woman's self can be divided. In this classic short story by the American Charlotte Perkins Gilman, the viewpoint is that of the woman who is put up in a nursery, locked away for a rest cure because her husband, a physician, has decided she's become too nervous. The word hysteria comes from the Greek word for womb. The belief that women, subject to their hormonal changes, were somehow less sane, less grounded, less trustworthy than men. He infantilizes her by forcing her to rest in a locked nursery. And as her narration goes on, she begins to see things moving in the wallpaper. We understand, of course, that nothing's really moving in the wallpaper. What we understand is that she's projecting the movement into the wallpaper, and she finally projects a rope that's hanging there, and she projects the shadow of a head being placed inside the noose. And the last lines of the story show the noose swinging in the nursery. Not to have oneself is fatal. To imagine oneself trapped is terrible, but to imagine oneself released is glorious. That brings us to Orlando. Virginia Woolf herself suffered a crisis of imagination at the completion of every one of her works. We know that she attempted suicide at least 2 times before the ultimately successful suicide that ended her life, each time shortly after the completion of a work of fiction. She felt herself, it seems, satisfied, taken up, controlled, able to make a world of her own while she wrote. But when that world was done and put aside, she had nothing to live for. In that sense, she's like Poe and Hoffman's characters, who use writing itself as a way of exercising their imaginations and controlling their positions in the world. In Orlando, the title character in fact writes and writes and writes, and all of the elaborate writings that the character produces come to nothing save for one brief, elegant work called The Oak Tree. Many writers are encountered in Orlando, and Orlando himself, or I should say herself, or I should say both, because Orlando begins male and turns into a female and finishes the book female. Many writers come into Orlando's life, famous writers from different periods of literary history, including Sterne and Pope and so on. And yet, writing has saved none of them. Orlando was well received by the public, but they thought it lightweight. I think they're mistaken. The title character begins at the age of 16 during the reign of Elizabeth I, and when he metamorphoses into a female, he simply awakens one morning, looks in the mirror, and notices that he's female, and carries on with as little comment about the significance of the change as Gregor Samsa makes when he awakens one morning to discover he's become a gigantic insect. The book ends in the 1920s of the 20th century, Orlando having reached the age of the mid-30s. In other words, 16 years over close to 4 centuries. The book has been called a love letter from Woolf to its dedicatee, Vita Sackville-West, who was an object of Woolf's erotic attraction throughout her life. It's clear that she, that is, Virginia and Leonard, had a powerful, strongly mutually supporting marriage. When there were times of trouble for either, they came to the other. But it seems to have been one without eros, and it seems that Virginia's attraction to women was, if ever attempted, not successfully or satisfactorily consummated. Nonetheless, in Orlando, love finds a way. It is, in fact, a delightful story, but it is much more than that. From its very first pages, the book explores issues of gender and social expectations about violence, clothing, property, and personal independence. He, for there could be no doubt of his sex, though the fashion of the time did something to disguise it, was in the act of slicing at the head of a Moor which swung from the rafters. It was the color of an odd football, and more or less the shape of one, save for the sunken cheeks, etc., etc. The very beginning of this novel shows Orlando, a high-born young man, practicing at his military maneuvers, using horribly as his target the head of a darker-skinned enemy, a non-Christian enemy, removed in battle, we're told, either by his father or his grandfather. Later on, when Orlando changes, we realize that he has always been unfit to be this kind of active individual, and in a sense the metamorphosis to female Orlando may simply be a carrying out of the psychological state that existed previously as Gregor, the traveling salesman, becomes the cockroach in the economic world. Orlando is full of self-reflexivity, moments when the book talks about itself. We see this when the book begins to make its own style obtrusive. For example, here is a satire, quite typical, of doctors. Orlando has been under the weather. But the doctors were hardly wiser then than they are now. And after prescribing rest and exercise, starvation and nourishment, society and solitude, that he should lie in bed all day and ride 40 miles between lunch and dinner, together with the usual sedatives and irritants, diversified as the fancy took them with possets of newt's slobber on rising and draughts of peacock's gall on going to bed, they left him to himself and gave it as their opinion that he had been asleep for a week. In other words, nothing is gained, but the language goes back and forth, vacillating between opposites, sleep and rest, starvation and nourishment, and we come to realize that the language itself is obtrusive. It makes us ask, well, isn't this nothing but a story? Indeed, the doctors could have had him ride any distance, but they had him ride 40 miles, 40 days in the wilderness, 40 years in the desert, 40 days of rain. In the Bible, 40 is the classic number of death and rebirth. The doctors have him ride 40 miles. Maybe that will bring him back to life. And indeed, after 7 weeks, 7 days of sleep, a week later, he's brought back to life. When a work calls attention to itself as a work of art, when it is self-reflexive, it says, look at me, I'm a work of art. In one sense, it says, I'm nothing but a work of art. But in another sense, it claims a kind of reality for itself. It says, I am the work of art. And that has a reality, and it needs to be listened to. Woolf critiques other kinds of works of art and other ways of imagining the world. For example, she points out that the way in which human beings measure time is itself quite formally subject to our own imaginations. The true length of a person's life, whatever the Dictionary of National Biography may say, is always a matter of dispute. Indeed, it is a difficult business, this timekeeping. Nothing more quickly disorders it than contact with any of the arts. Now, this idea that the length of time that seems to pass comes from the arts really tells us that it's the imagination. And this we've seen, of course, back in Kafka's story, A Common Confusion. When I didn't think about traveling, I made the journey practically in a second. What makes this particular passage a little bit more enjoyable for those in the know is that the Dictionary of National Biography, that great monument to the importance of English people, was founded by an editor named Leslie Stephen, Virginia Stephen Woolf's father. This book is a way of saying to her father, there are other kinds of biographies, perhaps truer kinds of biographies. In this biography, what we get is a movement of a character from the Elizabethan period through to the 20th century. This travel encompasses many different literary periods. Since writing is an essential element within the novel, one would expect that this ironic use of self-reflexivity would make us aware of the literary periods. What is a literary period? A literary period is a shared set of dominant beliefs and values. When I say dominant, I mean to imply that most people, most of the time, have these feelings. They share these beliefs, they share these values. A literary period doesn't begin, oh, hey, it's Thursday, it's the Renaissance now. That doesn't happen. What does happen is that over time, people shift their understandings of things. I would like to suggest that one way to understand what is going on in the shift of dominant beliefs and values is to ask, what is the modal relationship that people have at a given period to nature? In the classical period, nature defines us. Remember when we talked about Poe's The Bells? I mentioned that Hesiod had talked of the golden, silver, bronze, and iron ages. The golden age was the age of gods. We in the iron age are fallen mere humans. The natural world around us defines us. In the Middle Ages, nature was seen as God's harsh book. We live in a fallen state. We are all children with original sin. What kind of world must we make our way in? The world post-garden of childbirth, and death. In the Renaissance, the age of exploration, nature is there to be exploited. And that exploitative notion is, I think, clear on the first pages of Orlando when the white, male, Christian Englishman feels that it's appropriate to hone his skills by bashing at the head of someone else. In the Enlightenment, nature is to be understood and manipulated. We have thesis, antithesis. Famous line would be Pope's from the Essay on Criticism. Authors are partial to their wit, 'tis true, but are not critics to their judgment too. 2 lines, perfect rhyme, each line divided in half, and so on. The Romantic period, nature is seen as a source of virtue. We think, for instance, of Rousseau's idea that contact with nature will make us more noble. In the Victorian period, nature is an economic resource. In the Modernist period, the period of Virginia Woolf, nature is fundamentally alien from humanity. It's out there, and we have to understand what it is. In the postmodern period, nature is a phenomenological construct. Let me explain what this means. According to Husserl, the founder of phenomenology, a phenomenon is an intentional act of consciousness. Intentional, S-I-O-N-A-L, not T-I-O-N-A-L. It is intentional, the opposite of extensional. An intentional act of consciousness that limits all of the possible things we can notice and says, this constitutes a phenomenon. When did World War II begin? On a day? In a year? In a decade? Did it begin in 1939 when the Germans marched into Poland? Or for Americans, did it begin in 1941 when Pearl Harbor was bombed? A war is a phenomenon. It's constructed by our minds. In the postmodernist period, nature is a phenomenological construct. Orlando, the book, unfolds historically, stylistically changing as it goes from the Renaissance to the modern period. Although there is, to use a musical metaphor, a continuing baseline to this modulation, to this stylistic modulation, and that baseline is the Enlightenment style, that is, the balance and antithesis, not simply of Pope, but particularly of Lawrence Sterne, whose book Tristram Shandy was published in parts between 1759 and 1767, and became perhaps the single best-selling new fiction of a 20 or 30-year period. That novel is characterized by a very, very special style. Let me exemplify. Here is how it begins. I wish either my mother or my father, or indeed both of them, as they were in duty both equally bound to it, had minded what they were about when they begot me, had they truly considered how much depended upon what they were then doing, that not only the production of a rational being was concerned in it, but that possibly the happy formation and temperature of his body, perhaps his genius and the very cast of his mind, and for aught they knew to the contrary, even the fortunes of his whole house might take their turn from the humors and dispositions which were then uppermost, had they duly considered and weighed all this, I am verily persuaded I should have made a quite different figure in the world from that in which the reader is likely to see me. That is one long sentence, with all of its pieces balanced, and within each piece other pieces balanced, but notice the glorious solipsism. It's a sentence that begins with I, wish either my mother or father, and ends with me. It gets nowhere. It stays within the self. It's a matter of reflecting the self. Orlando is a book about the self. It's a book that also uses this stylistic idea of vacillation. Lawrence Stern is actually a character in Orlando. Vacillation characterizes the style of the novel, and it also characterizes the content of the novel. Anyone moderately familiar with the rigors of composition, of writing that is, will not need to be told the story in detail, how he wrote and how it seemed good, read it and seemed vile, corrected and tore it up, cut out, put in, was in ecstasy and despair, had his good nights and bad mornings, snatched at ideas and lost them, saw his book plain before him and it vanished, acted his people's parts as he ate, mouthed them as he walked, now cried, now laughed, vacillated between this style and that, now preferred the heroic and pompous, next the plain and simple, now the vales of Tempe, then the fields of Kent or Cornwall, and could not decide whether he was the divinest genius or the greatest fool in the world. That's Orlando trying to write. Now, vacillation is what he does. Vacillation's a very interesting concept, particularly psychologically. We have two terms that refer to people who are of more than one gender. Or I guess I should say, since we mean to speak of biology here rather than of social construction, more than one sex. One term is hermaphroditic. A hermaphrodite, an individual that has physical characteristics both of the male and the female, is traditionally thought of as monstrous. There's some terrible fusion of things that should not go together. The androgyne, however, an individual that has the characteristics both of the male and of the female, in an integrated whole, represents not the monstrous, but the fulfilled. In Plato's myth of the origin of love, he speaks of the fact that once upon a time there were perfect two-faced spherical beings, which the gods so envied that they cut them in half, tied them off, hence our belly buttons, and loosed them on the world, and they spend the rest of their lives looking to have union with the other half. Some halves were male of a two-male half, some were female, and some were male and female. Whatever you are drawn toward, that union is perfection. While hermaphrodism is monstrosity, androgyny is perfection. And it seems to me that what Orlando does, the book that is create a character who moves from one sex to the other, having always the characteristics of both, writes in a way that vacillates back and forth in order to finally arrange for a fulfillment that represents a new kind of wholeness. The book ends in a productive marriage with a character named Shell. When Shell and Orlando first meet each other, they speak rapidly. Do you this, do you that, do you this, do you that. And after you can see that they are really coming together emotionally, suddenly Shell looks at Orlando and says, "Why, you're a woman. I thought you were a man." And Orlando looks at Shell and says, "Why, you're a man, and I thought you were a woman." They had gone beyond sex in vacillating through the different ways of communicating, and at that point, the text says, "and nothing more needed to be said." And there's a blank in the page, and it says, "They got up," and in fact, at this point, they are married. Later, Shell goes off on following the wind to do his adventures. And ultimately, Orlando gives birth. It happens magically the way it does for Rapunzel. We just have to know that the right people have come together. The ending in which she gives birth, I think, is wonderful. She gives birth exactly on the last day in which the book is narrated. The last day on which the book is narrated is also the day on which she knows that she has won an important literary prize for The Oak Tree. And it is also the day when, in reality, Orlando was published. So, the creating of a child, the creating of a marriage, the creating of a book within the book, and the creating of the book itself are all ways to function to make something that has real value, in fact, economic value, in the real world. Now, that particular book that gets published is the one we hold. But the way the book ends is, I think, something that we should hold in our minds. As Shelmerdine, now grown, that's his full name, as Shelmerdine, now grown a fine captain, hale, fresh-colored and alert, leapt to the ground from a hot air balloon that he used to come back to Orlando at the very end, there sprang up over his head a single wild bird. "It is the goose," Orlando cried, "the wild goose!" And the 12th stroke of midnight sounded, the 12th stroke of midnight, Thursday the 11th of October, 1928, the day of publication of the book. Orlando looks up and sees the wild goose. What's a wild goose? Well, I think we all know. We chase after them as Shell chases for adventure. The very phrase, a wild goose chase, is one that connotes going after something that can never be found. And yet, perhaps it can be found for Orlando. Orlando began as a man. And as a woman, Orlando loses property, loses power. All things devolve from Orlando because women have to depend upon men. But over the course of centuries, over the changes through literary periods, Orlando manages to make her way, and when she finally has come to feel centered enough in herself that her own sexuality becomes merely a detail, not a defining characteristic, she is able to merge with another individual who feels the same, and at that point, she's able to give birth. The child that Orlando is able to create is a male, because still in 1928, only a male would be able, like her book, to go out into society and succeed on his own. But we who have been blessed by contact with her imagination, we can close the book and have our own wild goose chase. We can have imagination while she has silence.
Lecture 9. Robbe-Grillet, Experimental Fiction and Myth.
The publication of Alain Robbe-Grillet's The Erasers motivated the creation of the term the new novel. On first reading, it is a detective story pushed to the condition of true fantasy. Its radical style, Robbe-Grillet claimed, has important epistemological consequences, and in that way is both a fantastic development of Émile Zola's idea of the experimental novel and the fulfillment of Roland Barthes' prediction about the evolution of writing. On closer examination, the novel also reveals itself as a reworking of the materials of the Oedipus myth as the structural anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss understood it, and as a critical re-examination of Freudian ideas about psychological fantasy. Indeed, for a clever minority of readers, or rereaders, there is a last fantastic trick that converts this apparently ambiguous detective novel into a stable work of aesthetic didacticism. For most people, on first reading, The Erasers by Robbe-Grillet seems to be a fantastic, compelling, but deeply confusing detective novel. Yet, because of what close reading and rereading reveal, it had a huge critical and indeed popular success, and led to the creation of the term in France, le nouveau roman, the new novel. The Erasers is told primarily from the viewpoint of a detective, Wallace, sent to a provincial town to solve a murder. Many of his observations are less obviously gathering clues about this murder than inquiries into his own sense of reality. What should he make of coincidences? For example, one witness tells that after the murder occurred, she observed someone running down the street, and that someone was wearing an overcoat with a triangular-shaped wound in the cloth. While in the town, Wallace, wearing an overcoat, snags his shoulder on a piece of fence post and winds up having exactly the same clue. But is it a clue, or is it something about Wallace? Can anything significant be read into the pictures that Wallace thinks that he sees in random assemblages of flotsam on the stagnant canal water? For instance, he sees corks and bits of orange peel, and as the wind moves the surface of the dead canal water about, he thinks they form perhaps the image of Punch and Judy, or maybe a map of America, if charitably read. Much of what is reported in the novel, like the behavior of the cafe manager who does things mechanically again and again, or the riddling drunkard, seems entirely irrelevant to solving the crime. Here is a drunkard who comes up repeatedly in the novel. At this point, he's asking a riddle. He stands up on a table in the saloon, a back room of which Wallace is using as his residence and base while in the town investigating. And he says, "Tell me, what animal is a parasite in the morning?" "That's all we need was this goon here," Antoine, the manager, objects. "You don't even know what an oblique line is, I'll bet. You look pretty oblique to me." And so on. And then he continues, "What animal is parasite in the morning, incestuous at noon, and blind at night?" Oh, he thinks, oh, no, wait a minute. It's blind in the morning, incestuous at noon, parasite at night. Well, what animal is it? No, deaf at noon, blind at night, limps in the morning. I'm just asking a riddle. In fact, this strange book full of strange details has one that threw the original readers way off. In the next to last chapter, Wallace goes to the murder scene and tries to recreate the passage that the murderer must have taken up the stairs to go and kill the victim. While in the victim's study, he hears someone on the stairs. He hides behind the desk, the light flashes on, and he shoots the intruder and winds up killing the man whose murder he was sent to solve. At the very end of the book, neither we nor the detective knows who truly killed this individual or how to understand reality. The individual who was killed is named Dupont, French for at the bridge. There were two Duponts mentioned in the erasers, Albert and Daniel, A and D Dupont. Maybe this is an AD kind of story, after the birth of Jesus. The novel is told in a relentlessly meticulous, flat style that seems almost cinematic. Indeed, much was made of the idea that this book got rid of rhetorical devices and only gave us the facts, ma'am, nothing but the facts. Here's a famous example, famous because it's been written about on numerous occasions. A quarter of a tomato that is quite faultless, cut up by the machine into a perfectly symmetrical fruit. This isn't even a sentence. It is, however, a detailed description of something for sale in a cafeteria. The peripheral flesh, compact, homogeneous, and a splendid chemical red, is of an even thickness between a strip of gleaming skin and the hollow where the yellow graduated seeds appear in a row, kept in place by a thin layer of greenish jelly along a swelling of the heart. And this goes on for twice as much longer as I've just read. These descriptions, I think, are not truly cinematic. We need to understand that the word flesh is a metaphor. The flesh of a vegetable is not flesh. A splendid chemical red reflects someone's attitude, in fact, an ironic attitude toward that color. There is no hollow inside a fruit, tomato slice. It is our view of that curve that makes it be a hollow rather than, say, a bump, viewed the other way. The seeds are not graduated. That's our idea. They are of different sizes. And there is no swelling toward the heart. Tomatoes have no hearts. In fact, even at its most cinematic, language tends to give us a projection of ourselves. The novel's movements also attempt to become superficial, cinematic, detailed, and somehow get rid of the observer, although, as we can see, that does not truly happen. For instance, the novel, as it moves from one passage to another, mimics the cinematic techniques of tracking, panning, and montage. There's one lovely passage where we see Wallace looking at an eraser. He puts the eraser down on the front left corner of a desk. The next phrase tells us about a sheaf of papers being raised from a desk, and underneath the papers is another eraser. These cinematic techniques make the book feel as if it is not really a novel, but just some strange, imaginary report of some investigation. The book has been called experimental. The term experimental goes back to Émile Zola, a great French novelist. In works like Germinal, Zola sought to represent society in a believable way, to set characters and social forces in motion within the novel, and then to see what they would do. In that sense, Zola saw the novel as an experiment. That is, if he could create a world within the novel which had believable characters and believable social forces, and they led to certain outcomes, in a sense, he was running an experiment that would convince his readers that those forces in our lives would have these outcomes. Germinal, for example, tells the story of a town where the main industry is a coal mine. And we see the lives of the miners, the owners, and so on. The economic interactions among them lead to death and a communist revolution. In other words, the experimental novel served Zola's purposes both aesthetically and politically. Roland Barthes, a great French literary critic and cultural theorist, in one of his early books, a book called in English Writing Degree Zero, studied the evolution of French narrative prose. His idea of writing degree, in French écriture, is that we understand something that is more general than style and yet more specific than language. Now, he understood language and speech as being the synchronic and diachronic aspects of any given language. Language, langue, speech, parole. He borrows this from Ferdinand de Saussure, the great Swiss-born linguist. But we all know that between the stable, synchronic language and the ever-moving diachronic parole, speech, we can see regularities that are more stable than just speech. For instance, we can identify a Hemingway style or a biblical style. What Barthes did was suggest that yet more generally than style, but more flexibly than langue, we could have an écriture. We could have a kind of style of styles, what in English we could call a graphilect, the way an idiolect is a person's way of speaking. A graphilect is a way of writing. We could have a graphilect that would identify, for instance, a cultural moment or a literary period, like Romantic or modern or postmodern, as we discussed in talking about Orlando. In fact, I've tried this with my students. I've asked ordinary sophomores, well, none of the sophomores at the University of Michigan are ordinary, but I've asked my students, when they happen to be in the office, to close their eyes. I take a random book off the shelf, I open it to a random page, I cover the running head so they can't see the title, and I ask them to read a random paragraph and tell me when the page was written. For works within the last century, my students almost invariably can date it to within 10 years. To works within the last 200 years, they can almost invariably date it to within the last 20. And for works from the Renaissance forward, they almost always get it within 40 years, without ever having seen the work before. It's not that they're responding to the style. They're responding to the écriture, to the graphilect, to what Barthes' translator called writing degree. Now, what Barthes did was study the evolution of French prose from the Renaissance to the present. His present, 1950s, when he wrote this book. And he noticed that in the Renaissance, we have a very ornate kind of style, lots of metaphor, lots of periphrasis, that is going the long way around to say something, that finny tribe instead of fish, and so on. And that as we move from the Renaissance forward, the degree of ornamentation and decoration that we find in language, in French fictional prose, gets lower and lower. And what he suggests is what might have been once a very high writing degree will ultimately go to writing degree 0. That was his prediction. Wonder of wonders, without ever acknowledging to the general reading public that Roland Barthes and Robbe-Grillet were friends, out comes The Erasers in 1953, and out comes writing degree 0, and people read passages like the one about the quarter slice of tomato and say, my goodness, there's no rhetorical decoration here. Why, we've reached writing degree 0 just the way Roland Barthes said we would. And so we have the new novel, a novel dependent upon surfaces and details that nonetheless is involved with a completely imaginary space. A space where the detective is in fact the murderer. And if we read it more deeply, we realize it's not writing degree at 0 at all. We still push our own feelings into those descriptions. Now, at about the same time that we have this stylistic development, we also have Claude Lévi-Strauss, one of the great anthropologists of the 20th century, coming up with his ideas about culture. While Roland Barthes predicts, if he is in fact is really predicting, the style that we see in the Erasers, we can turn to Lévi-Strauss to look at its content. In Structural Anthropology, a very, very important book, he also uses de Saussure's ideas about structural analysis to analyze the Oedipus myth, especially famously in chapter 11, where he shows that every version of the myth, if we line up its different parts, really coheres into a quadripartite structure where 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, those columns of story elements, have a relationship to each other, and the conjoined 1, 2, and 3, 4 have another relationship to each other, and that set of relationships is in fact a powerful, permanent, synchronic mythic structure that exists in our mind in Western culture. Later, Leach, an anthropologist, shows that that structure is exactly the same structure we find in the story of the fall in the Garden of Eden, a famous essay called Lévi-Strauss in the Garden of Eden. Now, what we need to understand is that this story of Oedipus is not the story of Oedipus that Freud gives us. Freud gives us a story of Oedipus in which the child is eager to supplant the father, kills the father, and decides to marry the mother. But Sophocles' story is not that at all. Sophocles tells the story which is worth our remembering so that we can free ourselves from Freud. As Sophocles tells the story, Laius and Jocasta, the king and queen of Thebes, are told by the oracle at Delphi, as Laius is told, that he will have a child who will kill him. When Jocasta bears a child, he has that child taken out to the wilderness and staked to the ground, through the foot. so that the wild animals will come and kill him. A shepherd comes by, sees this poor staked infant, takes him away, crosses the peninsula to Corinth, where he presents the infant to the king and queen of Corinth, who are childless. We're back in the realm of fairy tales, of course. The king and queen raise Oedipus. Oedipus, which means swollen foot or lame foot, is that way because of the staking, but that's his name. He grows up to be an upright young man, and he goes to the oracle at Delphi and is told he will kill his father and marry his mother, not wanting to hurt the king and queen of Corinth, whom he takes to be his father and mother. He leaves. Along the way, he comes to a bridge. He is crossing the bridge, but someone comes in the other direction and says, "Get out of my way." A man with a retinue, a wealthy man. Oedipus, of course, doesn't yield. He's used to being a prince himself. When they meet, the other man starts an altercation. Oedipus punches him. He falls down, hits his head on a rock, and dies. As the story continues, Oedipus goes and passes by the Sphinx. The Sphinx is a mythical beast which kills people by strangling them. The word sphinx comes from the Greek sphingere. It's the same root as the word sphincter, having to do with opening and closing sections in the human body. The Sphinx asks of all who pass before it a riddle. If you fail to answer the riddle correctly, you are killed. If you do answer the riddle correctly, or so the story predicts, the Sphinx will allow you to go in and become the monarch of Thebes. The Sphinx's riddle is quite famous. She asks, what goes on 4 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening? Oedipus answers, man. We crawl on 4s as infants, we stand up on our own 2 legs as adults, and we use a cane in our old age. The Sphinx throws herself from a cliff and kills herself, thus opening the road to Thebes. The people greet Oedipus joyfully, and since their king has died, they make him their king. In order to cement the legitimacy of his authority, he marries the king's widow. In order to bring justice into the land, he sends out servants to discover what really happened. Of course, we know what really happened. They come back with the message and tell it first to Jocasta, that the person who killed the king, Laius, was now their own king, Oedipus. When Oedipus hears this, he is aghast at what he has done. This is no Freudian child who wants to sleep with his mother. This is an upright man who rejects the idea of sleeping with his mother. He runs in to find her, to share the news with her. He goes in and finds that she has hanged herself. He takes the fibula out of her toga and uses the pin to blind himself. And at the end, he's led away by his daughter. Now, the story of Oedipus, as Aristotle understands it, is a story of what we translate as tragic flaw, as if there was something wrong with Oedipus, a hint that Freud accepts. But Aristotle's word is hamartia. It is a term from archery, and it means a missing of the mark. Oedipus didn't do something wrong, he did the right. But sometimes in this world of ours, doing right still produces wrong. That's the human condition. It's no wonder that this story has attained mythic status. What does it mean to say, as Levi-Strauss did, that all of the parts of this story coexist at one time? It means, perhaps more easily understandable for those raised in a Christian nation, what St. Jerome meant when he said of the story of the totality of the life of Jesus, Christ dies for us daily. It doesn't mean that Christ dies and then is resurrected and then dies, forever having to go again and again through a cycle the way Prometheus has his liver plucked out anew every day. It means that at all times, that suffering exists, and simultaneously the promise that is the resurrection that matters so much to any believing Christian exists. It's a synchronic reality because it's in the world of myth. In the world of myth, as Levi-Strauss showed, it doesn't matter the order in which you tell the story parts. The whole of the story coexists at one time. In The Erasers, we have one time. That one time is the time when you are parasite in the morning. You kill your father first, and then blind at night. Is this myth the only myth that could possibly tell this story? No. Robbe-Grillet lets us see the difference. The riddle man comes up again, as he's so called, again later in the book. What animal in the morning? He tries to remember, but he can't remember. And then he gives a different riddle. He says, what animal is black, has 6 legs, and flies? No, Wallace says, the riddle was something else. What animal is black, has 6 legs, and flies? A fly. In 1943, Jean-Paul Sartre published a famous drama called The Flies. It was a version of The Furies, the ancient Greek myth about the harpies that drive us and make our lives terrible. It was published under the German occupation in World War II, and savvy French audiences were able to see that The Flies was a critique of the Nazis, that the forces that were driving the lives of the French were nothing but numerous, though powerful, insects making garbage out of everything they touched. This subversive play, The Flies, plugs into the myth of the Oresteia, the only complete myth cycle that we have from Greek drama. Robbe-Grillet is saying to us, there are other myths we could have used, but in this book, the myth is the Oedipus myth. Once we recognize this myth, we discover that all of the details in this book that look to be random and irrelevant actually cohere. They are parts of that larger story. For example, Wallace is given instructions to take a bus to go to a particular place where he's going to do some investigation. The bus line is Route 6, which he is told he should use until he gets to the place where it crosses Route 4. So remember to go to where 6 crosses 4. 6x4, 24. When Wallace begins investigating, his watch stops at a certain moment. When he accidentally kills the man who may be the man whose murder he was intending to solve, his watch starts up again, exactly 24 hours later. The one day, the 24, is, as we're told of that bullet, something that comes out of myth. As Wallace walks up the stairs in Dupont's house, he notices that there are draperies over the windows. The draperies are net, and they have a pattern in them. Pattern that shows a column blasted by, an ancient Greek column blasted by lightning, at the base of which is an infant and a shepherd. And next to that is another column and another infant and another shepherd. In other words, now that we realize that the story of Oedipus is crucial here, what Robbe-Grillet is showing us is that Wallace is seeing a clear sign that the story of Oedipus, the staked-out child whose royal heritage has been destroyed by the gods, is going to be doubled. What happened in the ancient world still happens here. Freud, in The Uncanny, said that the uncanny is produced by seeing the familiar in an unfamiliar place. If you're on a trip to a different country, walk into a store and suddenly see someone from back home, it feels uncanny. If we take the metaphoric and make it literal, we get the uncanny. For instance, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. If I then sat down and began to eat a horse, your eyes would bulge. That's uncanny. This is an example of Freud's way of looking at the fantastic. In this book, Wallace keeps trying to get away from where he is, from his residence in the saloon in order to explore the city, and keeps coming back to the same piece of dead canal. He asks, "Don't I know this city?" And realizes that yes, he does. In fact, he'd been there once before. In fact, perhaps as a child with his mother. In fact, perhaps as an infant. The canny reader then realizes that this dead canal is a version of the birth canal, that Wallace is here in his own birth city, the one that he has never seen because he's been away from it since his infancy. The owner of the stationery store that keeps attracting him is a woman named Evelyn, with a carnal, throaty laugh, we're told repeatedly. And he finds himself drawn to her. Uncannily, he keeps going back to this stationery store, asking for an eraser, the kind that artists use. Outside the stationery store, there's a picture of Thebes. The store itself is on the corner of the Rue de Corinthe, the street of Corinth. And this picture of Thebes has before it an artist's model, a little wire and wood model, in a little toy smock, painting the picture of Thebes. But the picture of Thebes is actually oil, and the painting, supposed painting, is a photograph. Everything here is mirrors and reversals. The canny reader finds this. Wallace wants a special eraser. What kind of eraser, Evelyn, maybe his mother, says. The manufacturer's brand was printed on one side, but it was too worn to be legible anymore. Only 2 of the middle letters were still there. D.I. There must have been at least 2 letters before, and perhaps 2 or 3 letters after. In Greek, O-E-D-I-P-U-S, Oedipus. In French, O-E-D-I-P-E, Oedipe. It has 2 letters before and 2 or 3 after. If we read this book the way we read it at first, it is a fantastic inversion of the detective story, and it drives genre development forward. But if we read it again and find at the very center of the novel, that passage that I just read is exactly halfway through the book, we realize what Wallace never did. The thing that controls him is the inexorable power of myth in our lives. And the only way to get rid of myth is to give it its true name. To find that it is Oedipal, that it is someone else's story, not inevitably Oedipus's. We could have had Orestes' story, and that will allow us to erase it. It is not the erasure of simple recognition of trauma that Freud suggests. It is, in fact, a way of overcoming the language that has imposed a reality on us. In a book called For a New Novel, Robbe-Grillet explains why he uses this bizarre cinematic style. He says, if we can go for the surface and get rid of the language imposed upon us, this use of our imagination to counter others' imagination is nothing less, he says, than to lay claim to freedom. For the canny reader, this is imagination leading to infinite possibilities.
Lecture 10. Tolkien and Mass Production of the Fantastic.
English has a unique fantasy heritage, the Arthurian materials, used by authors medieval to modern such as Thomas Malory and T.H. White. The modern Arthurian musical Camelot lent its name to John F. Kennedy's truncated presidency. William Morris, a pioneering Victorian manufacturer and polymath artist, rejected an offer to be England's poet laureate, honoring in part his Arthurian poems. He rejected the offer because he saw himself as a Democrat. He was one of the first people to try to give profit sharing to his employees. His idea of Arthur's realm was one of great inclusiveness, like that attributed to Kennedy's. This was a shift in the Arthurian poems. J.R.R. Tolkien, a brilliant philologist, also revised the spirit of these ultimately nostalgic materials to create a reassuring, fantastic medievalism, what he himself called a fairy story. In Farmer Giles of Ham and Leaf by Niggle, Tolkien's comforting politics and religion respectively emerge. Examination of the works of Tolkien's friend, C.S. Lewis, particularly the children's series about Narnia and the science fictions including Perelandra, clarifies Tolkien's democratic consolation. The epic success of his Lord of the Rings trilogy launched the true mass production of the literary fantastic. John Ronald Reuel Tolkien was an Oxford professor of Anglo-Saxon, that is to say, Old English, and of English language and literature. He transformed fantasy publishing around the world. He is most widely known now for his creation of a fantasy realm, Middle-earth. This setting draws on Old English literature, like Beowulf, the oldest epic of English literature, where the hero fights extraordinary monsters and even the monster's mother, Norse saga with gods and heroes, Welsh legend with sorcerers, Teutonic mythology with world-shattering battles, as well as Christianity and the Arthurian materials. Tolkien drew on them all. English literature has a unique heritage in these Arthurian materials. There is a character we see around the world, known by folklorists as the Wise Man of the Wood. Rumpelstiltskin, for example, who spins straw into gold, is an example of the Wise Man of the Wood. There is another character we find around the world, the undiscovered king, like Moses, found floating among the bulrushes. And this exists in many cultures, but historically, only English literature has integrated these two archetypal characters, weaving them into a single story where Merlin becomes, in a sense, the godfather who brings forward Arthur to take his place as the rightful king and set the world in order. A story that not only sets the world in order, but sets the world on its inevitable path to dissolution. These Arthurian materials have yielded myriad popular works. Among them, for example, Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. This is a famous magical fairy tale for adults from the late 14th century. Sir Gawain is, by convention, one of the more foolhardy members of the Round Table, Arthur's Fellowship of Knights. In comes a huge green knight, and he asks that someone take the challenge of attacking him with a blow of a sword which he will not try to counter. But if he should survive this blow, the man who accepted the challenge must meet him a year and a week and a day later. Sir Gawain takes up the challenge. It turns out that the Green Knight is, although it is inexplicit here, a vegetation god, and lopping off part of the greenery does in no way kill the Green Knight. Gawain needs to find him and knows that he will die a year and a week and a day later, but because a year and a week and a day after Christmas is New Year's in this Christianized version of the vegetation story, ultimately Gawain is saved, his pure heart comes into play, and all is well. The Arthurian materials, in other words, are malleable, Le Morte d'Arthur, as it's pronounced in English, by Sir Thomas Malory in the 15th century, is the most famous complete telling of all of the materials having to do with the birth of Arthur, Merlin, Arthur drawing the sword from the stone, and the realm of Camelot, and the adventures of his many knights, including Gawain, Lancelot, and so on. In its modern uses, these materials include a mid-19th century book of poems called The Defense of Guinevere by William Morris. T.H. White, writing at the same time as Tolkien, produced a series of quite fine novels using these same materials, known collectively as The Once and Future King. And those novels are the source that most directly inspired the Broadway musical Camelot, 1960, which in turn supplied the nostalgic nickname for John Kennedy's truncated presidency. Tolkien's personal background bore on his artistic creation. He was a superb philologist who knew a diversity of time-tested narratives, and he knew the words that resonated through them. His linguistic inventions ring true. His love of poetry and work as a translator inform his style, and his committed Roman Catholicism flavors the morality of his tales. Tolkien's most famous work, of course, is The Lord of the Rings, published between 1954 and 1955. It is an epic fantasy, originally written as a single work, but broken up by the publisher to come out as 3 separate volumes: The Fellowship of the Ring, The Two Towers, and The Return of the King. This trilogy, as it's now thought of today, meshes earthy, sensible hobbits with figures of legend. Hobbits are Tolkien's own creation, and they become the central characters in the Ring trilogy. Hobbits, as we all know, are somewhat shorter than ordinary people. They have a wonderful appetite for food. They live happy little bourgeois existences and are known for having large and hairy feet. Frodo, a hobbit, is recruited by Gandalf, who is the Merlin figure in this epic, to help destroy an ancient magic ring which gives extraordinary power to anyone who wears it, before the evil sorcerer Sauron can seize it and use it to enslave the world. Frodo cannot make this world-crossing journey on his own, and instead he accumulates a fellowship, the Fellowship of the Ring, which includes humble hobbits, magical elves, powerful dwarves, and a dashing loner, a tall, elegant man named Aragorn, who ultimately, though he is at first seen to be a woodsman, is revealed to be a hidden king. Now, on this journey, any one of these people could have carried the ring. The aim is to take the ring and bring it to the volcanic heart of a mountain where it can be destroyed. No ordinary fire can destroy this ring, but if it were to be destroyed, Sauron could not get it, and it would be possible for the peoples of Middle-earth to continue about their lives, to avoid enslavement. Though any character could carry it, only Frodo does carry it on a string around his neck. He is torn. He must resist the urge to wear that ring and become invisible, to be able to do magical things, to conquer other people, as Wells' Invisible Man could not resist that urge and ultimately was destroyed by the society around him. Frodo would himself become destroyed. One of the key characters in this novel, whom they encounter on their trip, is Gollum, someone who once upon a time had given in and worn the ring and had become less and less and less of himself, withered away to nothing but a pitiful, tenacious creature with no other desire but to return himself to the ring, wear it again, and live through the ring. Things are in the saddle, as Emerson wrote, and ride mankind. The ring is a killing ring. The power is more than humans can bear. Hobbits perhaps can resist. Frodo is the hero. In fact, as is well known, Frodo and the Fellowship, through many dark adventures, finally managed to go and return the ring to the volcanic fire from which it was forged. Middle-earth is saved, all go back to their domains, and the Shire is returned to domestic peace. We can see Gandalf as Merlin, Aragorn as Arthur, and Frodo and his friends, not so much as Knights of the Round Table because they are always ironized, but rather as solid English folk. These folk are our focus. In a sense, Tolkien makes us the true heroes of the Ring trilogy. Like the Arthurian materials, Tolkien's are extensive. He has attracted to himself all of these many kinds of myths and come up with a single coherent imaginary universe. In addition to the 3 Ring books, we have The Hobbit, which is a prequel, the story of how the ring first came to Frodo's uncle, and the Silmarillion, which gives us the legends and myths of the worlds of Middle-earth. And there are other works as well, simply set in the same time. The Lord of the Rings appeals for many reasons. Like a Propian folktale, Tolkien's is a distillation of traditional materials that resonates immediately because it is told with a particular structure, absentation, journey and return, and so on. In addition, Tolkien's own storytelling is often stylistically gorgeous. His language is beautiful, and with no disrespect intended to the movie versions of The Lord of the Rings, that poetry is missing when we leave Tolkien's page. Another reason that this is so popular is that the works are easily allegorized. Is the Questing Fellowship, this is after all a story written in the Depression and during World War II and published shortly thereafter, is the Questing Fellowship a representation of the Allies who are off against Sauron's Hitler? Is it a resurrection of Jesus' disciples? Or is it simply the middle class resisting those of privilege? The story is easily allegorized. We can see its morals moving us even if we don't know where its morals in detail are supposed to move us. Tolkien always refused to say. The ingredients of Tolkien's epic are clear in his shorter works, and I think it helps us to look at those in detail. Farmer Giles of Ham, published in 1949, is a version of Middle-earth. It demonstrates Tolkien's love of language and his preference for comfortable democracy. Key moments in this story include Giles using a tame dragon to take the abusive king's crown and open and close the work itself with a switch from Latin to English. Let me make this clearer. Farmer Giles is an ordinary fellow, but the king comes to protect the realm from the dragon. In protecting the realm from the dragon, the king's retinue camps out in Farmer Giles' fields. And they eat so much and trample so much that in fact Farmer Giles would be impoverished, but that he has the king's chits for repayment. Except, of course, the king's treasury is bare. He'll only be able to fill the treasury if he gets the hoard that the dragon keeps. Well, he can't. Eventually, however, because Giles comes upon a magical sword, he is able to tame the dragon and, in a way, politely drive off the king. At that moment of confrontation, the king, who always seems kingly, says, "Give me my sword." Of course, it's not his sword at all. "Give me my sword," shouted the king, finding his voice, but forgetting his plural. He should have said, "Give us our sword," because he speaks for all. "Give us your crown," said Giles, a staggering remark, such as had never been heard in all the days of the Middle Kingdom. In other words, faced with a tame dragon, the royal monarch loses his power. His power is only conferred by society, but the solid English farmer knows the power that he has in his hand and not only tames the dragon, but sends the king packing. He doesn't actually want to become the king, and he does not actually. This story, Farmer Giles of Ham, is a story set in a magical, imaginary world about the change from the old to the new. The title page begins, Farmer Giles of Ham. And then we have in ornate type, Latin, Egidia, Ahina Barbi, Julia, Agricola, Dahamo, etc. Right? We have Farmer Giles of Ham. And then it says in English, or in the vulgar tongue, The Rise and Wonderful Adventures of Farmer Giles, Lord of Tame, Court of Warminghall, etc. Giles, of course, is the old form of guile or wily. We've got one smart farmer here. When the story ends, after Giles in fact has sent the king packing, the original giant who brought about the dragon and brought about the king and got all of these stories started is told that he was driven off finally by Giles with a blunderbuss full of nails and broken crockery that stung him on his nose. A blunderbuss, he says, was it? And scratched his head. I thought it was horse flies. Or, to catch the allusion, horse feathers. Finis, the book says, in ornate type, or in the vulgar, the end. The shift from Latin to English is the shift from Latin, at the end is the shift from Latin to English in the beginning, and it is what the plot does. It goes from the high-born king who issues proclamations in Latin to the solid British farmer who just takes care of business. The use of the word vulgar to indicate the nature of that shift is crucial. The Vulgate Bible is the Latin Bible. The Bible translated into the language of the people is called Vulgate. Our modern use of the word vulgar to mean disreputable comes from an association of the common people as beneath those of high class. But in a religious sense, of course, certainly for a committed Christian like Tolkien, the people are those for whom God died. The vulgar is not beneath contempt. The vulgar expresses the finest form of the greatest book. The move from the monarchy to the democracy, from Latin to English, from the royal to the vulgar, is a politically and philosophically appropriate move for Tolkien. The Adventures of Tom Bombadil gathers together a number of poems all associated with that woodsman character, that ancient woodsman character from the Ring trilogy. Let's take a look at two of these to understand something about the power of language in Tolkien. This one, the third of the poems of The Adventures of Tom Bombadil, none of which have Tom Bombadil in them, but poetry is his adventure, is called errantry. Errantry, of course, is what knights in armor did. They went out. Here is how it begins. By the way, if you buy the book, you must read these aloud. There was a merry passenger, a messenger, a mariner. He built a gilded gondola to wander in and had in her a load of yellow oranges and porridge for his provender. He perfumed her with marjoram and cardamom and lavender. We could take this passage apart and see how many ways the language forces us along. Merry passenger goes to messenger mariner. So the M's in merry line up with the M's in messenger and mariner, while the singer in passenger lines up with the singer in messenger. But the messenger goes to mariner, the same rhythm of the word, so that the very first two lines impel us along by having these internal rhymes and repetitions. There was a merry messenger, there was a merry passenger, a messenger, a mariner. And that same kind of multiple connection is made in every line throughout the poem. In fact, what happens is that this merry passenger goes and has an errand, but he becomes involved in one magical adventure after another, fighting the king of the bumblebees, putting on some strange armor made out of the leather of moth wings and so on, until eventually, being driven by all of this, he comes back to where he began this errand, the nature of which is never specified. He tarried for a little while in little isles that lonely lay, and found there naught but blowing grass, and so at last the only way he took and turned, and coming home with honeycomb to memory, his message came, and errand too, in daring do and glamoury, he had forgot them, journeying and tourneying a wanderer. So now he must depart again, and start again his gondola, for ever still a messenger, a passenger, a tarrier, a roving as a feather does, a weather-driven mariner. The beauty of the language, like the enchantments, enticements of the fairy tale worlds of imagination, keep us from performing the real errand, the reason we're here. It only comes to us when we're sated and too late, and so we must venture forth again, always driven like a feather on the wind, subject to our desires, incapable of succeeding at what is the reason we really have come to earth. What is that reason, we ask of this Christian writer? We may infer it from a poem called The Hoard, number 14 of the Adventures of Tom Bombadil. In the first stanza, the moon was new and the sun young, and silver and gold is what the gods sung. A great mass of worked precious metal is put away as a hoard, and by the elves. Then an old dwarf who sat upon them sees these, but he has aged, wanting nothing but to be in the presence of these. A young dragon comes along and wants the gold. Space. The next stanza begins, an old dragon. What must have happened, of course, is the young dragon killed the dwarf. The dragon had nothing of it but the hoard and sits on it until he is old. And then, withering away, he can't hear so well when a young warrior comes. Space. An old king sits on a high throne, and we realize the same thing has happened again, that the love of money has been the root of the losing of oneself, the real notion of all evil. And so the poem ends. There is an old hoard in a dark rock, forgotten behind doors none can unlock. I think this is original sin. That grim gate no man can pass. On the mound grows the green grass, there sheep, an image of Jesus, feed, and the larks, an image of the Holy Spirit, soar, and the wind blows from the seashore. The old hoard the night shall keep, while the earth waits and the elves sleep. What does the earth wait for? I think for Tolkien, the second coming. But, again, he never says. Leaf by Niggle is a deeply moving Christian parable. It is not so overtly Christian that everyone understands it as such immediately, but in fact, all understand it as such once it's pointed out to them. Niggle is a man who wants to paint. He wants to express himself in art. He is not very good at the big picture, but while his trees lack, the leaves, subject to that attention, are glorious. But the law says certain things must be done. His neighbor needs help, and Niggle provides it. Eventually, the inspector comes by and says that Niggle's roof needs repair, and that is more important than art, and his canvases need to be used to repair the roof. The time comes, we're told, when he is to take a long journey. And what is that journey? Well, never told, but people begin to gather and think about what they might do with Niggle's possessions, and we know what the journey is. But most of the story takes place after that journey has begun, while Tolkien is in some place where he hears an old voice and a young voice, and they make him stay at a hospital where he learns to become healthier by work, and eventually his neighbor joins him and they work together, and ultimately they achieve an understanding of this world at the end of the journey. What is the name of that place that the train brings people to, the one that the Niggle and his neighbor have made? Why, the porter says to the old voice, it's called Niggle's Parish. Parish was the name of the neighbor. The porter settled it years ago, and the second voice tells this to the old voice. Train for Niggle's Parish in the bay. He has shouted that for a long while now. Niggle's Parish. I sent a message to both of them to tell them. What did they say? They both laughed. Laughed. The mountains rang with it. This is the consolation that true stories of the imagination can give us. It becomes possible even after that journey for us to find true fellowship. That world for Niggle not only has Niggle's leaves, but forests full of Niggle's trees, all perfectly achieved. That story, Leaf by Niggle, was originally published in a volume as the exemplification of Tolkien's own theory of fairy tales. First, we get in that volume an essay called On Fairy Stories. On Fairy Stories tells us that fairy stories, unlike the Alice books, must never discuss their own magic. They cannot be self-reflexive. Magic itself must be accepted and taken as transparent. Fairy stories offer four things, according to Tolkien. Fantasy, which he defines as imagination and unreality yoked together. Recovery, by which he means a defamiliarizing vision. As the Russian formalist taught us, art comes from making the stone stony, from defamiliarizing what we see around us. Recovery makes things fresh again, as, in fact, Robbe-Grillet wanted to make the world fresh again by going beyond the language we had had. Third, fairy stories offer us escape. Not escape in the negative sense in which we are failing to fulfill our responsibilities, but liberation and ultimately consolation. Fairy stories, Tolkien explains, offer us fantasy, recovery, escape, and consolation. And he says that the Gospels are the summation of all fairy stories. Now, we can understand Tolkien's success by comparing his work with that of some of his contemporaries. He was a member of a group called the Inklings. The Inklings, that very name is a pun. They are scribbling and they hope that their writing will grow up to be something bigger than a mere inkling. Duck, duckling, ink, inkling. But also these folks believed, these committed Christians, which included C.S. Lewis and Charles Williams, they down here in this world of ours had inklings about what the world above might be. In C.S. Lewis's Narnia series, Eustace is turned into a dragon, a steel band is put about his arm, and as he grows and grows and grows, because dragons never have a natural ending to their growth, he hurts more and more until eventually he says, all right, I believe in Aslan, the Christ figure in that series, and then he is freed and turned back into a boy. That ability to achieve salvation after death is what's called among Orthodox Christians today the antinomian heresy. It's bad Christianity. But Lewis allows it in his book for children. In his books for adults, the so-called Space Trilogy with Perelandra out of the Silent Planet and That Hideous Strength, the Christ figure, Ransom, who dies for us, in fact, dies for us. It is orthodox Children deserve something softer, the Inklings seem to feel. They constructed their imaginary worlds to make us draw ourselves into it at the child's level, at the emotional level, at the level that coordinates with all of myth. The erasers showed us how daunting intellectual challenge can be to really solve the mystery of what makes us behave as we do. But Tolkien's trilogy offers us adventure, activity, poetry for the contemplative, and if we can follow it along, a simple consolation. Chosen by many as the best book of the 20th century, The Lord of the Rings knocked open the door to fantasy publishing. That disparaged realm of fiction suddenly became common currency, and Tolkien made it possible to see a new world everywhere.
Lecture 11. Children's Literature and the Fantastic.
Children's literature, a publishing category that emerged in the Victorian period to exploit a specialized market, is both simpler and less conventionally realistic than adult literature, even while traditionally restricted in its materials. Looser constraints on style and invention invite the fantastic. As we examine works by Beatrix Potter, Margaret Wise Brown, Dr. Seuss, and Norton Juster, we see, though, that simpler has some quite specific implications for character, plot, theme, and style. In addition, children's literature has a visual component absent from our understanding of adult literature. The richest children's literature continues, like fairy tales and the Alice books, to offer adult readers, too, their own pleasures. Adult enjoyment of children's literature opens the way, in turn, for fantastic adult fables like George Orwell's Animal Farm. Why have we come to associate the fantastic so strongly with children's literature? Commercial children's literature emerged with the idea of children as a distinct market. In the 18th century, children were still considered adults in training. In the famous painting by Gainsborough, The Blue Boy, the painted subject, although a boy, has the haughty pose and expensive clothes of a wealthy, albeit small, man. In Charles Perrault's version of Little Red Riding Hood, in the end of the 17th century, Red remains eaten. She doesn't get out of the wolf. And the moral warns children, especially well-bred young ladies, against various kinds of wolves. Even when the Grimm brothers collected tales that they knew were told to children, their books at the beginning of the 19th century were intended for adults. The power of the fantastic to teach adults was still accepted into the Romantic period, as we see with cautionary novels like Frankenstein from 1818. But as realism came to seem more fit for adults, as in Pride and Prejudice, 1813, the fantastic was ever more relegated to supposedly uncritical children. Heinrich Hoffmann, who lived for most of the 19th century, wrote and illustrated Struwwelpeter, 1845, as a new kind of children's book. It was, in fact, the most popular children's book after Alice until the 20th century. Mark Twain translated it into English for his own children. Hoffmann, no relation to E.T.A. Hoffmann, was a doctor and the admired director of a lunatic asylum specializing in the care of troubled children. He shared in the growing view that children do not think logically. Naturally, books with morals like "The good child must be truthful" were ineffective. His gruesome, fantastic cautionary tales, like the story of the thumbsucker, in which a boogeyman tailor shears off the child protagonist's thumbs, aim to teach by fantastic shocking. This is Twain's translation. "Conrad," cried his mamma dear, "I'll go out, but you stay here. Try how pretty you can be, till I come again," said she. "Docile be, and good and mild. Pray don't suck your thumb, my child. For if you do, the tailor'll come and bring his shears and snip your thumb from off your hand as clear and clean as if paper it had been." Before she turned to the south, he'd got his thumbkin in his mouth. Bang! There goes the door. Kerslam! Whoop! The tailor lands. Kerblam! Waves his shears and heartless grub and calls for Dawman Lutcherbub. Claps his weapon to the thumb, snips it square as head of Grum. And while that lad his tongue unfurled and fired a yell heard round the world. Who can tell the mother's sorrow when she saw her boy the morrow? There he stood, all steeped in shame, and not a thumbkin to his name. My goodness, this was a man admired for his sensitive care of children. As the Victorian period advanced, children of wealth did not work, but were schooled. The privileged ones were allowed fantasies with more gentle morals. Alice in Wonderland was drafted for a real 7-year-old. Although it is playful and allows Alice ultimately to win, adult readers see its darker side, as when the Queen of Hearts shouts, "Off with her head!" But of course, in Alice's book, while the adults see that happen, that is, see the Queen yell, the children know that Alice doesn't lose her head. The Tale of Peter Rabbit, at the very beginning of the 20th century, published by Beatrix Potter, aimed to please a 5-year-old. Unlike the published Alice, it did not aim at adults. Small but disobedient Peter evades the dangerous Farmer McGregor. Back home, his mother does not scold Peter. She comforts him with chamomile tea. A child needn't think logically to learn the moral. Whether or not children think logically, they certainly can understand literature subtly. The classic tale Goodnight Moon, published by Margaret Wise Brown in 1947, has a bunny protagonist in a room hung with pictures. The old lady is trying to put the protagonist to sleep. He is a bunny, she is a rabbit, and the pictures all make literary allusions. In other words, the illustrator accepts the idea that children can think, if not logically, in some sophisticated way. One of the pictures shows a cow jumping over the moon. Another picture shows 3 bears sitting in a room. In a later picture in the book, Goodnight Moon, we see a close-up of that picture of the 3 bears. And we notice that in the room in which the 3 bears sit, there is hung a picture. And that picture is the same picture of the cow jumping over the moon that's in the little bunny's room. In other words, we have an interesting problem of a regress further and further into the world of fiction upon fiction. This is a sophisticated kind of storytelling, and children's books, although they may not suppose that children think logically, certainly understand that they can think critically. When I, as an adult, first read Goodnight Moon, I was rather shocked by a picture it shows of a mother rabbit, or an adult rabbit at any rate, standing in a stream in waders and fly fishing, trying to catch, it seems, a baby rabbit, a bunny, that goes leaping out to catch the bait at the end of the line, a carrot. I thought, my goodness, this is cannibalism. What kind of thing is that to put in a children's book, especially a sweet little children's book, aiming to have the child go to sleep? This picture is in in Goodnight Moon. It hangs on the wall of the bunny. As I mentioned to my class that I couldn't understand the cannibalism involved, the next day one of my students came to me and said, "Ah, you were alive at the wrong time. Take a look at this." In 1942, 5 years before the publication of Goodnight Moon, Margaret Wise Brown had published The Runaway Bunny. The Runaway Bunny itself was a bestseller, and in it, a mother rabbit is trying to bring her runaway baby back into the safety of her own home. In order to attract the bunny, she does all sorts of things, including using a fishing rod to lay a carrot out in front of the bunny's path. This isn't cannibalism, this is love. My student caught the literary allusion that I had missed. But in 1947, a child reading Goodnight Moon would have caught the 1942 reference to Runaway Bunny. In other words, children's literature, whether or not it's based on the notion that children think logically, can be quite sophisticated. The beloved books of Dr. Seuss, pseudonym for Theodore Seuss Geisel, train the imagination. One that I particularly like is called If I Ran the Zoo. On the first page of If I Ran the Zoo, we see young Gerald McGrew in the lower left-hand corner looking at the closed-eyed, quite complacent zookeeper standing in front of the corner of the cage that has a lion in it, and the lion is himself sleeping quite happily with a grin on his face. It says, "It's a pretty good zoo," said young Gerald McGrew, and the fellow who runs it seems proud of it too. And then what happens, double spread page by double spread page, is Gerald McGrew imagining ever more fantastic ways to make this zoo better, to have ever more fantastic creatures, to have ever more fantastic architecture, and periodically, as the zoo becomes ever more extraordinary, imaginative, fantastic, larger and larger crowds of people pay homage to the wonder that has been created by Gerald McGrew. In addition to that, we see that the capturing act is not merely imagination, but imagination that runs in every direction that the child can think of. I'll capture one tiny, I'll capture one cute, I'll capture a deer that no hunter would shoot, a deer that's so nice he could sleep in your bed, if it weren't for those horns he has on his head. And that sudden move back to the practical, that move from one world to the other, makes us remember just how fantastic this all is. Another way that Dr. Seuss makes us remember how fantastic the world is by creating pictures that themselves are fantastic. My favorite among all of these wonderful illustrations is one that shows a family of elk. They have horns that are interconnected, wildly shaped horns, and when you look at the picture, it looks like a tangle of horns. You can't resist taking your finger and trying to trace out the way the horns connect to see, in fact, if his horns are hers or the other way round. But when Gerald has completely finished with his imagining, he doesn't need to change the world. He's happy now simply to know he can do it. And the very last page of the book shows the identical scene with identical features on each of the three characters' faces, that is Gerald, the zookeeper, and the lion, the only difference being that within the cage we now have a bright, vivid colored background. Now the world, even the ordinary world, looks different to Gerald, and he says, "Yes, that's what I'd do," said young Gerald McGrew. "I'd make a few changes if I ran the zoo." Now what we know, of course, is that these books intended for children are not intended to get children to go running out and changing the zoo. They are intended to get children to think that the possibility of exercising their imaginations will make it possible for them to make a better world in the future. The world of children is a world that can play as actively as can that of adults. The Phantom Tollbooth by Norton Juster, published in 1961, is often considered to be the very best book in the line of Alice in Wonderland published ever anywhere after Alice in Wonderland. Juster himself is primarily an architect, but he's written a few books, and this is by far his child's masterpiece. It is so clever, in fact, that even adults can enjoy it. The moral, however, is simply that education is good. A moral that most adults feel is perhaps too young for them, but it whispers throughout the work rather than blaring at the end. It's the story of Milo, who is a bored young boy, comes home from school, and finds a package that he'd never noticed before. He opens it up, and it is, in fact, a model of a toll booth, a large thing that he can construct, and he drives through it with his little toy car. Suddenly, he's in a completely different world. And in that different world, things have metaphorical meanings. That is, as in Freud's The Uncanny, the metaphorical becomes literal. He, for instance, is stuck in a swamp, and his car won't go at all. The swamp is called the doldrums. It's killing him that he can't get out of there, but finally he gets distracted by something else. And when he gets distracted, he just sits glumly. And the car starts up because it goes without saying. His guardian, his mentor on this trip, is a watchdog named Tok, who has a large watch in his side. In fact, the book is full of puns. The kingdom in which he enters, the land beyond, is divided into two. One ruled by King Azaz, A-Z-A-Z, the unabridged, and one, the mathematician. In the land of King Azaz, the unabridged, everything depends upon words. In the realm of the mathematician, everything depends upon numbers. The book clearly describes for us that the world has two realms, words and numbers. Once upon a time, when I was a much younger man, I was lecturing about this book in a class, and I pointed out to my class how wonderful was the distinction made between words and numbers. That particular day, my son, who was then about 4, was sitting in the front row. And he raised his hand. The fact that there were 200 university students sitting behind him made no difference whatsoever. And I called on him from the stage, and David said, "But Daddy, numbers are words." And he was completely correct. David's insight makes us understand that the phantom toll booth is not for illiterate children. It is for people who have already entered into the world defined by the symbol systems that we learn in school. It is a fantasy for those who are in school, but like Milo, can't wait to get out of school, but it teaches them why they should be in school. They learn, for example, about the enormous powers of words. In the chapter called The Royal Banquet, Milo presents himself before a king, who looks at him and says, "What an ordinary little boy you are," when it turns out he can do nothing but think. "Why, my cabinet ministers can do all sorts of things," the king says. "The duke here can make mountains out of molehills. The minister splits hairs. The count makes hay while the sun shines. The earl leaves no stone unturned. And the undersecretary," he finished ominously, "hangs by a thread. Can't you do anything at all?" Well, of course, what he does do is bring the twin princesses, Rhyme and Reason, back into the kingdom and gets the two brothers, Azaz and the mathematician, to reconcile, and all is well in the lands beyond. When Milo gets back to his apartment, he understands he could return to the lands beyond, but as he looks around his room and sees all the books and all the things to play with that previously had bored him so, he realizes he may never have time to go there again because his world is filled with possibilities. These are truly children's books. What makes children's books children's books? It seems to me that in this new publishing category that begins in the middle of the 19th century of illogically thinking but nonetheless sophisticatedly feeling and noticing children, what we seek is a certain kind of simplicity. Characters. A typical hero of a child's book is a child or an animal. The relationships are among children and or animals, and or with a parent figure, just as Juster's talking watchdog Tock serves as a parent figure, giving guidance to Milo. And unlike adults-only literature, in children's books, the child character typically has full autonomy. It's a rare book for adults only, in which children really have the power of decision, of affecting the world. Rather, they become encumbrances, or someone to be saved, or someone to come up with a clever idea. But the real action, the real decisions are made by adults. Not so in children's books. There they're made by children or animal protagonists. These are, though, simpler characters. They are not, for example, buffeted by political and large social concerns or the urgings of sexuality. In plot, children's books are also simpler than typical adult books. What that means is that they are often episodic. Each piece of the story can, in a sense, be thought of as self-contained, one strung after the other, like pearls on a necklace. Clearly, the plot is goal-directed. The child needs to get home again, or bring rhyme and reason back together again. The desire here is usually attributed to a single motivation, and it is susceptible, this problem, to a happy ending, what Tolkien calls in his discussion of fairy tales, consolation. The themes of children's literature are also simple, typically embodied, as I say, in a single problem, susceptible to permanent and often didactic solution. As with Cinderella, for example, not only do we learn the theme of diligence, but we also see that if there are issues like sex or society that are relevant to the story, they are not typically discussed explicitly. The style is also simple in children's books. Simple in the sense that it uses a restricted vocabulary. So we find often that the language is cute or periphrastic, the long way around saying something. This language, children's styles, can employ verse and nonsense thematically. We saw the verse in Alice in Wonderland. We see nonsense in Juster. Or they can employ, that is children's books, language just for fun, as in Fred Gwynn's series of books beginning with The King Who Reigned, the cover illustration of which shows a king recumbent as a cloud with rain coming down from below him. There's nothing much to be made of that pun. The glory is just that there is a pun. Now, in the world of adult literature today, most readers do not favor poetry. For better or for worse, most readers see poetry today as falling into two camps. There is the greeting card camp of poetry, in which we understand it to be simple, saccharine, and dutiful, although sometimes we need its help. And there is literary poetry, the kind typically published in journals with very small circulations, read by other people who write literary poetry. Most readers think that poetry is simply too intentionally arcane for them, or beneath their literary consideration. But in children's literature, poetry is allowed because with the simple vocabulary, the joy of rhyming, the joy of meter comes across. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? We don't look at this as a mistake. We look at this as a beauty. The suspension of disbelief that allows actors in the American musical to break into song seems to have disappeared from modern literature for adults. But for children, it's there. So we have these four levels of narrative that conserve diachronic meaning: character, plot, theme, and style. And all four of those continue to be simple in children's literature. And when they are reversed, we see that that generates the fantastic. But there's a fifth characteristic of children's literature that separates it from adult literature, and that is format. If you ask an adult, have you read Moby Dick? And the answer is yes, you will never follow up by asking, and did you read it in the large type edition or one with an orange cover or with Boldoni type? You'll just say, you read Moby Dick. But can you imagine reading a Dr. Seuss book in a tiny nutshell library edition? It wouldn't be the same book. In children's literature, format matters. The visual matters. The clearest sign of this is that in children's literature, the visuals are where they belong in the text. In adult books, we often might have illustrations gathered together in a central section of color plates. You'd never see that in children's literature because to tell the story depends upon engagement with the visuals. Run your finger across those horns of the family in Dr. Seuss's book. Now, once we recognize that the visual really matters, suddenly we understand something that adult literature has lost. The visual is part of how we communicate. As you read through the book, a children's book will go from the visual to the textual, back and forth, telling the story diachronically. So even though we may come to think of visuals as synchronic, as they are used in children's literature, they add a fifth level of diachronic meaning to the work. And so the changes from one to the other create the fantastic, as with young Gerald McGrew, who goes from the ordinary Gerald to the ever more extraordinary Gerald, so that at the end, when he's the ordinary Gerald again, that's yet one more fantastic change. Just like Alice saying, which way, and being surprised that she doesn't grow because she's gotten used to growing. Now, adults are supposed to have outgrown children's literature, and yet they still use it for at least 4 reasons. First of all, adults may enjoy children's literature on its own terms, either as nostalgia or, frankly, as when I was shown Runaway Bunny by one of my students, as a new and delightful discovery. Secondly, some children's books, like the Alice books, are also clearly adult books. The adult reader sees the defense against mortality that runs throughout in a very bitter way. The Alice books that the child misses entirely. Thirdly, there are some authors, like Edward Gorey, for example, who use children's literature as a way of commenting upon children. For instance, he has a famous work called The Gashly Crumb Tinies. This work is just an ABC book. A is for Alice, etc., etc. Well, this book shows a school teacher holding an umbrella with 26 children around her. And then we have 26 pages, each with a poem and a plate. A line and a plate. A is for Amy, who fell down the stairs. B is for Basil, assaulted by bears, etc. Every single one of these illustrations shows a child gruesomely dying. The last one is Z is for Zilla, who drank too much gin. And the last page of all shows the skeletal figure of death holding an umbrella with 26 tombstones around him. It's a children's book, but it's a children's book for an adult who wants to say something about children. I'll leave it to you to decide what Edward Gorey is saying. The fourth reason that adults may use children's literature is that children's literature, because it depends upon simplicity of story, plot, character, and theme, implies to its readers that it is legitimately simple. That means that if one writes in the form of children's literature, one can sneak an oversimple treatment of a subject before an adult consciousness. A clear example of this is George Orwell's Animal Farm, a beast fable that criticizes communism and has in it such foolish lines as, all animals are equal, but some of them are more equal. In fact, Orwell understands that adult readers would never take The Politics of Animal Farm as a cogent analysis of the weaknesses of communism. But to get across the fact that communism is caught in its own hypocrisies and creates unbearable social situations, the beast fable of Animal Farm was in fact much more effective than all of the treatises that you can no longer name because they have fallen out of our consciousness. In short, children's literature works for adults because they like it on its own terms. Sometimes it's intended for them. It may be a way to comment on children, and it allows us to say things we could not openly say to other adults. Children's literature allows people with minds still shaping and indulging in imagination to go in places they never would have gone were they not encouraged by this use of language and pictures. And adults use it too. Children's literature, in other words, nurtures the fantastic for readers of all ages.
Lecture 12, Postmodernism and the Fantastic.
Each literary period relies on a characteristic understanding of nature. Postmodernism takes nature to be a phenomenological construct, which implies that nature is a matter of perspective. In its extreme form, namely true fantasy, the fantastic always problematizes perspective. Thus, postmodern literature has a theoretical affinity for the fantastic. In Italo Calvino's fantastic cosmic comics, we see, using the analytic ideas of Northrop Frye, how postmodernism develops its own myths. In Marge Piercy's Woman on the Edge of Time, we see how postmodernism calls into question individual perception. And in Magical Realism, which flows from the work of writers like Jorge Luis Borges and includes Gabriel Garcia Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude and Laura Esquivel's Like Water for Chocolate, we see how, as Calvino and Piercy had implied, postmodernism offers a fantastic new framework for understanding ourselves in society. Our aesthetic period is often called postmodern. Postmodernism, as I said, has a natural affinity for the fantastic. What is postmodernism? The Oxford Companion to Philosophy defines postmodernism as pursuing themes of self-reflexivity, or the puzzles induced by allowing language to become the object of its own scrutiny, in a kind of dizzying rhetorical regress. But we found this already in true fantasies like those of Lewis Carroll. When Alice is stuck in the tree, she says, I used to read fairy tales, and now I'm in one. The complete regress based on the shifts of language shifting from one world to another, one ontological realm to another. Outside reader, reading about a world, being in the world, thinking about the world within the world, and so on ad infinitum. Another definition, this one, believe it or not, the official definition of the United States State Department, says that postmodernism is characterized by open-endedness and collage. It questions the foundations of cultural and artistic forms through self-referential irony. Self-reference, self-referentiality, these come up again and again in the definitions of postmodernism. But we found this self-referentiality in all true fantasies, for example, in E.T.A. Hoffmann's The Golden Pot, where at the end we don't know whether the character is off in Atlantis, stuck in an inkwell, or just hallucinating. This dependence upon individual perspective is made clear in a work like Emerson by Jorge Luis Borges, one of the great writers of the 20th century. While not a true fantasy, this story makes clear the postmodern aesthetic and its real-world implications. The story of Emma Zunz is the story of a woman whose father has been cheated out of his half of a company by his partner, while Emma herself was still a little girl. Years pass. The family is disgraced because the partner had made it appear that her father had committed some larceny against the company. The father has gone off in disgrace from Europe to South America. She's lost touch with him because he needs to evade the law. But finally, years later, when she's an adult, a letter arrives from a friend of her father's explaining that the father has now died and what the situation really was. Emma decides that she must have vengeance on the factory owner for what he has done to her family. So she goes down to the port. She finds a sailor from a ship that's due to leave the next day. Although a virgin, she entices him up to her room and submits to sexual relations, which utterly disgust her. Then she calls up the factory owner and tells him that there is the possibility of a strike. She, as one of the workers, has heard this. He says that she should come up and talk with him, and they meet in his office. There is, in fact, a gun in the drawer of his desk. This is how the story ends. After she shoots him, she picked up the telephone and repeated what she would repeat so many times again, and with these and with other words. Something incredible has happened. Mr. Lowenthal had me come over on the pretext of the strike. He abused me. I killed him. Actually, the story was incredible, but it impressed everyone because, substantially, it was true. True was Emma Zunz's tone. True was her shame. True was her hate. True was also the outrage she had suffered. Only the circumstances were false, the time, and one or two proper names. This is fundamental postmodernism. The things we think of as details become irrelevant. The feelings, the perceptions, the truth of the human engagement as it shapes our understanding of the world as a phenomenological construct, an intentional act of our consciousness. This is what we see as important in the postmodern period. Of course, since fantasy is always about our understanding, there is a natural affinity between the postmodern and fantastic. Postmodernism takes nature, including the physical world, and even the self, as a phenomenological construct. Individual sentences can show this convergence of postmodernism and the fantastic. Take this self-reflexive example. This is one sentence I can never say, but I've just said it. There are unresolved structural ambiguities. I walked down the street and turned into a drugstore. Poof. I'm a newspaper stand, or indeed I made a left. We also see in individual sentences reversals of the ground rules of the narrative world. One of my all-time favorites is, I feel more like I did when I came in here than I do now. I feel more like I did when I came in here than I do now. As you read through that sentence or think about it, from any given word to any given word, none of the rules of grammar are broken. But by the time we get to the end, it makes no sense whatsoever. Everything depends upon our perspective. Postmodernism and true fantasy problematize the world. Yet while the challenging play of postmodernism may seem inherently destructive of many certainties, it can also be constructive. We have seen that the fantastic is one key tool in artistic evolution. For example, we have the detective story, where we have the crux come in the middle in the purloined letter. As time goes on, that crux moves further and further toward the end, so that by the time we get to Agatha Christie, we're unloading all of the mystery in the last few pages of a lengthy novel. But eventually, something called aesthetic fatigue sets in, and people get tired of just that same old form. And so people begin to apply the fantastic, among other devices, to make the genre fresh again. One way to do that is to ironize it, to use irony. But Robbe-Grillet turns that whole form inside out by making the detective fail and the reader succeed by putting the solution not at the end, but in the middle. The fantastic is one of the driving tools for the evolution of genres. It grows out of a certain kind of irony. Now, Northrop Frye, in The Anatomy of Criticism, suggests one of the consequences of the evolution of genres. He says that with any large, dominating kind of story, let's say, for example, the story of Boy Meets Girl, or the story of the founding of a nation, we can see that story represented, in a sense, in a series of different manners. The first manner he associates with spring. This is the comic manner, the manner in which whatever problems exist, we see finally at the end are to be solved because society has reconstituted itself. As that form develops, it moves into the summer. And in the summer, we see romance. It's not just a matter of the story ending with the children of the opposing houses promising marriage, but in fact, the children in the opposing houses now have a love affair. In the fall, we see the same form carried out as tragedy. In fact, the love affair turns bad. One dies, for example, or a father discovers it and forces the couple to part. Further along, we see the same material handled in the winter. In the winter, when it's cold and we're distant, we ironize what's going on. We make fun of such trivial notions as romantic love. We may, in fact, have bitterness or satire. But then, Frye suggests, the same material will continue to develop. And as it develops, although Frye does not say this, it will use the fantastic to change into, as it were, in a musical analogy, a new key. And in getting back to comedy in its new form, it will pass through a phase which he calls myth. I'd like to suggest to you that Italo Calvino, perhaps the greatest fantasist of 20th century Italy, exemplifies this in work after work. One of my favorite books of Calvino's is one called Cosmocomics. In Cosmocomics, we have a single character named QFWFQ. Every story begins with an epigraph that says something about what really happened in science. It's accurate from what we understand of science. Then, blah, 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 said, and then follows the rest of the story. The story is always based on some perceptual understanding of that scientific fact. One of my favorites is called All at One Point. It begins with a little epigraph explaining that Hubble made us realize that all of the stars are flying away from us at ever-increasing speeds, and therefore we can infer that once upon a time all of the universe was all at one point, the name of the story. In those days, said, and then he goes on to tell what it was like when everything lived all at one point. He makes bizarre puns like the zoo family that always had its laundry drying and wanted to hang lines across our point. The very use of the language is postmodern. It's fantastic. It makes us laugh. The zoo family, it turns out, have many, many, many items with them, chests and clothes and old detritus that they've picked up on their travels, and they are known as the immigrants and are looked down upon. Although, of course, the narrator says, there could be no idea of immigrant when there was no place to come from, and besides which we were all living there at one point. The great wonder of that point is a Mrs. Finko, which is how I can only pronounce this word, which actually has parentheses in it and subscripts and so on. Mrs. Finko loves everyone. She, in fact, is having an affair with one man, but on the other hand, perhaps it's not an affair since everybody is living inside everybody else, since everything's all at one point. And then Mrs. Finko says, boys, if I only had some room what noodles I would make for you." Then begins a sentence which is about a page and a half long, in which there is the imagination of the noodles coming from the flour, which had to be grown in fields, which had to be ripened under a sun, which had to be within a galaxy, which created all of space and all of time, and led to the separation of everyone from Mrs. Finko and everyone regretting that they were now apart. And that's the end of the story. In other words, this postmodern story, told in the most bizarre, imaginative, fantastic way one can imagine, takes a fact of science and understands it thoroughly in human terms and leaves us with an image of the very impulse of love, of generosity, of nurturing, of giving, of sexuality, of inclusion, inherently leading to a downfall not of original sin, but of human separation. This story, all at one point, gives us an image of, I want to, and then we're all apart, that in a way stands for our modern mobile society, where so few of us live near our family, where the extended family is extended all over the map, where we keep in touch by electronic means and rarely get to hug. It seems to me that Fry is right. We've taken the notion of, I want to feed you, that unsaid, implicit activity of love from fairy tales, and made of it a modern myth. The fantastic drives fairy tales all the way to fantasy, and through from winter to spring, creating myth along the way. Both postmodernism and fantasy problematize individual perception. Many of the science fictions that we most admire these days raise this issue because, after all, science is about knowing. Philip K. Dick is certainly postmodern and works like A Scanner Darkly and Ubik. A Scanner Darkly tells the story of a man who, so far as he understands, is a drug agent. He infiltrates a group of people who are dealing with drugs. To do so, he deals with drugs. To build up his credibility with them, he takes the drugs, he becomes an addict, and is eventually arrested for being an addict and sent to work on a government work farm as part of his incarceration. And on that work farm, he discovers that he is now made to grow the drugs that the government is supplying that create the condition for which he was supposed to be the solution. Do we know where the government stands in our lives? Do we know that we're the good guys or the bad guys? In Ubik, the good guy keeps watching the very nature of the world change, and at the end, when he disappears, his comrades look in their pockets and take out the money of the new world. They can only tell it's a new world because now it has his face on the coins. How did the world change? It changed because of perception. This is postmodernism. Marge Piercy's Woman on the Edge of Time is an extraordinary novel of a poor Latina, Consuelo, who has been abused by the system. We learn at one point, for example, that she's been given an unnecessary hysterectomy by interns at a city hospital because they needed the practice. Her one child, whom she loves desperately, has been taken away from her by social services. She is often locked up in an insane asylum for her own good, of course. At one point, however, sitting in her apartment, she sees someone across the table from her, and this someone is a creature from the future, a human from a better world. And most of the novel is set in that better world, where Consuelo is learning about how the world can become, where women can have their own energy, where in fact men take hormones to be able to breastfeed, and women give up procreation so that men and women can be truly equals. At one other point in the novel, she goes to an alternative future in which every woman is nothing but a sex object or a baby maker, and women are radically, radically suppressed by men. She then finds out that the course of the future depends upon stopping the kinds of people who control the medical establishment and define insanity in our era. And so, when she is back in our era, she poisons the doctors. The result of that act is that she is incarcerated for the rest of her life, and the story tells us at the end that she was sent to the insane prison, followed by a document of 113 pages. It's the language of others that controls us. When we think about this book, we don't know, however, whether Consuelo really was in the future, and this is a science fiction, or it was just a projection on her part. But one way or the other, whether it's science fiction or it's realistic, it's postmodern because it tells us that everything depends upon our perception. Does our perception of the dangers of a situation even go so far in determining reality as to make it legitimate to kill those who are ostensibly trying to help us? Both postmodernism and true fantasy, then, naturally problematize the relations between the world and the individual who perceives it. Gabriel Garcia Marquez, best known for 100 Years of Solitude, is the touchstone author for so-called magical realism, which is a particular variety of postmodernism. My most important problem, Garcia Marquez said, was destroying the lines of demarcation that separate what seems real from what seems fantastic. His sprawling novel combines individual stories, cultural myths, national and international politics. There's a reason he won the Nobel Prize. Magical realism itself narrowly refers to a group of Latin American writers who treat the magical as fully and calmly expected, just as if it were part of the real. For instance, in 100 Years of Solitude, birds float up from the earth. Leaves turn into birds, and ice somehow is brought as a magical object into the jungle without itself ever having been destroyed by the equatorial heat. The key exemplars of this are Isabel Allende, Alejo Carpentier, and Julio Cortázar. But more broadly than this South American group, magical realism includes the postmodernist assault on the previously stable markers of identity, such as race and nation. And therefore it includes such non-Latins as Mikhail Bulgakov, Salman Rushdie, and even Günter Grass. A wonderful work of this variety is Like Water for Chocolate by Laura Esquivel, which has sold over 3 million copies in 30 languages. It's clearly both postmodern and fantastic. The heroine, Tita, cannot express her love except through her cooking. So, when she is feeling bitter, her tears make for food that makes everyone sick. The book begins with a recipe for Christmas rolls, and then the novel starts to talk about Tita's birth. Tita is not allowed to marry in the normal way because her mother claims that in their family they have the tradition that the oldest daughter must care for the mother until the mother dies. There's no such tradition. But in fact, Tita falls desperately in love with a man who, because of the mother's intervention, winds up marrying Tita's sister. He marries her not because he loves her, but because it's a way for him to stay near Tita. You can see the difficulties involved. As the story unfolds, every chapter begins with another month of the year, and there are 12 chapters. Every chapter begins with another recipe. Every chapter goes through a story in which the recipe is made, the directions for the recipe are given, and something fantastic happens because of what that means when the recipe enters into the lives of the people. There are other magical moments as well. For instance, one of Tita's sisters goes into an outhouse, takes a shower, is so inflamed by the possibilities of the Mexican Revolution that though she is in water, the outhouse bursts into flame, and there she is standing out in the field naked. Along comes a captain of the rebels on his horse, sweeps her up, and off she goes. Later, she comes back into the story, herself having become an officer in the Revolutionary Army. And so we see that the family life that Tita's involved with is part of the politics. She herself is loved by a man named John Brown, an American who bears the name, of course, of a famous but failed revolutionary trying to free the American slaves before the Civil War. For that chapter in which he falls in love with her, the recipe is one for matches. And indeed, we learn how to make matches, and we're told that Tita herself has that heat within her. At the end of the novel, Tita finally decides that she will join Pedro, and the two of them, after her sister's death, go off into a shed that is magically lit by a heaven's worth of candles. He dies in their lovemaking. She eats the candles. She bursts into flame, and the entire ranch goes up in ashes. At the end of the novel, we realize that all along we have been reading the manuscript of one of the children, the niece, of the daughter of the girl, the niece of Tita, whom Tita raised. That is, this is Tita's great niece. And she tells us that after this conflagration, a layer of ash several yards high covered the entire ranch. When Esperanza, my mother, and that name of course means hope, returned from her wedding trip, all that she found under the remains of what had been the ranch was this cookbook, the cookbook that expresses all of Tita's great urges, which she bequeathed to me. That is, Tita gave it to Esperanza, Esperanza gave it to the narrator, when she, Esperanza, died, and which tells in each of its chapters this story of a love interred, this book that has a recipe at the beginning of each chapter. They say that under those ashes every kind of life flourished, making this land the most fertile in the region. Throughout my childhood, I had the good fortune to savor the delicious fruits and vegetables that grew on the land. Eventually, my mother had a little apartment built there. My father, Alex, still lives in one of the apartments. Everything's been paved over. And yet, this is the narrator's birthday, and she is going to make those Christmas rolls. Somehow she wonders they never taste as good as when my mother made them, and she can only wonder at how good they tasted when her great-aunt Tita made them. The story ends thus. I don't know why mine never turn out like hers, or why my tears flow so freely when I prepare them. Perhaps I am as sensitive to onions, which is not only a vegetable, but an image for meaning within meaning within meaning, as Tita, my great-aunt, who will go on living as long as there is someone who cooks her recipes. You can see what Gabriel Garcia Marquez meant when he said that magical realism really was real. It was just destroying the difference, the demarcations, the boundaries between the real and the fantastic. By the end of that book, we do believe that Tita will live as long as someone makes those recipes. And I have to say, I feel the impulse to make those recipes myself. And how can great Aunt Tita live when she never lived? She's always been a character of fiction. In fact, what Laura Esquivel has done is, using postmodernism, using the fantastic, created what becomes a modern myth. Thus, the fantastic, which once drove the culturally foundational works like the Odyssey with its gods and so on, its curses, its magical changes of men into animals, It again, the fantastic, drives narrative that is broadly powerful, artistically honored, and personally moving. As in this imaginative novel, the fantastic is at the center of our lives. But in the 21st century, our lives are conditioned powerfully not only by our perceptions of the world, but by the world is made to change, by the development of science and technology. And so, when I say that the fantastic is at the center of our lives, I mean that, of course, in the general sense in which we've discussed this for the last 12 lectures, but also in the specific sense in which it's incorporated in science fiction, which will be our subject in Part 2.